Hello, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this Act EU workshop on the renovation of ICH E6. Very warm welcome to everyone here in the room who's travelled here to Amsterdam today, and indeed many of you also online. I understand we have people from all over the world. My name is Peter Toomey. I am the Head of Inspections here at the European Medicines Agency. I've also had the privilege of being the Regulatory Chair for the renovation of ICH E6, and a real great privilege to be part of this day today. We have a very broad day. We're going to be going through the renovation of E6, covering all aspects from changes to investigator and sponsor responsibilities, the complete renovation of the guideline, including extra proportionality introduction, also the new data governance section, and so on. You'll see as we go throughout today the real renovation work which has been done here. I understand we need to do a few housekeeping to begin with, so perhaps if we can move to the next slide on screen, please. This event is being recorded, it's being broadcast as well, and it will be made available later along with the slides. Just to also know, we have had many registrants for this event and many questions submitted via our Slido feature. And again, I'd encourage everyone to submit any questions they have via Slido. Very simple, the code is here, Act EU Workshop. If you do forget it, above your live broadcast, there's a link there as well for you. Okay, so now I would like to hand over to our Executive Director, Emer Cook. Emer, very welcome being here, and thank you, I suppose, as well for all of the support you've shown GCP renovation throughout the years. I know this is a very important area for clinical trial conduct, and I'm really glad to have you here. So I'll hand over to you for the opening remarks. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Peter. And those of you who know me from way back also probably know that the ICH GCP is very close to my heart. I started off as an ICH coordinator, and at that time the GCP guideline was one of the first and pivotal ones that was really making a change in the world, because there were such different approaches across Europe, the US and Japan, and it was really causing challenges. And then, of course, the second revision, I was head of inspections, so that was under my remit as well. So I'm very proud, actually, now as Executive Director of the European Medicines Agency to see the third revision of the ICH E6. So a very warm welcome to this multi-stakeholder workshop. It's under the framework of the Act EU, so accelerating clinical trials in the European Union. And it's really a pleasure to see so many of you here, both in person and virtually. And I think we have almost 2,000 registrants virtually, because this is about discussing and shaping the future of clinical research in Europe. And if you're here, it's because you're keenly aware that good clinical practice is critical for protecting patients and delivering high quality data to inform decision making. And I guess if you're here, you're also keenly aware of the Draghi report and the place that clinical research plays in making Europe more competitive. So we really see this work as contributing to conducting a clinical trial in a competitive environment and an innovative Europe. And streamlining guidance on clinical research is a key pillar in achieving this goal. And I think one of the messages here, because as you know, this is the third revision, what we're really thinking about here, and I think Peter outlined some of the changes, but it's moving from a tick box approach to really thinking carefully about what this means and how we apply a thoughtful and more risk-based approach. So this is exactly what the ICH guideline on GCP aims to do. It provides global principles for the design, conduct, recording and reporting of clinical trials. This not only ensures the safety and well-being of the trial participants, but it also facilitates the acceptance of robust trial results by regulatory authorities worldwide. And this, of course, helps us then in the global collaboration on the development of medicines. Now, I think you all know that in the EU, we're working closely with national regulators and the European Commission to support clinical trials in this region. And in fact, we had a visit from our commissioner, the Commissioner for Health and Animal Welfare last week, where again he highlighted the importance of a framework supporting good clinical trials, but also clinical trials that make Europe more attractive as a region. We're also, as EMA, we support the clinical trial information system, but we're under the Act EU umbrella, we really try to bring together all the elements to ensure that we're working together across the regulators with the Commission and across EMA to ensure that we are doing everything we can to help modernize and streamline the approach to clinical trials. All of this, of course, is being done with stakeholders, and I see we have many stakeholders in the room today, and I'm sure we have many more online. But the ACT EU multi-stakeholder platform brings together really a diverse spectrum of stakeholders, so including patients, healthcare professionals, and academic and commercial sponsors. And we all need to work together. All the sponsors, including our industry and regulators, need to work together to make sure we do this in the most effective way. So today's workshop is a testament to our commitment to collaboration and innovation. It's part of ACT EU's efforts to support the modernization of good clinical practice. And we're delighted with the interest in this workshop, as demonstrated by the number of participants, both here in the building and also online. This workshop builds on the ACT EU's successful multi-stakeholder event in July 2023. This was held during the public consultation of the draft guideline, but now there's an opportunity to exchange views and discuss the key aspects of the revised GCP guideline as we now move to prepare for its implementation. So by working together, we can identify the main challenges and opportunities and propose the best ways forward. As I just mentioned, the ICH guideline has been around for nearly 30 years, and this makes it nearly as old as EMA. I hope you noticed that we're celebrating our 30th anniversary this year. I think the ICH GCP guideline has its roots in the early days of GCP at the EMA as well. The third iteration of this guideline is the result of 5 years' work by the ICH E6 R3 expert working group. And as you know, this includes representatives from different stakeholder groups. The guideline emphasizes a risk-based approach to clinical trial design and conduct, ensuring that trials are both scientifically sound and ethically robust. And this allows for greater flexibility and efficiency, which really prepares us well to adapt to the evolving landscape of clinical research. So as we embark on this journey of implementing the revised guideline, it's essential to keep patients at the center of our discussions. Patient centricity is a fundamental principle that should guide all our efforts. By involving patients in the design and conduct of clinical trials, we can ensure that their needs and perspectives are adequately addressed. The success of clinical trials in the EU depends on the people who participate in their design, regulation, conduct, and of course the patients who participate in the trials. A successful clinical trials environment will support smarter, better and faster clinical trials, and this will lead to better medicines for patients and help us drive innovation. I welcome you all to this discussion and look forward to the ongoing workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Emer, for those inspiring remarks. Next, I want to move to Momir Radulovic, who is online. Momir is the head of the Slovenian agency. He's also a member of the management board at the EMA, and indeed, Momir is incredibly active in many areas, including also GCP. He is the co-lead of the priority action for GCP modernisation under the Act EU umbrella. And really, I've seen so much good work from Momir and his team in this area. So thanks for that. But I do want to hand over for some opening remarks from your side. Thank you, Momir.
Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Chair, for this nice introduction. And I would also like to thank Emer and all the organizers for this timely event. And I would like to welcome you on behalf of heads of medicines agencies, on behalf of all national competent authorities. And I would like to stress out, as we have outlined in our draft strategy to 2028, the European Medicines Agency network is really committed to fostering innovation in the conduct of clinical trials in alignment with the Act EU, where national competent authorities are working closely with the European Commission and the European Medicines Agency. And we also aim to support innovative approach to the design, manufacture, quality control of medicines, and to boost innovation through the efficient evidence generation. And to this goal, of course, good clinical practice is essential, and it enables the generation of excellent clinical evidence and ensuring the protection of patients. And one of the key elements of clinical trial regulation is GCP. And as you all know, under this regulation, national competent authorities are responsible for the authorization and supervision of clinical trials in their territories, including monitoring compliance with the GCP principles. But I would like to stress out why today's workshop is so important, as this is the first step in the implementation of the revised GCP guideline. But let me first go a step back to remind us what led us to this moment. You know, the revision of ACH started in the guideline of clinical practice began in June 2019 with an extensive periods of public consultations, which ended then in 2023. With all this valuable input from different stakeholders, the principle and Annex I were finalized and published last month, and this will come into effect in the European Union in July 2025. So the revised guideline introduced innovative provisions designed to apply across various types and settings of clinical trials, and it aims to address the need created by ongoing technological and methodological advancements. We put this as a priority action number 4, and this good clinical practice modernization was actually priority action that we wanted to implement. And this guideline encouraged a risk-based and proportionate approach to conducting clinical trials and promoting these fit-for-purpose solutions. So it fosters transparency through clinical trials, registration and result reporting, and offers additional guidance to enhance the informed consent process. So the principles are intended to support efficient approaches to trial design and to conduct. Annex I provides information on how the principles can be appropriately applied to clinical trials. And Annex II is still under public consultation until the end of February and focuses on promoting a variety of different trial designs which we have in place in today's world. So through operation of the clinical trials regulation and through the Act EU, member states will continue to support the implementation of the revised guidelines as foreseen in the work plan also of the Clinical Trials Coordination Group. And as a network, we remain committed to driving innovation in clinical research and protecting public health. And with that, I wish you a productive, inspiring 2 days with a lot of change management thinking. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Famir. Lots of claps for you in the room. And indeed, I think your comments really highlight how well we also work together as the European network in this area, and the EMA in collaboration with that. I wish to hand over to Peter Arlett. Peter is the head of our Data Analytics and Methods Task Force, and has shown considerable leadership in the area of renovation, in particular accelerating clinical trials, an EU initiative, and indeed spearheading GCP modernisation. And if I may say, Peter, you're great for thinking outside the box and bringing people together. And really just a personal thank you as well for all the support your team have provided in helping with the GCP renovation. Let me hand over to you. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I've got some slides, everyone, just because it shakes it up a little bit. I have to say, it's just, we're here sitting in the EMA, and there's been a lot of mentions of EMA, but of course EMA is not the central player when it comes to clinical trials. It's the member states, it's the clinical trial sponsors, academic, as well as commercial, and of course the patients and the people running the clinical trials every day. And maybe that's just a good way to introduce my 4 slides, which are just reinforcing the concept of accelerating clinical trials in the EU, which was particularly mentioned by Emma in her opening remarks, because this workshop is under the work plan of accelerating clinical trials in the EU. And I just want to emphasize that this is, the strength of it is the fact that it's a multi-stakeholder approach. If we go to the next slide. I've stolen the thunder from this slide a little bit, but formally, ACT-EU is an initiative between the European Commission, the heads of medicines agencies, and the European Medicines Agency. And that is very important because it's not an EMA initiative, it's not an HMA initiative, it's not a European Commission initiative. It is the 3 regulatory bodies, if you like, coming together with a united vision, which I'll go on to in a moment. It was established in early 2022, very much building on the momentum of the implementation of the clinical trials regulation. And in a way, although it's never been formally written up like this, you could argue that ACT-EU is the change management legislation implementation vehicle to a certain extent, delivering a program of change to support the clinical trials regulation and going beyond it as well, beyond just regulation. Let's go to the next slide. The vision is simple. The vision is to have better, faster, and optimized clinical trials in the EU, thereby creating a favorable environment for clinical research. I think there aren't many that wouldn't sign up to that vision for clinical research in the EU. Let's go to the next slide. Now, this is in a way slightly complex slide, but it reflects the recently published new work plan of ACT-EU, and I'm just going to spend a minute or two on it. The visual on the left, which looks an awful lot like sun and moon and planets or whatever, is meant to represent the structure of the work plan. So importantly and symbolically, and rightly, you have the multi-stakeholder platform at the center. So this is the platform that brings together different stakeholders in clinical trials in the European Union to share their views, to identify problems, and hopefully also identify solutions to make that vision come true. We then have a couple of pillars which are more operational. So operation of the clinical trials regulation at the top. If you then go to 4 o'clock on the graphic, maximizing the impact of clinical trials, and then some specific work on clinical trials in public health emergencies. And if you then go out to the outer orbit, if you like, you have overarching activities, which are particularly the ACT-EU governance, but again, the support that we play to the multi-stakeholder platform, and so-called underpinning activities, which we would summarize as being communication, analyzing data about clinical trials, but also some of the training activities. So change management and data is what we've clustered together as underpinning activities. I just want to then, if you go onto the right-hand side, where we talk about maximizing the impact of clinical trials, I think it's very simple, but we have placed design and conduct as being the main pillars of maximizing the impact of clinical trials. And you can see, therefore, good clinical practice modernization is the first and foremost of those pieces of work going forward. But we also have the advice pilots on clinical trials, and we also have guideline development and other work on methodologies. So that those three pillars, if you like, collectively are about maximizing the impact of clinical trial. Better design, better conduct, therefore better impact, if you like. Let's go to the next slide, which I think is my last, or maybe second to last. Just to put this onto a timeline, Emma mentioned the workshop in July 2023, again done under the auspices of Act EU. So that was about listening and getting feedback from stakeholders. Today is about communicating on the guidelines and starting the implementation process. And we will support that through update of EU guidelines, but also communication and training activities, not just in 2025, but I think that's a long-term activity that will go on for multiple years. And then I think the very last slide, if we go to the next one, is objectives of the workshop. So an overview of the major changes, so an informational aspect, highlighting key concepts for adapting good clinical practice to recent developments, enabling discussion, and I think it is one of the key reasons that people have come today is to discuss, with a particular focus on implementation, and then a brief update on the ongoing work on Annex II to the E6R3, which are the, if you like, the other areas, some of the borderline areas, some of the interfaces with real-world data, for example. And I think that's my last one. One more click just to confirm. Just, you never know. Thank you.
Peter, thank you very much, and Emer and Momir as well. I think these opening remarks really set the tone for the rest of the day as we dive into some more detail. And Peter, we received an email in the early hours, and you responded at 5 a.m. to the previous Regulatory Chair, Fergus Sweeney, about a plea to keep flying the proportionality flag. So that's another area we'll keep doing throughout the day. I'm going to move on now to the first session of the day, which is moving on, looking at the overview of the renovation of this guideline. And really, maybe just to set the scene for the rest of the day as well. After that, we will be moving on, looking at some key concepts, moving over to investigative oversight around lunchtime. And then in the afternoon, we'll be focusing on the changes to the informed consent before moving, and really very important, and we're going to move and involve patients and looking at the community advisory boards and the impact they have in trial design and conduct, before finishing off via a Q&A session later on. We'll have a long day today. We'll be finishing at 6 o'clock, and as you can see, a lot to get through. So let me then move over and look back to this session, session number 1, and this is the overview of the renovation and key concepts. Perhaps one thing you may be wondering is, what is this ICH? What is this International Council of Harmonisation? And maybe taking a step back and looking at that particular process about how the ICH machinery works, which leads to this updated guideline. And it's a great pleasure to be able to introduce Lenita Lindstrom to help with that. Now, Lenita is the ICH Assembly Chair. She's also a senior expert at the European Commission, and she does join us online. Lenita has many, many different ICH guidelines that she has to keep an eye on, but I do have to say GCP has always been an area she's kept a close focus on and provided us with very good support, and thank you for that. Lenita, if you're online and ready to go, we will get your slides up and happy to start off. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, well, thank you.
Okay, very good. So, good morning, dear colleagues. It's a great pleasure to have the opportunity to say a few words about ICH and the important role that ICH E6 plays, also in generally ICH for all regulators, but certainly also in the EU. So, as Peter was saying, I work in the area of multilateral international relations, And particularly ICH is very close to my heart. I've been involved in this organization for many, many years. And therefore, it's a great pleasure to provide you some insights, perhaps, about ICH, and especially how we, as the EU regulatory system, how we work in ICH, because there's a lot of coordination activities going on, which is not visible, of course, to our other ICH partners. So let's move to the next slide. So yes, what is ICH? It actually exists already since it was established in 1990. At the time, it was an informal collaboration between the pharmaceutical innovator industry and regulatory authorities from the EU, US, and Japan. However, in 2015, we completed reform, which formalized ICH and made it an independent legal entity under Swiss law. And we also opened up membership to other regulatory authorities and global industry associations. So this was a major change, and indeed, it has proven to have been, I think, a good reform. Although there were some fears at the time that with an increased membership, it will slow down the guideline development. Obviously, there's scope for improvement with an increasing number of regulators and industry organizations involved, but also the number of topics. We have quite a few active working groups working on developing guidelines. So that means also more work for the ICH management in particular to keep the oversight of the developments. So ICH indeed is quite unique, and this harmonization activity is done through developing harmonized guidelines, scientific and technical aspects of pharmaceuticals for human use. So the ICH family has grown since the reform in 2015. We now have 23 members and 38 observers, and most of these members and observers are regulatory authorities. Next slide, please. So ICH contributes obviously to harmonizing technical and scientific requirements. There are also overall drivers behind, such as reducing unnecessary animal testing, and certainly in the context of this workshop, the prevention of unnecessary duplication of clinical trials. So initially, the ICH guidelines focused very much on harmonizing the requirements for registration or authorization of medicines, but gradually, ICH has also moved into the approval stage. So there are some guidelines also in respect of pharmacovigilance, and so the scope is still relatively. It's still focused on pharmaceuticals, but not only on registration. So next slide, please. So then today there are over 70 guidelines, and they are not standards as such, because ICH is not a standard setting organization, but they're often referred to as global standards. And certainly when we speak about E6, GCP, it is very frequently referred to as a kind of global standard. So in ICH, regulators and industry work together in developing these guidelines, in developing the scientific and technical requirements. And once the guidelines are agreed, then the regulatory members in ICH are expected to implement these guidelines. Otherwise, obviously, we will not achieve the harmonization, which is the mission of ICH. So in the working groups, where of course Komi is the regulatory chair in E6, there's a lot of work going on to try to reconcile differences, different approaches. Obviously, these experts come from different regulatory backgrounds. Industry comes with their own perspectives, and it's sometimes not easy to reach consensus, but that still remains the objective in ICH. And with the reform of ICH, we also made it clear that regulators do have the final say. So they are in the driving seat in case we cannot reach agreement with industry. This was a very important change to the governance structure. I'm very proud to say it's something that was very much pushed by the European Commission and DG Sante, and I think everybody today is quite used to this way of operating, as it's almost 10 years since we concluded the reform. So, as I mentioned earlier, the draft and final guidelines, including topics for harmonization, are decided by the regulatory members of ICH. Obviously, industry is in the room, they can present their views, but it's very important that the guidelines are adopted by regulators, because that is really a prerogative for regulators, whereas industry's role is to provide their technical and scientific expertise. Next slide, please. So the European Commission is one of the founding regulatory members in ICH. Actually, the initiative in 1990 came from the Commission, based already on experiences in the EU of working together and developing harmonized approaches. We obviously work very, very closely with our colleagues in the European Medicines Agency, and EMA again is playing a very important coordination role to identify the best experts from the entire network. And these experts then participate in the working groups that are developing the guidelines. Now, obviously, we need to make that, first of all, we have the support from the network and essentially from the scientific working groups and committees in EMA. So, as you can see on the slide, the CHMP is very much involved and gives its approval on these guidelines, but obviously also other committees and working parties, working groups of the EMA are involved depending on the topic. So this is what I mentioned in the beginning about the importance of coordination and trying to ensure that we have the correct input from all involved and support before we move forward in adopting, for example, the guidelines or indeed the topics. Next slide, please. So E6 indeed is one of the flagship guidelines in ICH, as mentioned by Emer in her opening remarks. So the revision of this guideline is part of a longer term approach, which often is referred in ICH to as GCP Renovation, which already started in 2017 with the publication of a reflection paper. And this reflection paper took a longer term view and identified the need to move in a stepwise manner, and therefore proposing first to do a revision of ICH E8 on the general considerations for clinical trials, to be followed by ICH E6. So in addition to just adopting guidelines in a more piecemeal approach, ICH has also tried to look at some areas in a more strategic and longer term manner, and therefore has developed these reflection papers since then. And probably this is the most known of these reflection papers. And by the way, they are published on the ICH website. So as was mentioned earlier by the speakers, the revision of is very much part of the overall attempt to modernize the clinical trial environment, to reduce unnecessary burden, and indeed this is very much aligned with the objective in the EU to make the EU a more attractive place to conduct clinical trials. As mentioned earlier, the EU, the European Commission is a founding member. We are therefore required to appoint experts in all the working groups, but we are also exercising leadership in many working groups. And given the importance of E6, we are of course delighted about Peter's excellent leadership in E6 together with the rapporteur, and to ensure that the working group remains focused on its objective, that it also tries to meet the timelines, and so on. So it's critical for the success of a working group that there is good leadership, and I think in this case also the regulatory chair and the rapporteur work very well together. The next slide, please. So EU legislation generally does not refer to ICH guidelines, and this is also because these guidelines are revised regularly, of course, as science evolves. But actually, E6 is one of the few exceptions which is referred to in the legislation. So, as you can see on the slide, the EU legislation provides that sponsors and investigators shall take appropriate account of the ICH guidelines on BCP. And moreover, that all trials, whether they're conducted in the EU or outside the EU, that are submitted as part of a marketing authorization application in the EU must have been conducted in line with GCP. So, given the importance, particularly of the clinical trial regulation, which indeed has a reference to E6, it is very important to make sure that the E6 guideline, as the guidelines in the area of clinical trials, are compliant with the clinical trial regulation. And that's a bit where the legal aspects come into play. And I'm very happy to say that during the development of E6, we've had excellent collaboration also with my colleagues in Santé, who are working on the clinical trial regulation implementation to make sure that also they are being updated on what's going on in E6 and ICH, and that they can provide input to Peter and the colleagues. And particularly, updates have also been provided in the clinical trials coordination and advisory group, which is composed of the national contact points of the EU member states, as per the clinical trial regulation. So this is always very important to ensure that the ICH guidelines do not contradict legislation, even if legislation always overrides guidelines, but it creates confusion if there would be discrepancies. So I think this is my last slide, but maybe we will indeed hear. It was the last slide. Information is provided on the ICH website, obviously, and a big thank you to Peter and all the experts, Lisbeth and Gabriele, for their work on E6. I know there have been challenges. Reaching consensus is not always easy, but with a good will, we have shown that it's possible to overcome these challenges, and I'm very looking forward to seeing this coming to an end, and wishing you all a very productive workshop today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lenita. And it's really good to get an insight about the ICH process. As you can see, this is a globally applicable guideline. And as you appreciate, we're quite lucky, I think, in this area that we have a guideline that fits in your coat pocket. In other areas of regulation, in manufacturing, for example, in pharmacovigilance, their guidelines are far more extensive, and they're not always as harmonized globally. So I think it's very unique opportunity we've had over the years with ICH GCP. And indeed, as Anita alluded to earlier, we had many long hours, many tense, robust discussions as we've tried to really have a global harmonization, but still moving the needle, making sure GCP is proportionate, making sure it's fit for purpose. And as you'd appreciate, there are differing views there. And we've also been very fortunate that we have had input from of course, the regulators, but also industry colleagues as well, and extensive stakeholder engagement, as you will see in a few slides. As I said earlier, I had the privilege of being the regulatory chair for the principles in Annex I of the guideline. And essentially my job was to try and make sure there was consensus and all voices were being heard. And at times, sometimes the voices were quite opposing and quite opposite. I'd also like to acknowledge that before me, Spiros van Vakkas, who you will also hear from today, was previously regulatory chair, and before him, Fergus Sweeney. And Fergus indeed had been involved for many years in GCP. I'm now going to move and give you an overview. Let's start moving into the overview of the renovation for E6. So if we can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. Standard disclaimer here about my conflicts and so on. And what I'm going to cover today, looking at the history of E6. As we said, it's nearly 30 years old. What have the changes been in the interim? And then really focusing on what are the reasons for change? Why are we changing it? And there are very good reasons and compelling reasons, and it's really due to listening to feedback from those who are conducting trials on the ground. Then we're going to talk about the development process for R3, and then moving into a bit more meat. What are the overview of the main changes? And we'll focus on some of the changes to the structure, the introduction and principles. And then I'll hand over to the other experts who will go into more detail throughout the day. So next slide, please. So to look at a history of E6, the first iteration was released in 1996, nearly 30 years now. And that's, as perhaps we know quite well, describing the responsibilities of investigators and sponsors, covering those core aspects, monitoring and archiving and so on, all that lovely stuff, and indeed introducing sections on essential records and IPs. But it's the guideline, perhaps as we know it, because we did have a revision with R2 in 2016. It was an addendum. It encouraged more efficient approaches. It did encourage greater risk-based approaches, and indeed it updated the standards for electronic records. I have heard criticisms that as soon as it was released with the changes of electronic records and systems, it was already becoming out of date. And really now we do have a renovation in R3, a complete renovation. And we've tried to make sure that this guideline is future-proof, that we don't really know what the full extent of changes can be in clinical trials. We've had such rapid advances and different types of trials, of course, different risks, and we need to make sure we have a guideline that's flexible and can respond to that environment. And in relation to this change, first off, it's grounded in a foundational principle of quality by design. So good upfront thinking and planning and designing your trials to save, hopefully, a lot of pain down the line when you're conducting the trial. It does involve critical thinking. You will see the guideline at times, it's a set of principles, it's a set of guiding principles, but really we want the user, we want the investigators, we want the sponsors, we want the service providers, everyone involved to critically think, how does this apply to the trial I am doing? Is what I'm reading relevant? Am I adhering to the spirit of the guideline? What's the actual impact on patient and data? And that's crucial. And we've tried to redesign the guideline to make sure people are not getting lost in the minutiae, lost in the letter of the law type scenario, but understanding that trials are different risks, and you need to apply the guideline accordingly. Indeed, it utilises proportionate and risk-based approaches, and that's a very important principle. And it recognises that one size does not fit all. Trials have different complexities, different risks, and we need to make sure the guideline is adaptable to that. So moving to the next slide and focusing on what were the reasons for change. This was responding to feedback we had received on the ground from sponsors, from investigators, in particular as well from academia. There was quite a bit of concern out there that R2 as it was not appropriately able to deal with the rapidly evolving clinical trial ecosystem. And in particular, the academic community were concerned about lack of proportionality. So they were trying to conduct trials in their area, but they were finding it very difficult to meet all the standards as perhaps they had been interpreted in R2. And that's an important point. R2 does include risk-based elements. It does encourage the reader to read this in a proportionate fashion, but we have found on the ground that there has been over-interpretation creeping in. Perhaps at times that could be from regulators, but perhaps also I think the industry themselves, and there's been a custom and practice developing over the years about almost introducing requirements that simply are not there. And we've tried to really reorientate R3 to very clearly include statements to get people to think and to understand, does this really apply to what I'm doing? R2 guidance was seen as a one-size-fits-all approach, and indeed concerns about the ability to meet all the standards that were written. And there was also concerns that GCP was being applied where it was not applicable. So, for example, it was being applied to trials or studies that did not involve medicines, did not involve interventional aspects, but GCP was still being applied. So, moving to the next slide then, and looking at the overview of the development process for R3. Now, it was a major rewrite, which was responding to change, and that might cause a little bit of worry. You've majorly rewritten the guideline. How are we going to keep up to speed on this? I should also say, though, the foundation principles are the same if you're complying with R2. Really, R3 builds on that, and it helps make it a more proportionate and flexible guideline, but not to get worried around having to introduce extra systems and so on. This is not intended to add any extra burden, but it is adding clarification and greater areas of focus. So the major rewrite, we have the expert working group, and to explain how that works, ICH has an expert working group which contains members from all over the world, from regulators and industry, and very happy to be joined with all of the European colleagues here today who provide their input. But we did engage extensively with our stakeholders, in particular those from academia. Right at the initial drafting stage, we engaged with them. We got their feedback and they were involved in that initial drafting process. We also held workshops in particular before the public consultation back in July 2023 here at the EMA, and that was to try and get people to understand this guidelines coming out and to get them to comment. And we did receive over 7,000 comments globally. I understand that could be a record for an ICH guideline, and that shows you the interest there was in this guideline and how important it was to get that feedback from all of our stakeholders. And that was very carefully reviewed, painstaking, many hours, many late hours, but it did impact on how we further updated the guideline. And I would like to maybe pause and just thank everyone who did find the time in your busy schedules to comment. That was not missed. It was extremely important. Indeed, we also wanted to make sure there was a lot of transparency around the development process. I used to joke when we came to a very difficult impasse and we were focusing on a way of words that people out there on the ground are doing busy jobs and they mightn't care about us in our comfortable offices coming up with these words. We wanted to be transparent as possible, that people understood what was being done. And we did publish the draft principles way back in April 2021, along with a web conference. So really every step of the way, we wanted to make sure that the stakeholders, the groups at large, all of you were involved in this process and understood what was happening. Next slide, please. So looking at the overview of the main changes. First off, we do have a new structure, and we'll come on to that in a few slides. But what you will see essentially is there is now a focus on the principles. There was always a section for the principles in R2, but now this is the main cornerstone piece of the guideline. And that's to try and encourage people to focus their attention on the principles. This is the most fundamental part. You get that right, everything else will fall into place. We then have additional annexes which are providing meat on the bones, Annex 1 and Annex 2, but still the principles should be the core focus of what you do, as we have had feedback in the past and we have found sometimes people get lost in that additional detail, what previously we would know as Section 3 to Section 5. We've also included greater clarity on the scope when this guideline applies. We've included language to facilitate innovations, and in fact, we have a dedicated Annex II section, which is currently in the public consultation process, and this is trying to facilitate giving comfort to the industry, giving comfort to investigators to really try alternative trial types and approaches, to understand that you can use new technologies, and it's trying to facilitate that. But throughout the document, we have taught about new technologies. We've went through every single word, and we've tried to see, could this block innovation? What can we do to change that to make sure the guideline can be used with innovations? And for example, we've included media neutrality throughout the document. Give you an example where appropriate, introducing the likes of electronic informed consent. It also set a foundation for practical and feasible expectations. As I said earlier, quality by design and proportionate risk-based approaches are the foundation, and you should read that guideline with those in mind. And really thoughtfulness in trial and design is crucially important. Next slide, please. So we have incorporated learnings. We've had many learnings. We've now had various innovations, decentralized trial elements and so on. But we also had a big pandemic that we can't get away from, where we all had to act very quickly to ensuring research could be conducted in what was an extremely strained and difficult environment. And I think that was quite timely because a lot of lessons were learned, and that also helped us to amend and update the guideline. Encouraging transparency. That is a cornerstone of the clinical trial regulation, transparency, or possible publishing trial results. And we've also brought some of that into E6 as well, encouraging transparency for trial design and trial registration and reporting. Indeed, we wanted to enhance the informed consent process, which we'll come to later. And also very important to focus on, we have a new data governance section. Now, data governance and data integrity has always been a crucial part of clinical trials, it's been a crucial part of E6. At the end of the day, what comes out of a trial but data. We do now have a dedicated data governance section that applies to investigators and sponsors. Many of these principles, in fact, perhaps all, have really been standard practice for many years. So I would contend this is not adding extra burden, but it is making it a lot clearer, and there's a dedicated section that can be referred to. And I think this is something personally that's long overdue. Indeed, I should also say we've done a lot of work in Europe on this via the e-guideline, and this was very helpful because we set a tone for the rest of the world to follow, if I can say that a little bit egotistically, but that was the good work of colleagues in the European network, and we could rely on that and help drive things forward when we developed GCP. And indeed, greater proportionality was added to the essential records section. There have been criticisms that trials were all about documentation. People were spending all their time documenting, and the essential records section was becoming unwieldy. We want to make sure people understand that you should apply a proportionate approach in relation to what records should you keep, what's actually important, and we've updated the essential records section accordingly. Let's move to the next slide, please. So the new structure, and when you open the little booklet and you look at it, you will see that we have the principles in the central place. Then we have the Annex I, adding meat to the bones. That covers the ethics committee, responsibilities, investigators, sponsors, but also that new data governance section. Previously, we'd know that from maybe section 3 to 5 in the R2 guideline. And then we also have Annex II on the way. And as I said earlier, this is trying to encourage alternative trial designs and approaches new technologies. And that really does supplement. By having this annex type scenario, we think it helps focus the mind on the principles. And also, we hope in time, we need to go through the ICH Management Committee for this, but we do hope if there is a need to update the E6 guideline, if there is a targeted need to update an annex, for example, we'll be able to do that in a quicker fashion than the current 5 to 6 years that it takes by having this annex structure. We also have appendices, and I'd like to focus there on the essential records section. We'll come back to that later. It caused quite a bit of comments in the public consultation. We did make further updates, and we'll go through that in more detail a little later. Next slide, please. So moving on and looking at the scope, and this is right at the start, it clarifies the previous scope. The guideline applies to interventional clinical trials, and that's crucially important. The principle of the guidelines must be adhered to, and indeed the annexes provide an appropriate interpretation and application of the principles. So I would say the meat on the bones, helping you to understand how you can apply those principles. What's also very important here is we do acknowledge that alternative approaches, various approaches can be used to adhere to the GCP guideline. This is not a letter of the law or one-size-fits-all approach. You can consider alternative approaches once the spirit of the principles are being met. And indeed, what's very important in the scope is it does encourage a risk-based and proportionate approach, and that's put in there right at the start. Next slide, please. I'm moving into the interplay between the principles and the annexes. Really, the annexes provide greater information about how the principles can be appropriately applied. So I want to just really reiterate here, not to get lost in the detail. Of course, it's important to read the guideline and understand it, but always be focusing on the principles and understanding the annexes and how they can help comply with the principles accordingly. Next slide, please. Looking at the principles themselves, or other aspects, of the guideline, very important. This should be read in conjunction with other ICH guidelines. I would say in particular ICH E8, very important, which does give general considerations for clinical trials, and in a way was almost the precursor to this revision of E6. So do read them in tandem, and we'll go into a bit more detail later about how they interplay. There is a focus, as always, on fit-for-purpose clinical trial quality, quality by design, proportionate and risk-based approaches, and that does build on those E8 concepts. And indeed, we are encouraging exploration of new trial designs and technologies. And we do hope that the principles and Annex I have been appropriately updated, that they won't block any new technologies, but also Annex II is there to try and encourage and facilitate those approaches. Now, moving to the principles themselves and what has changed. Many of you will be familiar with the 13 principles that were under R2. These have been regrouped and streamlined. And here's a nice table for you to compare one against the other. In particular, there are two new principles that have been introduced. Risk proportionality, so we want to get that up front as a principle, and indeed clarification of roles and responsibilities. When we move to the next slide, we'll see what that means. So for the proportionality element, it's very important that there's a focus on patient safety and reliability of trial results. Whatever you do, this is the focus, instead of getting lost in the other, perhaps, noise. Very important to focus on the risks associated with trial participants, and in particular, those beyond the risks of routine or standard or usual medical care. And again, this is all about proportionality and the methods you put in place. And the sponsor, very key part here, we have a point in the principles that the sponsor should not place unnecessary burden on investigators. And perhaps any of us who have visited investigator sites or investigators themselves will realize at times they may perhaps feel that there are elements in the protocol, there are certain aspects being mandated of them, which they don't see the potential benefit. It's placing a lot of burden, which is always a strain on routine clinical work as well. And really, we wanted to put this in here in the principle to send a message out. Clearly, you shouldn't be placing unnecessary burden on investigators. Think about what you're asking them to do. Think about, is it really important? Indeed, there's a principle on roles and responsibilities, a clarification on the transfer of activities to sponsors and the delegation of activities, transfer of activities by the sponsor and delegation of activities by the investigator. What does this mean? Well, we know trials can't be done by one person alone. We know it's a broad team, and we know many colleagues can be involved. Many service providers can be involved. It really is a group effort. And we found at times there was confusion around delegation and transfer of responsibilities. What do I need to document in a delegation log? Do I need to document absolutely everyone in the trial? What about if they're doing something very specific, which is part of our routine duties? We've aimed to clarify that. We've also aimed to clarify when service providers, when a sponsor, for example, helps to find a service provider for an investigator. There was some confusion previously that perhaps was a no-go, but that's not the case. It makes sense for a sponsor, where appropriate, to find a service provider for certain activities, but the investigator needs to have the appropriate oversight and say. And indeed, the maintenance of appropriate oversight is another part of that principle. Now, we'll go into all of this in more detail later. This is a whistle-stop overview, but now I want to go to the next slide and look at the implementation of this guideline. And as I said earlier, we've received many questions. We'll aim to answer as many as we can. And this is a common one we're getting, and it's being answered here in the slide. When does ICH GCP come into effect in Europe? The guideline comes into effect on the 23rd of July 2025. And this is a standard practice 6 months after we publish the guideline, after CHMP adoption. That's when our ICH guidelines in Europe come into force. We're probably one of the first globally to transition. In fact, I think perhaps we are. But what does that really mean, and how can those move to that? Well, first off, as I said earlier, it's noteworthy that many of the foundational concepts of R2 remain the same as R3. So if you're complying with R2, a shift to R3, really, it should be a shift of mindset, a shift of proportionality, also perhaps taking into account the new data governance section and so on. But I would say it's a transition which is not insurmountable. It's important that when you are implementing it, you consider and implement it in a customized, fit-for-purpose approach. Do you need to have every single study member, team member trained by midnight on 23rd of July? I would think not, but you need to think about who needs to be trained, what part of that guideline do you need to be trained on, and how are we going to do it? And indeed, there's nothing to stop you also doing that groundwork, of course, before the July implementation date. Now, in summary then, we have had, in the next slide, we have had a major rewrite of R2, and it's been responding to technological advances and indeed, crucially, stakeholder feedback. We have listened, we've involved stakeholders throughout the process, and we've done our best to get it right. As I said earlier, this is an ICH document. There's been a lot of debates, discussions, trying to have global harmonization, but I think we've managed to do the best we can. I think we've got to a very good place. There's a new structure focusing on principles. There's a dedicated data governance section, which I think is long overdue. And indeed, we also have a new annex to encourage and facilitate alternative trial types and approaches and new technologies. We have 2 new principles, focusing on proportionality and risk-based approaches, and indeed clarifying roles and responsibilities. All of the provisions look to ensure future-proofing of the guideline, stripping out unnecessary burden, ensuring it is being positioned to respond to the needs of the community. It's important to read the guideline in line with other ICH documents, in particular ICH E8, and the implementation date in Europe is the 23rd of July of this year. Thank you very much indeed. That's the end for me at the moment, but I will be handing over now to Gabriella in a second. Thank you. So it's a great privilege to be able to introduce Gabriela Schwartz here today. Now, Gabriela has been involved in GCP for many, many years, and Gabriela is so dedicated to the cause that she has remained after, I'm sure, a very early retirement, Gabriela, but you've remained here to really keep as part of the expert working group. Now, Gabriela is part of the expert working group. She has a long career in the German bee farm and was an instrumental member and expert. And she's going to give us an overview of the key concepts. Gabriela, thank you, and look forward to it.
Yeah, good morning, colleagues. Also from my side, it's really a pleasure to be here. And I'm also very glad that so many were interested in joining us today and tomorrow. Peter mentioned already, I'm one of the EWG members in the Revision 3, but I also was already a member in the Revision 2, together with Fergus Sweeney as regulatory chair at that time. So I have an idea of the whole journey that we did. So starting in 2002 with the GCP Inspectors Working Group of EMA. So I give my very best to share, let's say, the insights and experiences I have made so far with you today and tomorrow. Then let's start with the next slide, please. Yeah, so usual disclaimer. You can read it afterwards. Yeah, and the idea is to guide you through the principles, through the key concepts, also illustrate a bit their development over time and give you some practical examples. Next slide, please. Yeah, what are these key concepts? You can count it in different ways. We can say they are 6, 7, 8, but these are the keys is applicability to a variety of designs and technologies. It's quality by design, already mentioned, which includes fitness for purpose, operational feasibility, avoidance of unnecessary complexity. So if you read it through, you might already realize these are no distinct, separate key concepts. Many of these are interlinked to each other. Example given, operational feasibility is to some extent, part of quality by design. The same avoidance of unnecessary complexity. So if you have a well-designed protocol, you are avoiding unnecessary complexity and unnecessary burden on participants and investigators. And risk-based quality management and proportionality, I will explain that later, are also very closely interlinked. Next slide, please. Yeah, what was our challenge as an expert working group now developing Revision 3? It's really this ever-evolving ecosystem of clinical trials we faced in the last few years. A number of new designs, more complex, innovative trial designs, including umbrella trials, basket trials. We are facing more and more, and also I have to say, due to the pandemic, more and more decentralized elements in clinical trials. We are now talking about pragmatic elements. We have variables and new technology included into conduct. And in Annex II, we are even now considering new real-world data sources to be incorporated into clinical trial design, and all this whole range of designs and technologies and concepts has now to be covered by Revision 3. And that's why we, underlined the principles and now the key concepts I will talk about as a kind of orientation how to approach this landscape. Next slide, please. Quality by design, already mentioned now by Peter, by me several times. It is a principle, or let's say it's a key concept that is based on ICH E8 Revision 1. And there it is already stated that to prevent important errors, you can dramatically improve the quality of a clinical trial by prospective. That is the term, attention to the design of all components of the study protocol, procedures, associated operational plans and training. Because what we realized over the year, already before we started with Revision 2, was you can't control quality retrospectively into clinical trial by monitoring, by performing our audits and so on. So what is not designed prospectively in might not work afterwards, specifically also feasibility. Therefore, you have to start in the beginning to build quality in. That takes time, and time is something those performing clinical trials do not want to take in the beginnings. They want to start, but it takes time. It takes also different expertise from different parties to be involved. It takes communication with stakeholders, with trial participants and investigators, but this is really a crucial concept. Next slide, please. And I will come back to quality by design later. You see that now the new principle 6, as already mentioned by Peter, is aligning ICH E8 with ICH E6 by saying quality should be built into the scientific and operational design and conduct of a clinical trial, and so on. And it also mentions here in 6.2 that quality by design involves focusing on critical to quality factors of the trial in order to maximize the likelihood of trial meeting its objectives. You might now ask yourself, well, what is meant with critical to quality factors? I would like to refer you back to ICH E8. There is one chapter 7, which elaborates in detail examples and important examples of these critical to quality factors. And I have put a summary of those also on one of the slides. But again, if some of you want to design a clinical trial and you are asking yourself, oh, what is meant here? Go to ICH E8, chapter 7. Next slide, please. Yeah, in Annex 1 in the chapter 3 sponsor, and there specifically in the part of trial design, it says the sponsor should ensure that all aspects of the trial are operationally feasible, so practically manageable for people with reasonable efforts, reasonable costs, reasonable time, by also avoiding unnecessary complexity, procedures, and data collections. So data minimization is something that's more and more forgotten just because the technology allows to collect millions of data points. It nevertheless adds complexity, adds cost for managing the data, archiving those data. Therefore, here it's underlined, please avoid unnecessary complexity and unnecessary procedures and unnecessary data collection. And it continues that the protocols, data acquisition tools, and other operational documents should be fit for purpose, clear, concise, and consistent. And it underlines again that sponsor should not place unnecessary burden on participants and investigators. And I'll come back to that. Next slide, please. Fitness for purpose. I found this wonderful picture with this glass, which is a very nice decoration piece, but it's not fit for purpose for having a drink in the evening, right? So where is fitness for purpose used in ICH E6 Revision 3? It says, example given, the range and extent of oversight measures should be fit for purpose. Data acquisition tool used should be fit for purpose, and we come back to that in the data governance session tomorrow. And that is the same for systems deployed by investigator institutions containing source records should be fit for the purpose of conducting clinical trial. Also something we take up tomorrow. Next slide, please. Avoidance of unnecessary burden, specifically for trial participant. It is mentioned in the section on informed consent of trial participants, but also if it's not specifically mentioned in other parts of the guideline, it's an overarching concept, and unnecessary burden on trial participants includes, example given, unnecessary visits which are not really justified, unnecessary collection of data by trial participants at home, maybe on a daily or even more than once a day, which cause a mental burden and cause time to participants, or let's say any invasive procedures which cause uncomfort or even pain and are not really strictly necessary. That's meant here with avoidance of unnecessary burden on trial participants, and we have several patient representatives with us over these next 2 days, and they might also contribute to the discussion. What does an unnecessary burden, what could that encompass? Next slide, please. That is now on unnecessary burden on investigators. And here the revision 3 also discusses in several areas, example given for monitoring. So it says the monitoring strategy should consider site capabilities and the potential burden. And that was a discussion mainly due to monitoring approaches during the pandemic, where investigator sites were asked to make copies of all their source data and then delete or blacken patient identifying information, which is a huge burden, or by using televisits and show each and every side of a patient file into a camera or things like that. That was meant here was consider site capabilities, and this was also reflected in our European recommendation paper on decentralized elements, which says the same. The monitoring strategy chosen should not unduly burden the site. Another example, next slide please, is the example of safety management and clinical monitoring in clinical trials with decentralized or pragmatic elements. That's also that was of some concern, because in these settings, safety information come from multiple sources. For example, given trials may capture information via remote visit, digital health technology, electronic health records, in-person visits, or most often a combination thereof, also including home trial services. And here it's now Annex II, which underlines the safety information should be provided by the sponsor to the investigator in an actionable manner, with an overview on the health status of trial participant to allow for medical decision making. So this is another example for avoidance of unnecessary burden. And again, this is also reflected in the European recommendation paper, or the other way around. When discussing these parts in revision 3, we had discussions we have had on a European level for the creation of this recommendation paper in our mind, because it also underlined here, without creating an unacceptable burden for the investigator and or the trial participant. Okay, next slide, please. Risk-based quality management concept. Peter already underlined that this was a concept that was implemented in the revision 2, which came into force in June 2017 already. Already there, it was underlined that sponsors should manage quality throughout all stages of the trial process. And if you read here further, quality management includes the design of efficient clinical trial protocols and tools and procedures for data collection and processing. So quality by design, also not named explicitly like that, was a concept that was already started being discussed in the revision 2. And the same here for proportionality. It's not new. Already revision 2 said the methods used to assure and control the quality of the trial should be proportionate to the risks inherent in the trial and the importance of the information collected. We know, stakeholders said, well, it still has a one-size-fits-all approach. We realized an over-interpretation, But I honestly have to say it was there. If it was not sufficiently used, okay, we took that concept up, and I show you now in the next slides how we deepened it and even more emphasized it. But there is still a risk of overinterpretation. There is still a risk of stakeholder not taking account of it, not making use of it. But I can just say, well, it's very well embedded now. Next slide, please. Because again, this idea to start from the scratch by quality was then not further discussed in revision 2, but it was then taken up really immediately after the finalization of revision 2 in ICH E8, so which came then into effect in April 2022, and there its requirements in relation to design of efficient clinical trial protocols by implementing this critical to quality factors for study design. And here is a kind of summary of this chapter 7. And just also one statement from my point, why here study design, ICH E8, its scope was broadened. So ICH E8 is covering interventional clinical trial as well as non-interventional studies. Therefore, it uses the term study. There was a discussion in the beginning of ICH E6 revision 3, whether we would broaden the applicability and scope as well, but it was, let's say, an informed and critical decision in the end to limit the scope of ICH E6 to interventional clinical trials. So that's also just on a sideline. That's clear. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is now how it reads now in Annex 1, Section 3, sponsor in the introduction in revision 3. So as a continuation, the responsibility of the sponsor entails the implementation of risk proportionate approaches to ensure the right safety and well-being of the trial participants and the reliability of the trial results throughout the clinical trial life cycle. That is a statement that gives a lot of opportunities for all parties involved to think about what makes sense, what is necessary, how to, as already underlined, avoid unnecessary complexity, how to ensure feasibility, and so on. Next slide, please. So examples from the guideline for these risk-based approaches. It's used in the context of quality assurance, including audits. So again, coming away or inviting sponsors to go away from checklist audits to risk-based audits. So letting auditors look at what counts, what's important, what is special for a clinical trial, what are the really specifics of a clinical trial protocol. It's also used in relation to quality control. It's used for procedures for review of trial-specific data, audit trails, and other relevant metadata, and so on. Just a few examples. Next slide, please. Proportionality. Again, not new, but we put a re-emphasis of this proportionality concept from revision 2. And here you read in, it was already in R2 in risk control, where it was said the approach used to reduce risk to an acceptable level should be proportionate to the significance of the risk. And now in revision 3, we have in the introduction again that clinical trial processes and risk mitigation should be implemented to support the conduct and should be proportionate. So you see, it's just a logical continuation of this concept. Next slide, please. Again, where is proportionality expresses verb is used in the revision 3 guideline. It's used in relation to the level of investigator oversight. And I now, just for reasons of time, not explaining investigator oversight in more detail. We come back to this in the investigator session. then it's used in relation to actions taken to mitigate or handle deviation, errors, or omissions. And that is also, we will discuss this also in the next few days, because the Revision 3 asked the sponsor to categorize upfront deviations in minor, major, critical. So to have, let's say, to explain upfront what is an important deviation to be followed up. So this would help to have a proportionate approach to the actions taken. The same, it applies to non-compliance. Again, something we will discuss. And it was used in Revision 3 in relation for the requirements for computerized systems. That will be explained by Lisbeth in her presentation in more detail, I assume. Next slide, please. That's maybe already my last one. Yeah, exactly. So just in summary, what I wanted to convey is, first of all, these key concepts are to a reasonable extent overlapping and interlinked to each other. The whole concept of these key principles, I hope I could convince you, is not new. So therefore, it's worth taking note of these key concepts, applying them, but they require a critical thinking, as underlined by Peter. They require time and effort to put upfront into the quality of a clinical trial. And yeah, thank you for your time and your attention. Thank you.
Gabriele, thank you very much for. Gabriele, thank you very much for that very nice, concise overview, and I think really setting the scene for the key concepts. And now we are going to move over to a panel and audience discussion session. Very privileged that we are joined by every single member of the European contingent for the expert working group. Gabriele, who's just heard from. We also have Lisbeth Breinhound from the DKMA, Rebecca Stanbrook, and Suzanne Norskov from FPA. They're going to come up here, I understand, and join us. And Momir, who's still online, and thank you, Momir, for bearing with us, will be moderating the panel discussion. Now, we've received a lot of questions before and during the event, and so we've tried to group and answer what we can, and some of them will be put to the panel now. And then where the opportunity arises, we'll also try and take some questions or comments from the floor for the panel to field. So just bear with us a couple of moments while we're all settled down, and perhaps I'll hand over to you, Momir, to start with the panel session. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I would like also to thank to our speakers for an excellent and comprehensive overview of ICH E6R3, its renovation and key concept. This is session 1, so we received the overview. So these insights have provided a strong foundation for a panel discussion that we will have in next 35 minutes. And we'll set the stage for a deeper exploration of practical implications of ICH. And thank you also for introducing the panelists. Signal me when you'll be ready, and I would like then to move to the panel session. And in the meantime, I would also like to thank the audience, because we received a lot of Slido questions. I see 1,900 people still on the link, and it's important that we try to address all these questions. So, can we move now to the panel session?
Yes, of course.
Great. Then if you can put maybe the first question here that we have in the Slido. So the question is, will there be a transition period for ongoing trials? This question I would relate to Peter, to you, because I assume the question is, from which timeline inspectors expect the new revision to be applied in a clinical trial? The floor is yours, Peter.
Thank you very much, Ramir, and a very fair question. And I think people are thinking very rigidly around the transition and timelines. I mean, as we outlined earlier, the guideline comes into effect in Europe on the 23rd of July, 2025. indeed, many of the concepts have already been based in R2, and there's nothing to stop you preparing for the changes to R3 before that. But I would say, as we'd outlined earlier, many of the foundational points are already in R2. If you're complying with R2 really and move over to R3, should be seamless. There is, I suppose, to highlight a new section on data governance. And as I said earlier, many of those elements have been standard practice, but now they are in guidelines. And I would say inspectors would begin inspecting against the R3 guideline after that 23rd of July period. So it is important that you've done your change control and you've considered what changes you may need to make for that. But it is, I would say, a more, it will be effective from the 23rd of July. But again, I think the transition can be done in a fit for purpose manner and a considered manner. Do my colleagues want to add anything else to that point? No? Happy with that? Yeah. Good. Okay, let's move to the next question, Mumir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I have another question. So this one is very important. And I saw this question popping up a lot. What training events on ICH E6 R3 are available? And as we want to move to the change management in future, this is definitely one of the most important aspects to train experts, in the field. And I would like to address this question to our industry expert, to Rebecca.
Thank you for the question. It's a very good one. Here we've actually got an opportunity for some training. So you've got some good information. I hope you're finding it very useful over the next 2 days. But from an ICH perspective, we're actually working on some training. You'll have seen that there's often a training deck that is produced by ICH. So you'll see the step 4 presentation, which many of the slides will keep popping up during the course of today. But we're actually working with MRCT on some more interactive training. So didactic training, some interactive where you actually get to answer questions and see whether you actually know the answer. And so we are working with a very aggressive time frame. So we started back in November on the training, so just as we were about finalising the guideline. And we're hoping that the first of these modules will be available towards the middle of this year. So before the 23rd of July with a fair wind, hopefully. And then, of course, look out for other regulators putting on events. So, I've said there's the one here today and tomorrow, but there will also be things from other regulators. So I know the Health Singaporean agency are actually putting on something next week. So I'd recommend sort of, take a look, and keep your network open with your regulators to see what events they are putting on. So there should be other things as well to look at.
And I'd supplement a very nice event by Denmark in both English and Danish. Another one next week, I understand, Elizabeth.
Yeah, that will be next week, Thursday and Friday, and that will be streamed as well. So there's a possibility to go to our website under the news and find the links. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca and Lisbeth. So we are all in the warm-up period, and the training has set all organizations want to be on the learning curve. We want to implement new things in the field. So I heard key messages, that this will be soon available. And this is also a key message, that we avoid multiple or maybe unsuitable trainings programs. So thank you for this. Then if I move to the next question, and I saw also one question related to training, and maybe this is also to address to the Gabrielle. So when do you expect the site team to be trained? So this is as soon as possible or within the year. And for those on site already trained on R2, should they do a refresher course on the changes or complete a full training on RD? So I would like to hear your opinion on that.
Yeah, discussing this training issue in the expert working group, we realized that there is that there are trainings ongoing which are not that meaningful. So we underlined in revision 3 that the training should put persons involved into the conduct on both sides, sponsor, service providers and investigators in the position to fulfill their duties and functions. And therefore, if it comes now to training, first of all, we encourage a more customized approach to training. And now customized, then this question depends very much on what is already done and used in clinical trials. Because we mentioned now this example of the data governance section, but at the same time, we have the European Guideline on Computerized Systems and Electronic Data in Clinical Trials, which is absolutely in line with the data governance section, because those writing the European guidelines were also those in the subgroup working on this data governance section in Revision 3. That came into effect already in September 2023. So when R3 is getting into effect, the European guideline is already into effect close to 2 years. So now having this argument that this requires specific training, not sure. The same if it comes, let's say, to and let's turn it that way. The Danish Medicines Agency has published a quite nice statement to this, saying, well, stakeholders have to perform a gap analysis. And I have to say, better earlier than later. I heard yesterday, some stakeholders have even already performed a gap analysis on the draft Revision 3. And then to identify in this gap analysis what trainings have the highest priority, and then start to provide these trainings to these people. I know it was now a long answer to a short question, but really, if a sponsor is performing clinical trials with decentralized elements already now, then it would be very useful to provide training in relation to this decentralized element to those being involved, and not waiting, and others not having specific tasks which are new now in Revision 3 might get a training at a later stage.
Thank you, Gabriel. This was very clear, and I really thank you for going in depth and provide you very useful feedback on the question. And in the meantime, I saw another question, and this goes maybe also in relation to the previous intervention. So in what ways have you seen sponsors and researchers misinterpret or overreact to ICH E6 guidelines? So thus wasting the resources and misdirecting attention that could otherwise be focused on the important and critical activities. And I would address this maybe to the Lisbeth and Suzanne, to get the view from different stakeholders.
Yeah, and maybe I could start. So thank you for that question. I think it's quite valid, as we have also heard, because we had a lot of reactions when we had the R2 published some years ago. So for this one, I could say, for example, the 100% STV perception that people have been thinking, even though we tried in the R2 to implement a proportionate way of looking into this perception, it hasn't been that conveyed. So in these guidelines, we have been looking into, so how do we incorporate the quality by design, defining data of the higher criticality to be monitored at the sponsor site, at the investigator site, sorry. But also the GCP training, it has also been the perception that everybody needs to be GCP trained. Now it's more like the proportionate way of doing so. Also, the checklist in the trimester file, that's also one thing that could be interpreted, both for things that you need to do and all the things that you don't need to do. So those are the kind of concepts we have been trying to look into. Lisbeth?
Yeah, so maybe if I can supplement a little bit about, I think one of the things we've had in the EWG is we've had an eye out for things that are really annoying for the sites without adding further benefits. So some of those things could be, we see an endless amount of reconsents, for instance, for things that are not necessarily important. And that's why we put into the guideline now that if new information becomes available that may change the participants wanting to be in the clinical trial, that kind of information should be assessed for its necessity to actually do a reconsent. And even if you then decide that a reconsent is needed, it can be kind of a multi-layered thing. So you don't necessarily reconsent everybody in the trial, but maybe just new participants. So that's one thing. Another thing we've had a focus on is safety reporting. So maybe sponsors not using the possibility to actually, in line with E19, have reduced reporting of adverse events. And also talking about adverse events, serious adverse events. So important safety information from the sponsor to the investigators. What we quite often see is an endless list of individual CM's reports sent to the poor investigators that they have to sign and acknowledge receipt. And sometimes even not just SUSARs, but actually SAEs, SARs. So that can sometimes in a clinical trial actually be thousands of times you ask investigators to sign on something. So in the guideline, we're now kind of saying, okay, sometimes it's appropriate just to send some line listings and a periodic way with an overall assessment. So try to make it a little bit easier for the sites. So that's at least two important things that we try to make better in the guideline, or more explicit, because it was already a possibility, but it really hasn't been used and it's been overinterpreted, not to anybody's benefit.
Thank you, Elizabeth and Suzanne. And I think the key message here is also that we want to all optimize our resources, and I really thank you to putting this to the guideline, because now it's quite clear in the direction that we need to take. And if we go to the next question, so how close do you think we are ICH, so the letter H, in harmonizing requirements across all ICH respecting regions, and to minimize the need to expend extra attention and resources on region-specific requirements? So here we zoom out, we look on a global level, and I would like to maybe, Peter, start with you, because you were a regulatory chair of harmonizing this, and then I would ask also Lenita for input.
Sure, thank you very much, Mumir. And well, yes, it has been a challenge at times. It's an international guideline. We've really, I think, aggressively and questioned everything that's not harmonized, and can we try and harmonize it? I think we've already had a major win in agreeing to the risk proportionate, the extra risk proportionate elements we put in there, opening the door for certain things. For example, electronic consenting where appropriate, opening the door, for example, in delivery of IMP, which are typically areas that do have regional differences. And whilst you still do need to consider national law, we have, I think, done a lot of work in actually moving to more of a common ground. There will always be areas that you do need to consider your regional differences, ethics in particular. Of course, as I said, certain aspects where national law impacts on, for example, IMP delivery and so forth. But I think we've tried very hard at an ICH level, at an EWG level, to keep things as harmonized as possible. You will see throughout the document, though, as appropriate, but also in line with local requirements. Every time we've put it in there, we've sighed a bit. Can we not try and keep it harmonized? But we've done our best effort. So I would say that the general thrust of the guideline, the mentality around it, risk proportionate elements, really changing our mentality and being flexible, I think that's something all regions agree with. But there are the nuances, unfortunately, regions you'll have to consider as you're conducting trial in certain regions. I understand Anita may have dropped off the call, Mumir. So I'll give an opportunity if any of my colleagues want to add to that, or perhaps we can move on. Mumir, I know we also, I'm just conscious that we have a room full of people here as well. So I'd encourage colleagues to raise your hand if there's anything you'd like to ask as well, and we can come to you. So do reflect in the coming moments. I'll hand back to you, Mumir.
Yeah, thank you, Peter, for providing the answer. And as you said, we are perfectly ahead of schedule, so I would like here to thank all the speakers, that we answered very quickly and with a thorough knowledge, and that we are running ahead of schedule. And as this is a face-to-face meeting, I would now open the floor and invite participants to ask questions from EMA building. But here I need technical support, so EMA, if you can maybe just guide me who is raising the hand.
Sure, sure. And when people are reflecting, we have a question right here on the top of the Slido about how the sponsor section should be read from a CRO perspective. Who wants to take that? Gabrielle, please.
Yeah, thank you for that question. It's true that this specific statement is not anymore included in Revision 3, but it's replaced by another statement which says that the sponsor should obtain written confirmation from the service provider that they will comply to GCP in relation to their task. I can look it up and also name the lines or the section where this statement is included. So materially, nothing has changed. It's just differently worded in a different section where you can find it.
Yes, and maybe sitting there thinking, well, why didn't you state the obvious then? The fact is we had a lot of discussions in the EWG. There was a worry among some members that you could have very peripheral service providers providing maybe a routine, for example, internet provider providing Wi-Fi. And there was a worry about certain statements that we may be applying GCP to those more peripheral, non-appropriate areas. So that's why that wording has been tweaked. And also supplementing to that too, I saw a question earlier about imaging providers, and I would put them under the service provider umbrella and ensuring that they have appropriate oversight and due diligence in selecting those. So I think that's also part of the broader service provider element. But I would say we do plan to come to that a little later as well. So we'll come back to this again, but very good question. You're very quiet in the room. You've travelled all the way. Okay, one moment. I'll go to you first. Please introduce yourself, and then I'll come to you, Rosemary, afterward.
Yes, hello, good morning. I'm Mira Zuidgeest from the University Medical Center in Utrecht. I put my question in Slido, but now that I get the opportunity to ask it here. So I was wondering about as an academic researcher, I really endorse the quality by design and risk-based approach. It requires critical thinking on our side, of course, but also from the organizations and approving the protocols. And I was really wondering how we will ensure in Europe that interpretation is harmonized so that a risk-based approach is not approved in one protocol and not in the other, and not in one country and not in the other, because it requires critical thinking on all sides, right? That was my question. Thank you.
It's an excellent question, and I think change management for regulators as well as the industry is something and researchers is something we're very much focused on. We have had extensive engagements. In particular, we focused on our inspectors, and we had a major workshop in October in Cyprus. I think there was 300 people there all over the world, actually, about 40% from outside of the EU. And that was to train on this new guideline and ensure there's a harmonized application. From an assessor point of view as well, we've some work to do there, and we do intend to have a assessor inspector workshops and also training out on this new guideline and the changes and ensuring that there's a more uniform application. We've went to the different committees as well. We've went to the CHMP, we've went to the CTCG, the committees which involve assessors, outlining the changes to this guideline, outlining the need to ensure risk-based approaches are being applied and to ensure that there's a more uniform application there. And all of these events, I think, would complement to that. So we're very conscious of what you're saying. We're conscious we're in an EU of 27 member states plus 3, and we have a broad tapestry, I suppose, of experts. Yes, I think as well, the Act-EU multi-stakeholder platform initiative is also something very important for us to make sure we're getting feedback and reaching everyone. Do my colleagues wish to add anything around? Gabriella, of course.
Yeah, I feel it's very important. Sometimes protocols or submissions give the impression that sponsors just do less without, in any way providing a rationale for that. So I would encourage those writing protocols, if they take specific risk-based proportionate approaches, to explain very crisp, and I mean not a long discussion, but very crisp, why they believe that this is justified. Just providing in a smart way the rationale behind, because that is then something ethics committee members, clinical assessors can ponder about to see where a sponsor is coming from, and then there is a higher probability that they might understand and follow that explanations. Example given, I mean, already mentioned by Lisbeth, if you intend to have an more proportionate approach to safety data collection, then make a reference to ICH E19 first of all, and then explain why the sponsor believes that the knowledge about the safety profile of that IMP justifies that approach by saying, okay, we have so many number of patients with similar characteristics already being participants in the clinical trial, so we have a comprehensive safety data view on these specific population. Therefore, it's justified that we do less. That would be my recommendation to convince others. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriella. Thank you. We understand there were some issues with those online, and we've contacted our AV team, and we think things are back up again with the connection. So apologies if any of you dropped off online. Now, we also have another question in the room from Rosemary Corrigan. Rosemary, and I'll come to you afterwards, Denis. Rosemary, please. Put the mic on, and introduce yourself. Thank you.
Okay, you can hear me now? Great. I was thinking about the question that was asked about harmonisation. I think one of the things that would be great is in terms of harmonisation across regions is the retention of records, the retention of source notes, retention of essential records. It's going to become very important when it comes to real-world data, real-world evidence, and just in terms of, companies, countries, patients being able to kind of get access to drugs, marketing authorizations quickly. Is that something that's been discussed or, across the different reg authorities that you've had involvement with?
Yeah, I think, well, first off, from a broader perspective with the essential records component, and we'll come to that later, we had a lot of discussion around that, and we've re-updated, and there is a list one needs to consider for keeping. You're then delving into actually medical records, yes, on the site, hospitals.
Yeah.
And look, to be transparent about it, we're aware even among Europe that there can be differences in retention requirements. It's a national competence, and we understood that this was discussed previously before my time at the Commission level, and it was decided when the clinical trial regulation was written that this would be to a national competence. I think it's the type of thing which can be brought up, and it's something we have had on our mind. We've had some discussions internally about it, and I think it's the type of thing that can be brought up at different fora to highlight the discrepancies and the need for more harmonised rules nationally. And really, we need the national authorities to then work on that.
Yeah, I think with the change in the shift of real-world evidence, real-world data for products, that is going to shift the needle, and actually retaining source notes from the original studies will be pretty important.
I think it's a fair point, and we can only encourage it. But Gabriella, go ahead.
Because, I mean, Annex II is now under public consultation. Could you maybe provide this as a comment in the public consultation so that we can to deal with it? And because to be very honest, I did not fully understand your concern in handling real-world data in the context. But as I said, it's under public consultation. So please take this opportunity to provide us your concern so that we can discuss it.
It's continuity, consistency of data, having it through its entire life cycle, particularly if it's a patient that continues on the same drug post-study. I've got a second question, and it's about basically risk-based approach.
May come back to you and leave Dr. Denis Lacombe to come in first, and then I'll come back to you afterwards. Denis, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Denis Lacombe, ORTC. I have a question. I think it's for you, Peter, because there was a comment that did catch my attention about focusing on risk beyond the associated, those associated with usual medical care. And it's true that often patients receive treatments like auxiliary medicinal product, background treatment, and all our protocols, processes, informed consent, and so on have been made very heavy by actually something that patient would receive anyway, because this is, for instance, the standard of care. So could you elaborate how far in the future, based on the risk proportionate, we could eventually relax on that, indeed to focus on the real investigational part and make things indeed proportionate and to some extent simpler. Thank you.
And this was something, I mean, even the term, and perhaps I'm misspeaking, the usual medical care, I can't remember what we agreed on, but even that was quite a hot topic when we discussed among the regions, and there was a varying view on the risk appetite for that. You've made a valid point that many of these aspects happen in routine care, and we have tried to focus measures outside of that, additional elements, as you quite rightly said. I would perhaps like to hand over to my colleagues though to comment on that. Maybe Lisbeth, do you have a view on it from a proportionality perspective? Is it something you see on the ground? I have to put you on the spot now.
No, I'm not much to add, I would say, because as you said, it was extensively discussed during in the work of the EWG, and we wanted to focus on the risks beyond those that were already, part of the treatment for the participants. So that was definitely the scope.
I understand Monique has a comment you'd like to add. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you for the question, Denise. Because risk-based approach is not only in this ICH E6 paper, of course, it's also with the CTR and how it's implemented. And currently we are working on this aspect, on the standard of care as background treatment and how to approach it in a clinical trial where you have, especially when it's background treatment. So we are thinking of having a really more a risk-based approach in this, and we are working it out. We are reaching out to the multi-stakeholder platform already, and we will take it up there. So it's under discussion, and I understand your point, just to be aware of it.
Monique,
Yeah.
that's an excellent supplement. And maybe just to introduce yourself for those online as well, please, because we all know you, but...
Yeah, no, okay, sorry. Pardon me about. I'm Monique Al. I'm from the CCMO, the Netherlands. I'm vice chair of the CCG and co-chairing with Ethics EU, a group of representatives from ethics committees in the European Union. Okay, thank you.
Getting a unique input from an assessment side and ethics side, and I think it's really great to have you here, and thank you for that supplementary. Before I go back to you, Rosemary, there was someone in the second row, I believe I was skipping over, please. Yes.
Hi everyone, I'm Fatima Jami representing RQN Worldwide Clinical Trials. I have a question, but I think it's more a comment, and I'd really be grateful to get your points on the panel. It's around the removing complexity and burden on users of the clinical trial process. And I think this is a great breakthrough principle to be introduced in R3. I do, however, think there may be challenges in upholding that. And I see it specifically around the sites where we all know that typically they are overburdened, they are stretched, the resources are limited. And do you see any concerns? Because I personally think it could be a challenge to uphold at the site level, have it be misused, where everything could be potentially a burden. But also in parallel, the R3 does introduce new concepts as well. So adding that on top of what is already expected. And I can see, especially with Annex II and decentralization, where there is more expectation at the site level, how could we potentially have more guardrails around that so we can implement a risk proportionate, like you said, practices in the trial?
I think that's an excellent question. And I think it's the fine line that we've had to walk. We want colleagues to consider everything they do in the trial design, everything that's applied to the investigator side, everything that's applied to the participant. Is this really needed? Is this necessary? You make the point that actually that could potentially be abused, where anything is seen as a burden, but there's a valid reason for it, and that's not the message. Obviously, we're getting across. There is a need for many of those elements there, but it's to come at it with an open mind and really consider the spirit behind it when you're placing those requirements. For example, from a pure trial participant point of view, we already hit on two concepts, which we'll come to later. The conciseness of informed consent, making sure it's understandable, also opening for alternative consenting methods where appropriate. And indeed, we also talked about, for example, reconsenting, bringing bringing patients back in, when you would do that, as we have seen instances where you look at it and you talk to ethics professionals and you realize maybe it wasn't actually necessary to reconsent for that particular thing, but you've put that patient through burden. I will hand to Elizabeth and then Rebecca afterwards. The conference is a very, very good question. Elizabeth.
Yeah, it really is a good question. And I think a lot of it is also back to what Gabriele talked about quality of design and not trying to design quality into the trial afterwards. So one example that comes to my mind with the focus of data governance is, for instance, building of the systems that should be ready at trial start and actually engaging stakeholders, engaging patient representative, engaging sites in building those systems. We've seen quite a lot of cases where poor systems are put in place, resulting in really additional burden at the sites, because then the participants, for instance, for an patient-reported outcome, starts to call the sites to get instructions because of something that was not really built into the system, and we see a lot of problems downstream with help desk supports and the sponsors and service providers not really being ready for that, and all could have been avoided by designing good systems from the beginning. So it's also about shifting to proactively building it into and thereby avoiding unnecessary burden to the sites. I would say, though, that this is already an R2 thing. So it's just, we're putting the added focus on the proportionality in R3 to avoid those types of cases, which we see quite often, unfortunately.
Thank you. And Rebecca, please, to finish. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatima, for your question. And actually, you've stolen my thunder there, Elizabeth, because I was going to talk about stakeholder engagement. I think it's quite crucial that we make sure that we engage our healthcare professionals and patients in building these better trial protocols. Now, E6 talks about patient engagement. It's not expected at every single trial level. It's more at sort of a development program level. So think about E8. But certainly, if you actually get that understanding of what's feasible in an investigator site. So what I'm sometimes seeing is you're asking the investigator to rub their stomach, tap their head, see this patient over there, take some blood from another patient over here. What is feasible? So, getting that engagement and write a good protocol. Focus on what matters. It's all very nice having these lovely exploratory endpoints, but actually, are they important for that particular participant population in what research question you're trying to answer?
Thank you very much. Excellent question. I'm going to take two very briefly on lines to deal with it as we see them. One common question here was, what if there is a discrepancy between GCP and the clinical trial regulation? Well, look, first off, we have really endeavoured, and we don't believe there are discrepancies there. If anything, the CTR may have additional provisions on transparency and so on. But yes, if there would be a discrepancy, this CTR is a regulation, legally binding, and that would be expected to be followed. There was also a question earlier about whether the presentations would be available. They will be available after the event. Rosemary, final question to you, and then we will. Rosemary, do you mind if we come back to yours, because I want to give everyone a chance. Gentleman in the back there, yourself.
Michael Smith with FPIA. Gabriele mentioned ways in which sponsors can show some of their risk-based thinking in documents to be submitted, so that it's visible to ethics committees and reviewers and so on. But from your experiences, is there anything you'd like to see more of, say, in trial master files or investigator files about some of those other risk-based decisions that have been made before and during the trial, so things which are not visible in the submitted documents?
Yeah, it's a very good question. I would believe we need some more documents. At the same time, this is also now a question of proportionality. You can create hundreds of sites of discussions and thoughts and arguments exchanged. Definitely, I would say for some decisions, we need documentation, but crisp summarized what was the outcome. So yeah, that let's say at the end of a lengthy process is then documented in a crisp explanation. We took that decision because of these, in the end, convincing arguments. I would say as higher, let's say, as more proportionality you use, as more as you deviate from more established procedures, the more I would say you need a good justification. At the same time, I also want to say it's not something completely new. I know that, in ongoing clinical trials in the past, if you had meetings where you discussed let's say, omissions or issues or significant non-compliance, then it was already there an expectation that the meeting minutes of those meetings were filed, also to explain what did you do to address, let's say, a significant or serious non-compliance. So this thinking of important decisions need to be documented is not completely new. But as I said, we should also not do an over-interpretation. It requires a really reasonable, common sense approach between what is digestible and manageable and what is just creating too much paper nobody afterwards can make use of. Help? Does this help? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there are other hands. We do have further panel discussions and there'll be time to answer it. I'm conscious we're getting on now to 11:30 Amsterdam time. So I'll hand back to you, Momir, maybe to wrap up and we'll then go for coffee break until 12. Momir.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. And I just need to say that it's an incredibly lively and engaging session. You answered, I think, around 15 different questions in very short period of time, and I would really like to thank to all our panelists for sharing your insights and expertise, especially on those critical topics of the risk-based approach, change management, record retention, data. So I can definitely say that the level of engagement today has been remarkable. I would also like to thank all the participants for their expertise, curiosity, and engagement. And I think this is the crucial thing that is driving the conversation forward and allowing us to explore key concepts from different perspectives and dive even deeper into the challenges, opportunities presented by this evolving session. So I can just finish that session one was very lively. Annex II is still in public consultation, so I think we need to continue in this collaborative discussion that truly makes public consultation and these sessions very impactful. And I'm looking to the forward conversations in the next sessions. Thank you, and over back to you, Peter.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Momir, and great session, and we'll have plenty more opportunities for discussion later. We're now going to take a coffee break. For those online, we will be back at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock sharp, please do be in the room and seated, and we'll start again. Tea and coffee outside for all the colleagues here in the room, and thank you everyone again. See you back at 12 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to this afternoon session. We are now going to be moving and discussing main changes in relation to investigator oversight. Very happy we're joined by Suzanne Norskov, who is the FPA representative, one of the FPA representatives on the expert working group, and she's going to give us an overview of the main changes. Suzanne, I'll hand it to you first, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter, and hello everyone, and welcome to this section on the investigator, focusing on the main changes from the E6R2 to the R3. The investigator sections in R2, so E6R3, has undergone extensive changes, including significant deletions, additions, and restructuring. This section now aims to provide a flexible framework for the trial conduct that can adapt to innovative trial designs, technological developments, and a variety of data sources. These updates are essential for keeping pace with the rapid advancements in clinical research methodologies and ensuring that trials remain efficient, ethical, and scientifically robust. As Peter said, my name is Susanne Nørskov. I have been part of the expert working group for the past 5.5 years, contributing to the update of E6 as the deputy topic lead for FPA. I look forward to guiding you through the main changes in this section 2, the Investigator. I've here made a few word clouds at the slide to remember some of the guiding stars which have guided the entire document in its making. And remember, risk-based approach is not about taking risks, but to identify the trial risks and mitigate them. So in this session, we will explore how this guideline update aims to enhance the proportionate thinking and risk-based approach for the investigator in clinical trials. So next slide, please. And this is the usual disclaimer. We will just quickly jump over this one. So here's a brief overview of the agenda for today's discussion. Firstly, I will outline the main changes in the investigator section as identified by our expert working group. These changes have been incorporated into the training material developed for the Step 4 version of the guideline. Next, I will delve into some of the modification made from the draft R3 to the final document. This segment will provide insights into how we have taken into account feedback received during the public consultation process. And lastly, I will summarize the key takeaways, highlighting the most important points and lessons from these updates. Could I have the next slide, please? So you have seen this before. This is the highlights of the new structure of the E6 R3 guideline. The E6 R3 principles and Annex 1 will replace the previous E6 R2. Section 2, which we'll be focusing on now, is included in the Annex 1, and it deals with the roles and responsibilities of the investigator. This presentation will focus on this important part. So next slide, please. So this is a slide diving more into the details of the investigator section. This is an overview of the changes into the investigator section compared to the R2. So sections have been reorganized and divided for a better flow in the document. Some of the paragraphs have been significantly revised. The document starts by explaining the qualifications, resources, and responsibility of the investigator. It then describes the steps to begin with the trial, including communication with the ethics committee and following the trial protocol. There's also information about what happens if the trial is stopped early. The document covers medical care, safety reporting, and getting informed consent from participants. It also explains how to handle the end of a participant's involvement and the management of the investigational medicinal product. The guideline then details the process for randomization and how to handle situations where the trial needs to be unblinded. Finally, it provides guidance on how records are generated, recorded, and reported, as well as reporting the outcome to the ethics committee and the regulatory authorities as applicable. The section 2.8 on the informed consent will not be reviewed here in detail because this session, despite there are significant changes for the investigator, will be covered in a dedicated section on the informed consent later today. Next slide, please. Nevertheless, I have included this slide from the expert working group training slides for the Step 4 training. This training set is including main changes in the R3 document, and this first slide describing changes in the investigator section is about the changes to informed consent handling. I feel that not mentioning it here would lack a complete list of the main changes to this section, but a session performed later by Gabriel Schwartz will further elaborate on these topics, providing an in-depth explanation and examples to illustrate how these new practices can be implemented effectively. So just briefly, I would like to highlight the changes. First of all, there are changes to the approaches of obtaining informed consent. The changes include new methods of obtaining informed consent, such as digital consent forms and electronic signatures that allow participants to provide their aligned agreement online, making the process more accessible and efficient. A chapter addressing when and how re-consent should be conducted, highlighting scenarios like long-term studies where participants' circumstances might change, require additional consent to ensure ongoing voluntary participation. The guideline also provides considerations for involving minors, emphasizing the need for parental or guardian consent as well as assent for the minors themselves when appropriate. Next slide, please. So looking further into the main changes for the investigator section, it includes first of all qualifications and training. The investigators must be qualified through education, training, and experience to conduct the trial responsibly and should provide evidence of these qualifications. The requirement of qualification is not new, but the text about providing CVs to sponsors had been removed and thereby allowing flexibility about documentation. Proportionate approaches should be taken in training staff for delegated trial activities that exceeds their standard training and experience. This means that the complexity and criticality of the task should dictate the depth and breadth of the training provided. For example, if a delegated task involved difficult procedures or critical assessments of essential for the participant's safety or trial integrity, comprehensive and detailed training should be implemented. Conversely, for less complex duties that pose minimal risk, the training may be more streamlined and focused on the specific requirements of the task. So, medical care. The restrictions of qualified positions and the dentist being solely responsible for trial-related medical care and decision has been adjusted to permit other qualified healthcare professionals to be involved. This could be in line with their normal clinical activities and local regulatory requirements. Safety reportings. Advanced events and abnormal test results that are required for safety evaluation as specified in the protocol should be reported to the sponsor in accordance with the reporting requirements and within the timeframes outlined in the protocol. Any unfavorable medical events occurring in the participant prior to the administration of the investigational product, such as during screening, should also be considered and reported to the sponsor if mandated by the protocol. Next slide, please. The guideline now provides more clarifications on responsibilities. It clarifies the expectations between the sponsor and investigator regarding service providers. The investigator may be supported by the sponsor in the identification of a suitable service provider. However, the investigator retains the final decision on whether the service providers intended to support the investigator is appropriate based on the information provided by the sponsor. It's also clarified that the investigator holds the ultimate responsibility for the actions of others when tasks are delegated to them. The level of investigator oversight of delegated activities should be based on the nature of the delegated activities and be proportionate to the importance of the data collected and the risks to trial participant safety and data reliability. High degrees of oversight are required for tasks involving significant interactions or of sensitive data, ensuring these tasks are performed accurately and ethically. For routine and low-risk activities, less intensive oversight can be implemented. Ultimately, the goal is to strike a balance where oversight protects participant welfare and preserves data quality without being unnecessarily burdensome or intrusive. The investigator is responsible for maintaining a comprehensive record of individuals and parties whom trial-related activities have been delegated. This means that every person or group involved in a clinical trial must be documented to ensure clear accountability and transparency. The extent of documentation for delegation should correspond to the importance of the trial-related activities. For instance, trials risks to this critical to the safety and efficacy of the trial require more thorough documentation than routine administrative duties. In cases where these activities are conducted as part of the clinical practice, documentation of delegation may not be necessary. This exception is based on the assumption that standard clinical practices already include inherent checks and balances. However, it's crucial to differentiate between activities conducted specifically for the trial and those that are part of an ordinary clinical care. Considerations for participants who did not reach the routine end of the trial is now included. When a participant decides to cease treatment with the investigational product, withdraws from the trial, is discontinued from the trial, or reaches the routine conclusion of the trial, the investigator should adhere to the protocol and related documents for guidance. For participants who did not reach the routine end of the trial, this may include directives to prevent the loss of already collected data in accordance with applicable regulatory requirements. It is to ensure the reliability of trial results. Generally, The loss of collected data may introduce bias into the results and could lead to inaccurate conclusions regarding the safety profile of the investigational product. Next slide, please. So, computerized systems. There are substantial changes related to records, data, and computerized systems, emphasizing the critical importance of data integrity under the investigator's responsibility. The investigator must define source records, the methods of data capture, and the data locations at the site, ensuring that the unnecessary transcription of data is avoided. This approach aims to ensure that the investigator has timely access to all relevant data concerning a trial participant to verify their eligibility, ensure appropriate treatment, and protect their safety while maintaining any blinding protocols. Furthermore, the investigator must adhere to the sponsor's instructions for using data acquisition tools and other systems. This includes endorsing the clinical trial reported at milestones agreed upon by the sponsor. The investigator holds the responsibility to protect the privacy and confidentiality of trial participants, especially within electronic systems. Special emphasis is placed on the transparency of the electronic equipment provided to trial participants and ensuring that they receive adequate training in its use. Additionally, the process encompassing reporting any incidents in computerized systems that could potentially impact trial data. This comprehensive approach ensures that the integrity, accuracy, and confidentiality of the trial data are maintained at all stages, reflecting a robust and transparent system for managing clinical trials. For investigational product management, it's clarified that the sponsor may facilitate certain aspects of the investigational product management. This facilitation can include providing necessary training to the site staff, overseeing transportation and storage of the investigational product, and ensuring compliance with the regulatory standards. The required level of investigator oversight will be determined by several factors, including the characteristics of the investigational product, such as whether it is solid, liquid, or biological product, and its stability and shelf life. The route and complexity of administration, for example, oral versus intravenous, also impact the level of oversight needed. Additionally, the level of existing knowledge about the investigational product's safety plays a crucial role. Investigational products with limited safety data require more stringent monitoring. The marketing status of the investigational product, whether it's an unapproved drug or one already authorized for specific uses, further influence documentation and oversight requirements. For authorized medical products, alternative approaches to investigational product documentation may be considered in accordance with applicable regulatory requirements. This could involve simplified procedures for record keeping and reporting adverse events, provided they meet the necessary legal and ethical standards. Investigators should be prepared and capable from the start of the trial to perform unblinding without undue delay and hindrance in an emergency situation to ensure participant safety. Unblinding procedures should be well documented and rehearsed with clear protocols in place for when and how to unblind. Emergency contact information and necessary tools for unblinding should be readily accessible at all times to prevent any delays that could compromise the participant safety. And next slide, please. So just a quick reminder about this document. As you might recall, and Peter has alluded to, that back in May 2023, the guideline reached the step 2, and we had a 6-month consultation period. During this period, as also alluded to before, we received more than 7,000 comments from various stakeholders, all of which were meticulously reviewed and sorted. We made more changes to the document to ensure that the guideline is clearer and more precise. The public consultation is a crucial step because it allows us to capture the diverse perspectives of those involved in clinical research. By listening to the voice of stakeholders, we were able to refine the guideline and make it more relevant and practical for real-world application. This collaborative effort has truly enhanced the quality and clarity of the guideline, making it a robust tool for guiding clinical trials in a way that is both efficient and ethical. So the following slides will therefore elaborate on the specific changes made in the investigator section of the document, transitioning from the draft step 2 of the guideline to the final step 4. These changes emerged during the review of the public consultation feedback. So next slide, please. So one of the small but significant changes in the document is the definition of the trial site, or the investigator site, which is now called. In the R2, a trial site was defined as the locations where trial-related activities are usually conducted. From this definition, it was quite clear that it was pointing to a physical place at which the trial activities were conducted. Including a flexible approach where clinical trials are being conducted entirely or partially closer to the participants and their local environment has been a wish to update. It was therefore necessary to update this definition to cater for clinical trials, which also includes the decentralized trial elements. The change which came into public consultation was a definition which changed the wording from trial site to an investigator site. This change removed the meaning that it had to be a physical place. The public consultation defined the investigator site by stating that it was location at or from where trial-related activities are conducted under the investigator institution supervision. We received more comments to this definition, and this was not completely crisp in what we wanted to convey. In the Step 4 document, it now reads investigator site, which is the location where the trial-related activities are conducted and or coordinated under the investigator institution's oversight. In this definition, we believe it is clear that an investigator site does not need to be physical close to the investigator. And next slide, please. One thing that I was also alluding to at the previous slide was the change of the wording from supervision to oversight. This is also linked to the wish for decentralized activities. Supervision refers to the act of overseeing or monitoring activities, individuals, or processes within close range or near distance. It involves being physically present or closely involved in observing, guiding, and managing the activities or individuals under one's supervision. This close proximity allows for direct and immediate oversight, guidance, and support to ensure the tasks are carried out efficiently and in line with established standards. When moving to including decentralized elements in the clinical trials, oversight is thought to be a better word, as oversight refers to the act of monitoring, supervising, or controlling a process, system, or activity remotely without physical presence. This could involve using technology, operations, ensuring compliance with the protocol, or remote monitoring systems to observe and manage operation within the protocol. It requires the use of virtual communication, data analysis, and remote collaboration to efficiently review and address any issues or concerns that may arise despite the physical separation. One example where the oversight on a document level is essential when IMP is handled by the home nurses. This cannot take place as a supervision or supervised activity. A further addition to the oversight in the Step 4 document is the inclusion of the proportionate approach to oversight. The addition which has found the way to the document is that the level of investigator oversight of the delegated activities should depend on the nature of the delegation of the delegated activities and be proportionate to the importance of the data being collected and the risks to the trial participant safety and data reliability. Next slide, please. As alluded to before, the guideline now clarifies that the sponsor may facilitate aspects of the IMP management. In the E6R3 Step 4 guideline, it has been broadened the text even more, providing more granularity on the behind thinking. It's not just about the investigator being responsible for the investigational product's accountability, but also the handling, dispensing, administration, and return. The text is also providing more clarity on what kind of facilitation towards this process the sponsor could do. This could be providing forms and technical solutions and arranging distribution of the investigational product to trial participants. This is yet another piece in aiding the decentralized elements of looking into direct patient supply, allowing and helping to send trial samples and medication straight to the participant house or nearby pharmacy. Next slide, please. The final addition in the Step 4 document I would like to dwell upon are the additions to handling of records paragraph. From the comments received, it was found necessary to highlight and align expectations when handling records. It's now clear that it's not only important to take measures to ensure accidental or premature destruction, it's also important to take measures to ensure availability, accessibility, and readability of the records, as well as preventing the authorized access. In the caucus, it was stated that if the investigator closes or leaves a site during or after the end of the clinical trial, the sponsor should be notified of the appropriate individual responsible for the site's essential records. This ensures that there is no gap in the maintenance and availability of crucial data, which could potentially impact the integrity and reliability of the trial results. To align expectations, the text has been refined to include that the information about the individual maintaining the essential record should be provided continuously. This continuous provision of information helps in maintaining seamless communications between the sponsor and the site, ensuring that all parties are aware of who is handling the essential records at any given time. It also provides an additional layer of accountability, as the sponsor can directly follow up with the designated individual regarding any queries or issues related to records. Next slide, please. So this takes me to the take-home message for the investigators. The take-home message for the investigators section is emphasizing the importance of proportionality. This is seen throughout the Step 4 document, but examples mentioned here in this presentation is in the updated section on training and qualification, as well as in the responsibility section. It's now stated that the trial-related training should correspond to what is necessary or proportionate to enable them to fulfill their delegated tasks. The oversight of an investigator should also be proportionate to the importance of the data being collected and the risks to trial participants' safety and data reliability. And finally, it's also highlighted that where an individual's activities are performed as part of a clinical practice, delegation documentation may not be required. The theme of flexibility is also inherent in the document. In order to allow for other trial types, including decentralized elements, more sections have been reworded. A possibility obtained informed consent remotely, more about this later with Gabriella. A possibility, an opening to allowing and helping to send trial samples and medications straight to the participant's house or nearby pharmacy. A redefinition of the meaning of the investigator's site to include the notion that this could also be from where the trial is coordinated, and finally the moving away from supervision to oversight, indicating an overseeing without necessary physical presence. And that's led me to the last thank you slide. So this is what I have chosen to include in this presentation. So I'll be looking forward to any questions you might have in the common panel sections. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Suzanne. Very clear, nice overview there. Now we're going to move to the panel session. We have a very nice panel session. I'll hand over to Rebecca Stanbrook, who's moderating, to introduce it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for a really good presentation. We, as you probably see, when we had the registration questions, we've tried to sort of address some of those questions as we've gone through the presentation. So thanks for that, Suzanne. So I've got a very esteemed panel with us today. So I'd like to briefly introduce them. You'll see a little bit more detail on the agenda. So if you want to find out a little bit more about them, go to the agenda or probably even LinkedIn or something like that. So Denis Lecomte needs absolutely no introduction. You know, he's the co-chair of the EMA Act EU multi-stakeholder platform. He's the CEO of EORTC, as well as being a member of the EMA Management Board. Thanks for joining us, Denis. And we have Francois Houillet, who is also well known for his role in Eurodis and his representation on the Patients and Consumers Working Party here. Gabriella, so thank you for joining us, Francois. Gabriella needs no introduction. She's known for her pragmatism on inspection and her expertise in GCP, and of course her length of service at BfArM. Thanks, Gabriella. Monique Hall, you met briefly earlier. She's very well known for her work on the CTCG as a co-chair, and in her day job, she works at CCMO as a coordination advisor in ethics. And finally, and last but by no means least, Pirkko Lipola. You will also remember she's been part of workshops in the past, and she's actually the executive secretary of the Finnish Investigator Network for Pediatric Medications. So a great person to talk with about consent of minors in clinical trials. So we've received a lot of your questions through Slido. So I'd like to sort of take the first question, if I may, from that. Investigators, institutions often conduct additional research activities outside of their institution. What are the GCP requirements for maintaining investigator oversight? So, for example, oversight of your service providers, data monitoring, quality assurance activities. So how do you sort of maintain that oversight? So I'd like to sort of call on Denny to start with, please.
Okay, so thank you, Rebecca, and really a pleasure to be here. So thank you for the invitation. So when I received the question, I said, okay, it needs a little bit of thinking and contextualization. What I would like to say, I guess, as representing a network of investigators where we conduct about 100 clinical trials at any point in time between early concept and long-term follow-up, we are really, of course, deeply involved with this question. So first of all, I think we really welcome the risk-based and the proportionality that is being not, I would say, introduced indeed, because the principles were in R2, but are getting much clearer and certainly is an added value. Having said that, of course, this does not come into isolation. And we have also, it's been mentioned this morning, a clinical trial regulation. So, for instance, question from investigator, especially in delegating activities, is if we cannot necessarily implement what we think are low interventional clinical trials, if the CTR is relatively rigid, how can we benefit, for instance, of the risk-based approach now offered by the GCP? So these are questions that we have, and of course, in that respect, we really welcome ACT-EU, because we understand also that not all questions can be solved at any point in time. But ACT-EU is really a genuine conduit where actually all together we can take these questions. Another observation in terms of understanding about delegating on the day-to-day basis some activities is that we see also a trend of clinical trial moving more close into real-world data. We are all talking about real-world data. We want to have a good external validity of the clinical trial. And as we get closer to real-world data, of course, we use real-world solutions, so which are close to standard practice. So how far indeed you are proportionate in delegating the activities. So having said that, what we are constantly discussing with our within the investigator in the field, and I guess that's what we have heard from the introduction, is the nature of the activity being delegated, and we try to. And what I can do today, of course, is to share our approaches and our, I would say, experience and how we see this evolving. All depends, of course, if it's purely an operational activities, and we heard also that the training of the let's call it service provider, or where we delegate activity, should be proportionate also. So, for instance, if we delegate imaging for assessing, for instance, a certain, in our case, tumor response, maybe the the radiology department should be trained on that part of the protocol and not be bothered with other aspects of the clinical trial. On the other hand, if part of the treatment is delegated to another institution, and we have seen that quite often in our environment, for instance, with radiation oncology, where patients are deferred to a radiation oncology facility while they receive, for instance, the investigational treatment at the main site. There are solutions indeed, and I think we can learn from what has been existing and what is offered today by the revision 3. And depending on the investigational nature, for instance, of the radiation oncology, whether it's a standard radiation oncology, we can be, for instance, happy with just having the traditional quality assurance baseline criteria, how they irradiate, what are their techniques. If, for instance, the radiation oncology is investigational, then we would be asking the treatment plan. There will be a central verification of the volumes that are going to be irradiated and so on. So indeed, we can learn and we can try to see how we can be also proportionate in the oversight. And I think this is quite welcome also because we have new treatment, I would say, technologies. For instance, we've seen CAR T-cell, we see radioligands which can be delivered only at specific institutions, while the patient can go back to home institution for long-term follow-up, for evaluation. So I think here also there are possibilities to embrace the new technologies, and I think we can think on how we are going to have our clinical trials evolving to actually in Europe having these trials really feasible. I think I also think about specific patient populations which sometimes do not have access to clinical trial. I'm thinking about rare cancers who may often are referred to, I would say, a specific institution. We have the expertise where they can receive the treatment, but again go back to a satellite institution, to their home institution for follow-up. So here also there have been challenging how to organize that. So here this is, and the last thing also that I would like to add, they are forgotten patient population, like for instance older adults. We have been struggling, for instance, in the past to organize a clinical trial in nursing home, how cancer patients are handled there, and because actually of the absence of proportionality, it was extremely complex. So we hope that with this opening, we will be able to reach and to be more pragmatic in reaching also a specific patient population who have been forgotten. So a lot of hope, a lot of openings, but of course a lot of work how we are going to address that, because the solutions how we are going to implement need to be acceptable also to the regulators, and that we will have to see indeed how we can trade off on what is feasible and what is acceptable from the regulatory standpoint. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Denis. That was a very comprehensive answer and gave us a lot of food for thought. But also, I liked the word hope in there. Very much appreciated that. And also, you got a really great example about sort of standard of care versus when we're doing something a little bit different in the radiography field. So something to sort of think about. Perka, I wonder if you've got any thoughts on that.
Yes, thank you, Rebecca, and thank you for introducing me. I can just add a little bit that I'm currently the chair of the European Network of Pediatric Research at the European Medicines Agency, so this very building, and we have more than 50 member networks that I can probably present a little bit over those other networks as from the investigator side, in addition to our national networks. So regarding the what we just heard, a little bit struck me because I just realized that maybe our national guidance and laws are a little bit lagging behind. And one example, very practical example, this is really timely thinking now, because we have been receiving proposals of decentralized clinical trials, pediatric trials, where we have been needed to discuss how we can arrange the insurance, and that's one part of the GCP and the patient safety and all the quality activities. And I can give the example of this little bit tricky question, because, for example, in Finland we have two systems for insurance when the patients are in clinical trials. We have the normal patient insurance covered normally all the healthcare activities done by healthcare professionals in the hospitals and in the official healthcare units. But then if the and in addition to that, we have also another insurance, which is about the investigational new medicinal product. So it's kind of a medicinal product insurance, and that needs to be also in place for all participants when they participate to trial. So in case of these new type of decentralized clinical trials, it may be so that some other vendors or professionals outside the hospitals conduct these trial activities. In that case, we have noticed that then these insurances are not covered, are not valid for these patients from the hospital side. So this is for the sponsors now, that please note that all those external vendors and external people doing these activities at patients' home, they need to have these insurances separately from what has been done so far when you conduct trials in the hospitals and official places. I know this varies between the European countries. There may be different systems, but this is something which really timely struck me when I was reading this, the new guidance document, the ICH GCP, and I was thinking that how this can be done in practice, and how we will, how the investigator will have the oversight of these activities done outside the hospital. Also, the second part of this is the data safety and data protection, because there may be other databases and software used for these home visits, and there's a lot of different activities going on that side. So it's really new thing for all our investigators, and probably also not only for the pediatric trials, but also the other trials, and these are really important things to notice at this point.
Thank you, Pirkko. That's an interesting point to as a watch out for sponsors, to make sure that when you are conducting some decentralized clinical trial elements, that the insurance is appropriate and covers the participants appropriately. So thank you for that, Pirkko. So now I've got an ethics question. So I'm obviously going to turn to Monique for this one. So with the changing clinical trial ecosystem, how are ethics committees keeping up with the changes in technology? For instance, if some innovation is used in a trial, how do you assess from an ethical perspective the suitability for that particular patient population or that disease, and also the suitability within that hospital setting? That sounds like an interesting question, Monique.
Yeah, thank you, Rebecca. I think Gabriella already mentioned it this morning, that there are a lot of new technologies as tools to be used in conducting clinical trials with the use of AI. We have new technology with respect to treatment. We have new innovative trial designs. So there's a lot of things going on, and sometimes it can be challenging to keep up with it. But I'm happy with this question about the ethics committee, because it also gives me the opportunity to explain a little bit how it works. The ICH E6 sets a minimum requirements for the composition of the ethics committees and how they should work. And the same is for the clinical trial regulation, to be honest. But it doesn't mean that it limits, of course, the expertise needed or the members or experts in the ethics committee. So what's done normally, if you receive a clinical trial as an ethics committee, you will look when this trial is on the agenda of the ethics committee, but you also will have a close look if we have the right expertise on board. So, most of the ethics committee have a significant number of experts from different disciplines, with different backgrounds, with different experience. Most of them are also experts in the fields, which I think is a great benefit. And it is a multidisciplinary assessment. So you look if you have the expertise on board. And if not, you will reach out to other experts. Sometimes you already have a kind of agreement with external experts, not being a member of the ethics committee, but providing expert advice based on a specific question. And when a committee meeting is ongoing and you have the debate about whether this trial is appropriate, whether the study population is appropriate, or is it done at the right site? Is it done at the site with the right expertise? You also have, because of this multidisciplinary approach, the checks and balances, and even after the meeting, you could decide to go to an expert opinion, and of course, taking into account all things with commercial confidentiality, and that's all taking place, which I think every ethics committee have procedures in place to take care of it. So yes, to be short, it can be challenging. We have to take care that ethics committees are being trained. I'm not sure that it seems a big thing, but at least are aware of all the developments are ongoing, and take care that they have a system in place to have the appropriate expertise in their committee when they are reviewing a clinical trial.
Thanks very much, Monique. It's good to know that ethics committees are not frightened to say, actually, I don't know, but let's find somebody who does know. So we also move on to sort of agreements now. This is always a hot topic. So agreements made by investigators with service providers for trial-related activities should be documented. However, these agreements are usually established by sponsors. What are the expectations for the investigator to be able to agree or have the power of veto of a service provider contracted by the sponsor on their behalf? I always use myself as an example here because you wouldn't want me taking blood. So, Suzanne, how would you stop me taking blood for a trial?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, so service providers is a hot topic, right? So you need to define what kind of service is going to be undertaken by the service provider in a contract, and that should of course be in accordance with the trial protocol. And there, the sponsor should then carry out the established pre-qualification process for the service providers, as there usually are, and that could be proportionate to the tasks that are to be undertaken by the service provider. If there are medical tasks, we would expect that the sponsor define the qualifications for the requirements of the healthcare providers. And that's of course about this education, training, experience, and it should be ensured that the service provider do have that kind of qualifications in their personnel. And then the sponsor could then submit this information to the investigator, both the contract, what kind of requirements there are, a crisp summary of what they should do, for the investigator to approve the service provider. In that way, I think the investigator will have an informed decision making in whether or not to use that service provider.
Thanks, Suzanne. It's good to know that I'd be stopped from taking blood. So we've talked about oversight, haven't we, a lot? And if you remember with R2, we always talked about investigator supervision and sponsor oversight. And Suzanne has touched on sort of the change, but I'd really like to know, actually, what is the background to this change? And I think, Gabriella, you probably have the answer.
Yeah, seems to be a good question because we received it several times already. The term supervision has this vision included, so a kind of connotation that it requires a physical presence of someone, so more this over the shoulder view of an investigator, and this doesn't really fit anymore in nowadays clinical trial settings where you have delegation of also medical activities outside the physical investigator side. So you might have part of your personal site personnel within your premises, within your institution, and for those you have still the possibility to physically interact, and then you have also personnel like home nursing, so where you can't have this immediate physical supervision. And that was the main reason why we changed to oversight, because we got these questions during the public consultation. How do you expect to execute supervision in decentralized settings? And that's why we changed the term to oversight, which allows still physical interaction or communication, which is then performed web-based, but it also includes oversight by reading reports from home nurse visits, by checking available information regarding the trial participant that comes from various sources. So it's a more comprehensive term that can be adapted to the specifics of a clinical trial. That's why we thought it's better to change to oversight. Thank you.
Thanks, Gabriella. That makes it quite clear, doesn't it, that it's kind of like a continuum from over the shoulder potentially, or actually more of review of data. So thank you very much. That really does make it clear. So you mentioned decentralized clinical trial elements. We had a question about data points. So with the huge number of data points which come from different devices, how do you ensure that the appropriate information to make medical decisions for participants in the care of that particular investigator is available? And what kind of support would you envisage the sponsor giving in relation to this issue? So, Francois, I'm sure you've got a thought on this.
Thank you, Rebecca. Maybe first a preamble. So there are no patient organizations in the ICH organization, and there were no patients in the expert working group. But this did not prevent us from contributing from the beginning to the reflection paper and to the E8 consultation, thanks to a great extent to Fergus Winney, who involved us in these discussions. And for the E6, the Patients and Consumers Working Party, together with the Healthcare Professionals Working Party, we established a working group to see if we could propose a common position on E6, which we did. It wasn't an easy process because on many points, patients and healthcare professionals had diverging views. But that was, at least on the principles, I think, an excellent exercise that we did. So back to your question, Rebecca, I think this revision is important. There are still questions that we have as patients regarding the balance between the huge responsibilities the investigators have and their decision-making power in the clinical trials. And there are differences that we see when we work with public research organizations. For example, we have direct discussions with the investigators on the design and practical aspects of the trial, because they are in a position to decide. For industry, I might say it's a bit different. As patient organizations or community advisory boards, we may prefer to discuss directly with the sponsors who have the power to decide, even if the text says that the investigators have the ultimate responsibility. We think that the burden for investigators might be a bit too high. They are really the ultimate responsible persons for all the tasks that are delegated to third parties, to service providers, etc. For decentralized trials, it may even be more difficult. They can't really know the qualification and all healthcare professionals who might intervene at home from where they are at the coordinating center. So there we have these discussions. In fact, the way we see it is a bit like making a movie. You have the film director and you have the film producer. And depending on the movie, the film director may have more freedom to do exactly what he wants. And the film producers would respect this. Other movies, it's the film producer who will decide on everything, including the actors. And even if this document, if these guidelines detail the responsibilities of the sponsors and the investigators, we feel there are still unclear decisions and unclear situations where it is unclear who decides. We've seen in the past investigators publishing a press release on trial results. The exact same day, the sponsor published another press release with contradicting presentation of the results. Can this still happen? Not sure, but remains to be seen. Or the guidelines say that there should be a periodic review of current scientific knowledge to discuss possible changes in the clinical trials. But who initiates this periodic review? Should it be the sponsor? Should it be the investigators? Should it be patient organizations proposing changes? That remains to be seen. When there are minor changes to be made to clinical trials, and if I may just comment on my own experience, I proposed changes to the informed consent to the principal investigators whom I met during a visit. And after he explained the procedure to introduce even minor changes in this document, I replied, well, I think my life as a trial participant with a rare disease is much better than your life as a healthy clinical investigator. Healthy but clinical investigators, because clearly that wasn't proportionate. And when there are conflicts, what is proportionate and what is not proportionate, who ultimately decides? And that's, I think, the question. It's one thing to say it should be proportionate, but if there is no referee to decide, I think the sponsor may very well say, well, we think this is proportionate and it's the less expensive approach. That's the one we choose. So back to your question, Rebecca, on data points. I think we have concerns about their validation. The number of data points, patients' data point in a phase 3 trial is 23,000 data per patient. That's huge. To be multiplied by 10 or 100 if you have digital data, digital imaging or genetic information, which needs to be validated by the investigators. If in addition, there are connected devices transmitting myriads of additional data to the electronic health records that the investigators need to validate, then there is clearly an overflow. Whether the data can be sent directly to the electronic data capture, the clinical trial system, without the validation by the investigators remains to be discussed. Can patients send their data directly without a healthcare professional looking at the data? Would it work? Are there quality issues there? But if not, if the investigators receive all the data and need to validate, we know we will have a problem.
Thanks, Wantar. Yeah, there is going to be sort of quite a lot of data points that are coming. We don't want the investigator to be validating them. I wonder, perhaps you can help us here, Gabriella. What should the sponsor be doing?
Yeah, first of all, I'm also not convinced that we now ask for the validation of each and every data point, because this is also not what happened in the past. If we had central labs, central imaging, then we never asked in the past the investigator to validate those data. But I mean, how I understand this specific question is more, it says, it talks about medical decision taking. And for me, this requires, first of all, and that's something we also discussed in the past, do investigators have access to all information needed? We had in the past opportunities where they had no access to central lab, to central imaging, only at the very end or periodically. So first of all, it's about access 24/7. This doesn't mean at all that we expect an investigator to make a 24/7 review, but more periodically, again, according to the risk for trial participants, but accessibility is one prerequisite. And then, secondly, I mean, listening to the numbers you are presenting, I again underline it's a real issue that we collect too much data with current clinical trials. That is a discussion we really require, and we made it very clear. It was a term or a statement already in Revision 2. It's now in Revision 3 again. We need just so much data which are needed for good decision taking. So any data collected should be in relation to the research question, to any endpoints. So data being collected without any connection to endpoints or, as I said, to clinical monitoring should not be collected. So that is a challenge where all stakeholders need to discuss with each other. So amount of data, accessibility, and that's the last component in my view, is whether the data that arrive the investigator are manageable. And I recall conferences where I saw photos of investigators being confronted with, a row like this with computers or with 2 security steps. So this is not manageable for an investigator side anymore, and therefore Annex II now says, well, they should be aggregated and provided in a form that they are actionable and allow for good decision making. If anybody feels, well, this is not really conveying our concern, please comment now in the public consultation and provide a statement which better addresses our concern. That's how we expressed it in wording, but that is really very important. And I have to say, with nowadays technology, it should be possible to use this technology to make a good aggregation and make it digestible and manageable for investigators. That's my last point. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the plug for Annex II consultation comments. You still have time.
Yep.
The clock is ticking, but there's still time. Thank you for that. One last question from the audience before I sort of finish this off. So you've got one chance to have a quick question. First hand up. Ricardo.
Hi, sorry to my colleague over there. So Ricardo Fernandes from Connect for Children. I just want to emphasize the aspect of change management from a site level perspective and investigator level perspective. So, and in terms of interpretation of proportionality from the perspective of the investigator, and we just heard definitely from the patient too. I'm thinking, as opposed to, I think, a question we had in the previous panel, that there's a risk that sites and investigators and their site teams may resist change themselves and may actually gravitate towards the usual practices that they have and become the source of overinterpretation as we change. And it reminds me of challenges that we have in clinical pharmacology and therapeutics, for example, of de-implementing things that are already there, and it's much harder to de-implement. So I'm just wondering, if we've talked about education first, are there plans to address this in this implementation phase or from a site and investigator perspective? Thank you.
That's a very good question, and overinterpretation has been sort of a problem. We've talked about sort of the overinterpretation of GCP. I don't know if any of the panel would like to take that one. Gabriella?
At least a bit contribute. We discussed this issue again in Annex II by differentiating between we call it now clinical practice. We had initially routine care, but then we changed to clinical practice activities, which do not require any specific knowledge of the protocol, any specific training. So where we said, well, this level of oversight is definitely a completely different one. Still, an investigator needs to check that these things happen, that and let's say a physical examination is performed, a lab value is taken, and that the results are provided. But besides this, because it's routine care, maybe there is not much more to be done if it comes to oversight. And we had a second category of activities, which we defined that they require protocol knowledge, GCP knowledge, IMP knowledge, so investigator brochure knowledge, or let's say informed consent is GCP. So for these activities, we expect a higher level of oversight. So we tried already to convey this risk proportionate approach by making this differentiation. Whether it's well taken, well, that's let's see, and if there is additional training needed, we take the point and have then to discuss with EMA what to do about it. But at least there are a number of statements that we implemented to push the discussion and developments in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriella. I think that was another plea for please put your comments in regarding Annex II. So at this point, I'm going to hand over to Peter. I just want to thank all of our panellists for their excellent support on the panel today. And there will be some other opportunity for questions about informed consent and minors later.
Thank you very much indeed. We've had a mixture of questions submitted before and during this event, and we are conscious there are a number of questions coming in via Slido. A reminder that we do have a question and answer session as well later on today before we wrap up. Plenty of opportunities in the panels as well, so we will be reviewing those Slido questions and seeing how we can address some of the more popular ones. We are coming now to lunchtime. We will be back here at 2 o'clock sharp. I'd like to thank all of the speakers and panelists again. It's been a fantastic morning for all of those of you who's joined online. I think we got up to 2,000 participants online, so it's brilliant. And I've made the speakers very nervous now. But for those of you online, we'll see you back at 2 o'clock. For those in the room, we're going to have a little photo here and then we'll go for lunch, and thank you again. Okay, welcome back, everyone in the room and online as well. Great to see you back. I hope you had a nice lunch. We are now going to move into the informed consent area. And we really do have a very nice mixture of speakers and panelists. Setting the scene for the changes which have been made in the area of informed consent via R3 is our expert Gabriella Schwartz, who, as you know, was part of the expert working group. And she will set the scene for what GCP changes have been made. And indeed then we are going to move in and have input from both an investigator and patient view from Denis Lacombe and Francois. And really it's great to get their input. Important to highlight that they'll be able to give it a very on-the-ground perspective and a lot of food for thought. So this is very good to colour our minds, but also to bear in mind that the requirements will be outlined by Gabriella and the food for thought and extra considerations by Denis and Francois. Then we move to a panel session, and I'll introduce those later. But again, we do have a great patient and healthcare professional representative here, which is also crucial, as well as ethics, of course, which is incredibly crucial for the informed consent bit. But I'll start off by handing over to Gabriella. We'll start off with the setting the scene, and thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Then, next slide, please, which is the disclaimer, and then the next one, please. Yeah, this is what I will cover in the next, 20 minutes. I ordered these topics not along their appearance in the guideline, but more in the chronological order they appeared during a trial conduct. So it starts, everything starts with the compiling the information to be provided during the informed consent process. Then I come to the new standards for the informed consent process itself. We'll talk about the consent signature, ban of waivers, come then to assent of minors, to consent in emergency situations, in public health emergencies. And now that's why I said from a chronological order, the potential question of reconsent, and the last topic will be withdrawal of informed consent by trial participant. It's not completely new. Some aspects were already covered by Susanne in her investigator side presentation. Nevertheless, even a repetition might not hurt, so I go into it in a little bit more detail. So let's then start with the volume and comprehensibility of the provided information. Here, we have to quote principle 2, so a principle, because it's really important that Any information to be provided to potential trial participants for the informed consent should be compiled in a manner that facilitates their understanding. Therefore, the information provided should be clear, should be concise, and the same concept from Principle 2 is then reflected in the investigator section, but by saying the information should be as clear and concise as possible, use simple language and avoid unnecessary volume and complexity. Some of you might know, say, why in the investigator, because very often the information is compiled by the sponsor. Nevertheless, then if the sponsor is involved, this also addresses the sponsor. We implemented this in revision 3 because we got really a lot of concerns from stakeholder parties and complaints even about the volume of nowadays informed consent forms. They are too lengthy. There is sometimes more legal wording instead of layperson language included. Therefore, this was of specific concern, and that's why we included it. Okay, next slide, please. This is now going to the informed consent process. There in Principle 2, it's stated that when creating the informed consent process, then the relevant aspects, characteristics of the trial participants, of the potential trial participants, so questions of gender, of age, of diseases, of vulnerabilities, all this should be taken into consideration. The trial design, anticipated benefits and risk, which is not new at all, but also the potential use of technology to inform participants, again, should be considered when designing the informed consent process. That's Principle 2. Next slide, please. Now, again, from Principle 2 to the investigator section, there it is clearly now stated that varied approaches, so text, images, videos, or other interactive methods may be used in the informed consent process, including for providing information to the participant. And here again, it says the characteristics of the potential trial population. And we give an example one is not immediately thinking of. It's also about participants' familiarity with computerized systems, and the suitability of the methods of obtaining consent should be taken into consideration, because you might have age groups which are not that familiar with computerized systems, or it might be also, let's say, another reason why people are not that familiar. So therefore, it is stated when computerized systems are used to obtain informed consent, trial participants may be given the option to use a paper-based approach as an alternative. We already, and that might also be a discussion point, we now got already the question, does this mean that we have to have as a sponsor, two parallel processes, or does this prevent a complete remote setting or complete remote taking informed consent? I would say there is a may in this statement, and we discussed it, that, for example, given a low intervention trial where all parties involved, also participants being involved in the design of that, agree that remote consent is an appropriate approach, then this might not be needed. But on the other hand, again, as higher the intervention, as higher the vulnerability of participants in terms of serious illnesses, life-threatening illnesses, so as higher the impact of that clinical trial for participants, the more the process should be ensure that the information is well understood and that there is sufficient option for communication between the investigator and the participant and so on. Therefore, it reads further, obtaining consent remotely may be considered where appropriate. So it's not that revision 3 offers the option without saying, well, this is now a preferred option, the one or the other. So it's just opening the possibilities. And then E is something that, let's say from a face-to-face informed consent taking, the investigator always had a good possibility to ensure themselves of the identity of the participant. And here is stated if it's taken or whether it's taken in place in person or remotely. Also in the remote settings, the investigator should assure themselves of the identity of the participant or legally acceptable representative in accordance with applicable regulatory requirements. This definitely requires some discussion and interpretation, how that can take place and how to make this happen. So that's about the informed consent process. So let's continue, please. Yeah, the next one is about the informed consent signature. There were also, we know that there was some uncertainties of when specifically the signing by the investigator should take place. And here it clearly states that by the signing by the investigator or delegated investor side staff who conducted the informed consent discussion, that by signing the consent form, on the one hand, the investigator or delegated investigator staff attests that informed consent was freely given and that the consent information was accurately explained to and apparently understood by the participant or the participant's legally acceptable representative. Why was this clarification needed? We very often saw that the informed consent form was signed by investigators after providing the information. But there are two elements. The one is, I confirm I have provided the information. The participant has apparently understood by giving the participant the time needed to reflect the information received. And then after that reflection and not having any more questions, the participant is freely providing informed consent. So that's after that, when an investigator should sign and date the informed consent form. I know it's not a big issue, but it was something that caused a lot of discussion, so now it's more clear. What's also important is the last sentence: the informed consent process may involve a physical or an electronic signature and date. For this term signature, there is now a glossary term which also explains an electronic signature to some extent at least. And for the date, it's clear when it's an electronic signature, then it's also an electronic date, which is captured by the system that allows for this electronic signing. Okay, then let's move to the next topic. Ban on waivers. This was included because there were also, let's say, we got feedback, there were some concerns that language was used in the past, which conveyed that the participants waive on some of their legal rights. Example given, it could be data privacy obligations for which waivers were asked for, or it could be insurance for any damage or so. So this was just to make clear that there should the informed consent form should not contain any language that causes the participant to waive or to appear to waive any legal rights, or that releases or appears to release investigator, institution sponsor, or their service providers from liability for negligence. Now we are back to this discussion about insurance for home trial services. Yeah, but yeah, that's in relation to this discussion. Next slide, please. Assent of minors. So complementing principle 2.2, in the investigator section, it's explained in a little bit more detail than in the principle, and it reads where a minor is to be included as a participant, age-appropriate assent information should be provided and discussed, and so on. And also it touches also on the point, what about the point when a minor reaches the age of legal consent? And I just put on this slide European regulation, Article 32, which also includes assent of minors, and a European guidance from 2022, so more recent guidance on assent and age-appropriate assent for minors. And I'm quite sure that Pirkko can tell you more about it than I can, but yeah, just for information. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, this is informed consent or assent of incapacitated participants. So this 2813 thus says that participants who may only be enrolled in the trial with the consent of the participants' legally acceptable representatives should nevertheless be informed according to their capacities about the key information of that clinical trial, and should sign and date either on top of the participant's legally acceptable representative, the consent form, or an assent form as appropriate. And again, this is in line with European regulation. Here I included Article 31. Next slide, please. Now about emergency situations, I just can say we couldn't say too much because emergency situations are quite differently ruled in different regions, and even within Europe you have different approaches to such emergency situations. Therefore, in principle too, it just says in accordance with applicable regulatory requirements and the processes which were approved by the institutional review board or independent ethics committees. And the same if you look at the Investigator section 288, it also says that the enrollment of the participants should require measures described in the protocol and or elsewhere with documented approval or favorable opinion by the IRB IEC in compliance with applicable regulatory requirements. And that the participant or the participant's legally acceptable representative should be informed about the trial as soon as possible, and consent as appropriate should be requested. So there is a lot of according to legal requirements because we have different methods within Europe how these situations are handled. Okay, next one. That is one where you see everything is crossed out. That is a change between the version that step 2B version that went out to public consultation, which were drafted, let's say, still with this impact of the pandemic and causing some discussions in the expert working group, where some of the members felt, well, for public health emergencies, we should phrase even some more alternative methods. The draft version read, in exceptional circumstances, when the usual methods to obtain a document informed consent are not possible, the use of alternative measures and technologies in accordance with local and applicable regulatory requirements should be considered. We got, during public consultations, we received comments on this, and really, I have to say, serious concerns, because it was argued that this revision 3 already provides so many possibilities for obtaining informed consent that we should not go beyond it. And also interesting, if you look at the October 2024 Declaration of Helsinki version, it also underlined, while new knowledge and interventions may be urgently needed during public health emergency, it remains essential to uphold the ethical principles in this declaration during such emergencies. That was also, let's say, an aspect why this was now deleted from the final version. So no extras for public health emergencies. At the same time, there was, let's say, the group said we rely on, let's say in Europe, the Commission in collaboration with the MedEthics EU to define, and also with others, to define specific approaches in case of public health emergencies, because every emergency looks a bit different and might require a different approach. Okay, next slide, please. Reconsent, that was already mentioned twice, so I have the impression I do not need to explain it once again, but very briefly, this was also more implemented to tackle the way reconsent was taken in the past, or even still maybe nowadays, that in example given situations where only administrative information is changed, all participants were asked for reconsent. Therefore, it here says it should be assessed to determine if reconsent is needed. So has this really the change? Do they have a potential impact on participants' willingness to continue participation? And depending on those aspects, it should first be determined, is reconsent needed? And if it is needed, then this new information should be clearly identified in the revised informed consent materials. And it should also be decided whether it applies only to participating patients or only for future patients, or which part might be asked for reconsent. So that's, yeah. Then that's maybe my last slide. Let me see. Yeah, oh no, last aspect is withdrawal of informed consent. I have to say that was a really challenging topic, because we really discussed a lot how to well balance the wording. What were the consideration behind? A participant can definitely at any stage withdraw informed consent, and there should be no undue influence on the patients not to take that decision or to withdraw the decision. But on the other hand, we also realized that some patients might be of the opinion that they do not want to continue IMP application or intake, maybe because of the side effects or maybe because of lacking positive effects, but are still willing to be followed up according to protocol, so for long-term follow-up. And therefore, this session now differentiate between these two different settings and encourages an investigator to talk to the patients, communicating that she wants to withdraw consent, to understand what is the reason behind. Is it more the IMP administration intake, or is it really to stop all procedures, and that therefore there is, and whether there is a possibility to have the one without the other. So, and that at the same time that sponsors should describe follow-up procedures for participants who stopped taking the IP or were withdrawn from the trial, or withdraw themselves from the trial, or were discontinued from the trial. And the same applies not only for follow-up procedure, the same applies for the handling of already collected data. This is not a European issue. In the European CTR, it's very clearly stated that any data collected till withdrawal of informed consent can be used, but this is not necessarily the situation in other regions, and we had some discussions amongst it. So we at least said, well, should be encouraged whenever possible, and explained the importance of this of data use, because there are data on efficacy and safety which should be used also for the sake of the other trial participants. Yeah, and next slide, please. Yeah, that is what I already explained. That that now ICH E6 encourages the investigator to have this discussion, and that it should focus on the reasons for withdrawal to determine if there are ways to address the concern, but really without unduly influencing the participants' decision. We hope that this final wording now is well balanced and understood, and that this discussion will be fairly balanced. That is, as far as I know, my last slide. Let's have a look. Yeah. Okay, that was for setting the scene, and now we are having most probably plenty of discussions. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you very much indeed, Gabriella. And clap. So really, this was one of the central areas of the revision, and a lot of time was spent with informed consent and making sure it's as concise and understandable as possible, making sure alternative approaches, where appropriate, are available, and really considering all the other nuances, emergency situations, minors and so on, which had been standard practice for many years, have been in our regulations and legislation, but E6 needed an update for that. Gabriella has very nicely given an overview of the GCP requirements. She also touched on Declaration of Helsinki as well, which is very helpful. Now we're going to move and get input from Dr. Darlene Lacombe from the EORTC from an investigator's point of view. And then afterwards, Francois Hoyer from a patient's point of view. I think what's quite important here is we've set the scene with the GCP requirements. And now we're going to hear really, I think, from the ground, the views of those on the ground and how they feel about things and how GCP and the revision can interact with their work. I would say there's some opinions expressed in these slides, which is very welcome. You shouldn't read it and take it that this is an interpretation of the GCP guideline. I just want to preface that as, you know, there's some food for thought around, for example, aiming for the length of an informed consent document and so on, which would not be mandated, but is something we aspire to do. So without further ado, I'll hand over to Denis for the first presentation, and thank you very much indeed.
Okay, so thank you, Peter. Good afternoon, everyone. So my pleasure to continue. I'll try to be short in the interest of time and for the discussion. Can I have the next one? I think these are my disclosure. And of course, indeed, what I'm going to report is basically my views or those of my institutions, and is sharing experience and the questions that we may have. So can I have the next one? So I've selected 4, but before I go to 4 of all what has been presented by Gabrielle, but I would like first to start with a few statements, a little bit to describe the grounds, how we approach that, because of course, especially in the view of the Annex II coming, there are some questions, of course, that we are asking ourselves how to basically embark on all these changes. So first of all, patients in clinical trials do evolve in real life. They are not coming from the moon. So they are there and they are treated. What we try to always see is whether when we do a clinical trial, we are going to select a sample, and the sample can be heavily selected or not. For investigator-initiated trial, of course, we focus mostly on this late clinical trial, which actually are very much in line with the revision, because the revision insists that patient included in clinical trial should reflect the ultimate patient population, which is going to receive the treatment. And of course, we work with institution, usually recurrently with the same institution, and especially when it comes to so-called real-world data, although I'm not sure about that I understand what they are really, but actually data that they collect tends to basically be better as they recurrently participate in a clinical trial. But we also see that we have new forms of clinical research which have emerged, and sometimes time, we have complex designs today. We'll come back to on that certainly. And the challenge basically is how can we still write a relatively simple clinical trial protocol for complex situations, so that actually we don't increase the burden on procedure, on sites, and on patients. So the question we are asking always when we start a protocol is how all this could be reflected in the informed consent, in the protocol and in the informed consent document and processes. And of course, the question for today is how Revision 3 will be supporting that. Can I have the next one? So continuing a little bit on sharing some observation, more and more, again, we hear about real-world program, and we've been trying to give a focus also on pragmatic, especially practice-changing clinical trial. And of course, as I said, as patients evolve in real life, a question we have for these trials is how can we integrate actually clinical trial in routine practice for this question. And there we are exposed to new type of I would say terminologies like real-world data, pragmatic element. I will come back on that, especially in the context of Annex II. We also have new techniques. It's been said how to approach the patient, interactive communication solutions, and something that we are all trying, I guess, to do is, of course, address inequality for access. So how can we reach patients wherever they are so that we can offer as much as possible access to clinical trial. And in that respect, we are very interested, I believe it's still a guidance, but there is an FDA guidance for integrating randomized clinical trial in routine clinical practice, which I think give also a good perception how they think of over there. And again, here, how can we basically build on ICH Revision 3 to support that? So can I have the next one, please? So basically, these are the I would say the observation that I have selected. The first one is the volume of information. I guess we've all been struggling with that. So of course, and we heard that this morning, collect only the data that are needed for the intended objective of the protocol, and the simpler the trial, the simpler the consent. But again, we are having a very complex form of clinical trial today. So how can we keep the conundrum one? Again, when you develop a protocol and related document, is how can we keep consent accessible when actually these clinical trials become more complex? And the conundrum two is how can we keep protocol simple when trial design also become more complex? So consent and protocol, because of course protocol will feed into consent. And that's why this morning I was very interested, Peter, in the point, and that's why I asked the question about assessing the risk beyond those who are basically associated with usual practice. And something we would like to explore and put for discussion with regulator is basically, can we consider what is the marginal difference and risk between standard and investigation? Consider limiting the informed consent only to the additional risk as opposed to those which are expected in standard practice. And I think there is a very interesting paper which has just been published last month in JAMA, which actually deals with that. It's a US paper again, but I think it gives good insight on how this could be approach. Can I have the next one? So still linked to the volume is the sequence of information. How can we address the volume by giving the information to patients, I would say, at the right time? And this is also actually part of the principle of the Revision 3. It's not to overwhelm the patient, but give the appropriate information. And also because we have more and more effective treatment, we see that some patients basically respond to treatment. And of course, how we are going to treat them beyond can change. And we have form of clinical research where basically we would like to implement a two-steps protocol. Two steps inform consent. And again, it goes with the spirit that if we want to do clinical research that is close to the reality, that is going to basically be informative for the patient treated every day, then we should also mimic how patients get information in the clinic every day. And we have seen this trial like TWIX. I know there are people in the room who have a greater experience, which is trial within cohort, or de-escalation trial, where at certain point in time, you offer another alternative or you ask a question about de-escalation. So how can we also handle the processes of consent in this, I would say again, relatively not necessarily complex, but a little bit challenging situation. So that was the second, I would say, item that I have selected for that we are trying to address. Can I have the next one? Very rapidly, because it was touched upon by Gabrielle already. Consent withdrawal. Do patients withdraw to the treatment or to the trial? I think at the URTC we have always applied the fact, and we try to take care of that in our informed consent, that patient would withdraw their consent for the treatment and not for the trial, just for safety reason, because well, in our environment we are dealing with oncology treatment and there are late side effects, so it's not in their best interest, of course, to stop collecting information. And again, the problem of amendment, but I think we'll come back on that, is how can we also make sure that we reconsent patient for the appropriate when it's really needed and not necessarily for administrative information. So these are the four I would say observations that we are that have been high on our agenda more specifically. Can I have the next one? I think that will be the last one. Yes, just anticipating on Annex II, again in the spirit of these protocols reflecting real life. I think we do not get necessarily at this point, and we will send our comments, of course, before the deadline, the dichotomy between pragmatic elements and real-world data. I've mentioned a bit already about real-world data. Pragmatic element we've been using, as far as I know, the only reference that has been published by a research group in the UK, which is the PRECIS-2 scale, which defines what are pragmatic elements, and you can have a visual representation of the pragmatism of your clinical trial. But again, you can have have pragmatic element and not necessarily collect real-world data, but not having a pragmatic clinical trial. So how do you modulate all that? And again, there is the notion of decentralization that, of course, comes onto that. And I think we should dichotomize between what are the resources, whether it's real-world data, whether it's whatever type of resource of data we want to access to, and the mechanism for which we're going to access this data. And sometimes it's a little bit confusing how all this is approached. And again, maybe an idea, instead of thinking about data, can we think about trials at the trial level? And maybe there are trials which are, of course, more meant for registration, so drug development trial, and trials which are more oriented to inform patients, to inform healthcare system. So, of course, the principle of GCP should apply, but we are at the time of proportionality, risk-based. So can there be also some collective thinking how we can approach that at the level of the trial? And this can potentially simplify the concept of data collection during trial, but also beyond consent, and will be my final word. For instance, we are trying to see how patients that for a cohort-based clinical trial, when the patient has finished the trial, how he can go back in the registry in the supportive cohort, and then, of course, how you are going to collect information for the patient when she is out of the research protocol, but goes back in the cohort. So I think again, having a trial approach could help us a bit defining the different situation we can be exposed to, and I know that some investigators have some experience in that respect. Thank you for your attention.
Denis, thank you. Great to get your insight. I think many of those points, it shows we can hit upon with the revision of E6, and also perhaps much more to consider as well. Really great to have your insight there. I'm going to move over now to Francois to continue with the presentation from a patient representative perspective, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. So if I can have the next slide. So the disclosure and the fact that I reviewed myself, I think 77 different clinical trial protocols, not only the consent, but the whole protocol since 1994. The next slide, please. So that's my disclaimer. The next. So the three-step process of consent. And to some extent, I'd like to ask the question if maybe are we losing quality with time? And you will understand what I mean by this. So by informing first the potential trial participants, we think that a 4-page document should be possible. What is extremely important is a clear calendar of visits and exams. I will show you in more details an excellent initiative which was shown to an EMPRIMA meeting already in 2013, the work by teenagers when reviewing the consent letters. But one experience I had for my first clinical trial years ago, before any legislation was in place on clinical trials, the investigators invited 20 potential participants. He presented the trial for 30 minutes, and then we had 1 hour of questions and answers where I could fully benefit from the questions that others had on the clinical trial. It was my first clinical trial. I had no idea which questions were important, but I fully benefited from the experience of other participants. And for the investigators, it was time-saving because in just 2 hours, he could really inform 20 potential participants, and we all consented to the research and we all signed. Then the legislation came and we were explained that it was no longer possible. I don't know if it's an over-interpretation of the legislation, but the consent process had to be individualized and no longer collective. So this kind of meetings were no longer possible. The next, if you can click. Obtaining the consent, and here there are different solutions, face-to-face, signing a document, or e-consent. I think the different patients have different preferences. It's not a matter of rare disease or common disease. It's really a question of your own preference. Some people are extremely at ease of doing things remotely. For others, they would prefer to do everything physically on site. I think the choice should be in the hands of the potential participants. Video conferences is possible, and that's particularly useful for Q&A, but online forms with tick boxes, that's the level 0 of communication. If you tick again, documenting, and so this is something we had been expecting for a long time, that participants and investigators should both sign the document. So we are glad to see that it's now implemented. And for long-lasting trials, when there are no major events, no amendments, some patients, some trial participants may tend to forget they are on a clinical trial. So that's where we would certainly welcome maybe dynamic consent or information letters to trial participants on the life of the trial, anything that has happened, the number of sites, the recruitment, how tests are performed, etc. We have examples of these letters that prove to be extremely useful for the trial participants to feel they are part in a collective project, research project. If I can have the next slide. And click again. And again, so this group of teenagers, it's now part of Generation R Alliance in the UK. So it started in Scotland and in England, and it's a few tenths of children and teenagers. They review systematically the consent letters. I think they meet 1 Saturday per month. And when they think the assent letter is boring or poorly written, they can tear it off and start writing it all over again. And it's a 2-page document. And I think adults should be inspired by this initiative. So they leave the boring stuff to the parents to sign all the legal and legalistic text, and they focus on the information which they think is really relevant for other young people when invited to take part in a clinical trial. And I think that's an extremely useful initiative, and some inspiration in other member states would be welcome. If I can have the next slide. So regarding the modernization of clinical trials for complex designs, I think we reached the limit of written information to explain these complex designs. And our alternative, AI is certainly not a solution for everything, but give it a try yourself, submit a complete protocol to an AI tool. You have generators who can provide a 7-minute dialogue between 2 characters summarizing the whole protocol. You can request a summary in 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. But the summaries they make of the clinical trial protocol in lay language are excellent. What is missing maybe is the information which is not considered as important by the AI service. So it's not enough. You need still to provide the full consent, but as a summary of the most important elements of the protocol, I think this is something to be explored. For the treatment strategy trials and low intervention trials, these are trials, on which class to start with, what after failures, often with products which are on the market. I think less information on the product at start, but more information during the trial, as they are usually long duration, and dynamic consent is where they're extremely needed. For the new forms of clinical trials, I think we need to discuss them more in ACT-EU or elsewhere, because even for us patients, we have difficulties understanding this kind of trials. Human challenge studies for vaccines, these are not studies we feel comfortable with, but we will need more discussions with scientists and others. The next slide, please. So about the ban of waivers, and we share these views that for many trial participants, the legal value of the consent is not clear. Is there one? It's not regulated by contractual law, but still it's a signed document. So if it doesn't have legal value apart being required by a regulation, what is it exactly? I think it's still true that many trial participants have the feeling that by signing the document, they are renouncing to something, but they don't know exactly what. So the clarification in the guideline are extremely welcome here. The problem with consent is that there is an inflation of consent form in healthcare. You see here a list. It's certainly not exhaustive, but patients nowadays, every time we visit our specialist doctor, we sign a different consent. So there is in French, we would say, a banalization of the consent, which may be to the detriment of the quality and the importance of the consent. The next slide, please. So also to consider the consent withdrawal of the treatment or the trial. So we agree on the data, on the importance to secure data already collected and to make all necessary efforts to continue collecting data. But in practice, how could this be done? We will need to discuss that and to involve patient organizations in this early in the design of the clinical trial. And the need to reconsent or not, I agree, it should be proportionate really and focus on the information important for the trial participants, and it shouldn't be more than 1 page. And on the next slide, please. And the fact that, in fact, even outside of clinical trials, every time a patient takes a new medicine, for the person, it is an experiment. We never have the guarantee that the treatment will be effective, and the collection of safety and effectiveness data should be the norm. I think this is missing from the maybe not from the guidelines, but from the message around clinical trials, that all these other tools to collect real-world data complete the information we have from clinical trials. The physical consent, the inclusion visit, there is another advantage to this. It's that it's a solemn occasion to remind you that you are a partner in a collective clinical research project. And with the e-consent, there is a risk to lose the solemn aspect of the procedure. Recently, we saw a clinical trial where everything was done remotely online. Even the start of the clinical trial was via an email which was sent to patients, and only 20% of the patients did what they were supposed to do in the next weeks, because for them, they felt they didn't have the green light, the signal that the clinical trial had started. And to finish with the next slide, please. What I think is still missing, and this is really the number one question we are asked as an umbrella organization, the provisions to access the medicine at the end of a clinical trial for those who would like to continue taking it, or for those in the control arm wishing to start taking it. And it should be in the consent. I've never seen a consent letter where these provisions are explained. And yet it is the number one question that patient organizations bring to our attention. And the guidelines don't say much about that. And if you click again, for the information on trial results and the treatment received when this information is available from sponsor after unblinding. So one quick question, what do we mean after unblinding? After unblinding of all participants or of the patients, asking to know how much time participants need to wait to have access to this information, and does this include your own trial data? So we welcome also the IMI Facilitate project, exploring ways to provide the trial participants with their data and see how they compare to the overall trial results. That is an extremely difficult exercise because, as you can guess, with 23,000 data per patient, which data are relevant to patients? That's again when we need to involve patient organizations in these discussions to select the data. And for sake of time, I'll stop here. Thanks.
Francois, Denis, thank you very much. I think that's fantastic food for thought for everyone here. And I think what we've seen is we've really tried to carefully take on board stakeholder feedback. There's only so far as well GCP can go insofar as it's looking at the process around consenting and so forth. But I think it's fair to say there's more to be done, and it's always going to be an evolving process here. I'm very happy to introduce the broader panel we have here now for discussions. We have Denis and Francois and Gabriella, who we've already met. We also have Hilda de Keyser, who is a representative from Cystic Fibrosis Europe, and really great to have her input. Monique Al from the CCMO giving the ethical side, and also CTCG. We have Dr. Peter Sturz from EORTC, an investigator based in Switzerland. And indeed, we have Sally Hofmeister from the World's Duchenne's organization, also giving a patient insight about another very important and more rare or infrequent disease. Before diving into the questions, I'd like everyone in the room to reflect on if they have any questions, as I would like a bit more engagement from the room as well, please. So do reflect and get your hands up. I would like to start via a more broader question to begin with to the panel in general. And if I may find my notes, please bear with me. The question I would like to start with, and this is a broader question for maybe we'll put it to Peter and Hilda and Sally to begin with, but in the update to E6, we have varied approaches for obtaining consent. A door opened almost, text, images, remote consenting, and so on. And really, where appropriate, those measures have now been included. And I'd like to hear, I suppose, really what you think the benefits could be from those alternative elements, and maybe the challenges or drawbacks as well. Perhaps I'll start with Peter to begin with, please. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much. This is an excellent question, and I'll be happy to respond it from an investigator's point of view, but also from a perspective of a practicing medical oncologist. So, in general, these methods are highly welcome in clinical practice because they, in a way, provide a standardization of information provided to the patients, and they also, let's say, improve the transmission of information. And this is, as we know, based on the positive redundancy effect, dual coding, and of course, repeated learning. So this is indeed important. However, there are differences. There are differences in terms of their implementation because they can be looked at both from a point of view of the length of the intervention itself and also from the technical compatibility. So to give you some examples, a very easy way is to implement, for example, videos, because they can be short, they can be easily implementable, they can be integrated before, during, or after medical visit. On the other hand, and this is a little bit looking into the future, there are also sponsors who start developing virtual reality headsets for the patients, which allow actually an interaction. And this is obviously welcome due to the reasons I've mentioned. However, there are some, let's say, associated issues. For example, using such a device, of course, adds time to the consultation. It also adds the requirements for example, accessory room where the patients need to be put. And also then there is, for example, a need for a complementary consultation afterwards. So these are aspects that may hinder its implementation nowadays, but I'm a strong believer in these AI-driven devices, and this may be the future, hopefully. And let's also look at the remote consent, which is also a part of the question. Remote consent is something that we've already been doing in clinical practice, and it needs to be said that it has a great advantage of decreasing the so-called time toxicity for the patients. What is time toxicity? Well, this hasn't been discussed a lot, and you won't find this term in the protocol, you won't find it in the informed consent, but patients, let's say, spending their times in cars or trains or waiting rooms in order to come to the office, sign a paper, suffer because they want to spend their times better than that. Of course, they want to spend their time with their families or with doing hobbies or whatsoever. And so doing, like, let's say, moving in this direction of remote, of course, sometimes AI-driven modalities is welcome from this point of view. It can also decrease the burden for investigator sites, of course. And I have to admit that we've already been doing that as far as let's say, reconsenting is concerned, because the patients do not really need to come back, particularly if they are in follow-up and a reconsent is needed. So they can just be receiving the administrative paperwork by post and then signing it at home. And of course, the remote consent has another aspect, and this is the electronic consenting, which can be done either on site or, of course, remotely. And this indeed is something that may be soon be adopted more in clinical practice, but we are very much aware of the fact that it brings some legislative issues, and it also puts more strains on, let's say, computerized systems, and also on proficiency of some patients using these systems. So this would be my comment. And again, thank you for this question.
I think that's great, a lot in that, and I think it's good that we have the flexibilities to be able to explore those avenues where appropriate. I'll come back a little bit later about maybe the use of different technologies and VR headsets. Sounds good, sounds expensive from a sponsor perspective. I'd like to hear their input. We'll come back to that in a moment. I'd like to move to the patient side, maybe start with you, Hilda, and your views on remote consenting, more concise consenting, so on, what you see from a patient's perspective in your area. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. And I want to start with echoing what Peter just said. We welcome the different new developments and possibilities that there are. As a patient representative, I want to, however, stress that we need to make sure that these new developments, like there's e-consent or remote consent, are not adding any inequities or burdens for patients or people that do participate in trials. We want to have people to have access to trials. What's the word? Not being doesn't come. So not depending, that's what I wanted to say, on their geographical background, not depending on their socio-economical background, their education or their experience. So that's something we need to keep in mind when working around e-consent and others.
Thank you. Probably have an echo. You can also, we all have an echo. Is there someone that's on mute? If we can mute anyone on WebEx, please, as we're getting double feedback. Okay, I think it seems it's your. I think it seems to be your one, Maria Teresa. Now we should be back in business. Speaking of electronic systems, now, yes, and not any inequalities and inequities is very important. It needs to be fit for purpose to the situation in front of you, of course. Sally, may I hand over to you if you have anything else you want to compliment there? Thank you.
Well, I think I can echo what Hilda and Peter have just said. What's really important that we hear a lot about and see when we review informed consent forms in the CAB is that it's really so important to have simple language that people can actually understand, and the use of new techniques like videos and text images, a mixture, makes it easier for everybody, because some people prefer to read, others are better with visuals. It's important to keep them concise and honest. They're far too long. On the other hand, there's often information that we find is missing. So it can be a dilemma. Something we often recommend to sponsors, though I'm not sure if anybody's actually implemented it, is you have your informed consent, but to have a summary of the most important points on an extra page with maybe a reference to the text where it's explained in more detail, because that can help people when they're looking back to see what the informed consent actually says. I think flexibility is also important. Some patients and their families, in the world of Duchenne, it's often the parents, but not always, who get to sign the informed consent, and the children the assents. Some prefer to do that in a clinical setting. They want to, be with the investigator. Others, because they live a long way away, so reducing the burden is always important. If they're happy with e-consent, then I think it's a good idea. For reconsenting, it's certainly appropriate to reduce the burden of site visits. With e-consent, it's important that potential participants or their families have somebody that they can ask their questions to. Because there are always a lot of, or quite often a lot of questions. Yeah. Yeah, and reconsenting or even just reminding people that they are participating in clinical trials, particularly the long-term extension studies, that's something we also talk to our sponsors about and recommend that they send regular updates about, okay, you've been in this trial for so and so long, thank you very much. You're now here and the next step is whatever. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've heard a lot, and it's interesting that you also touched on the parents of those enrolled in trials, of children in trials, and I think that's a good maybe segue as well to get some input from Perco. I know there was a question earlier about the involvement of minors in trials and the consent process and assenting. Perco, please, if you'd like to intervene, thank you.
Thank you. I can briefly add, thank you everyone there speaking on behalf of the patients, because it's also important to notice the pediatric patients and their families in these processes. And I'm really happy to see that Revision 3 now includes, similarly as the Declaration of Helsinki, also the importance to involve minors to the clinical trials more. But to do that, it needs really good preparing, as it was already said in the first session, prospectively thinking that preparing all these activities, the trial protocol and every other activity, I would like to refer also to the IMPRIMA, our European Network of Pediatric Research at the European Medicines Agency, as there is a lot of resources and documents to be used. There are recommendations and other papers and guidance documents which can be easily used. Also, our large amount of our member networks, over 50 networks, where you can ask the expertise and ask advice how to do these in practice. But supporting what has been said now for the informed consent, I can only echo what has been said. But for the children, it's really important to have a very short documents, plain language, used very clear and non-technical language. Visual aid, as it has been mentioned, but with children you can do the mimicking or even playing or describing other ways the information. You can use the checklist to confirm the understanding. You can check there afterwards that have you understood everything. Also, you need enough time. And for the e-consent, I could say that it may require some complex arrangements because there is so big variation between the European countries, and all the ethics requirements are based on the national laws and regulations. So there may be a need to do the several different versions for different so-called age groups, in addition to legal representative and the interaction with the trial site. As mentioned, it's really important to allow the ask questions and children be involved in the process and giving their opinion as distressing the child's rights, the United Nations child's rights.
Thank you. Let us go back to this floor now, if anyone else also wants to intervene. Now, I said I was going to come back to, here we are. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you. I want to add something to what Pirko said, that we cannot avoid to take into strong consideration the different age groups, because the materials cannot be the same for all the children, and we cannot rely simply on descriptive accent and information materials. We absolutely need to use languages and images that are fit for children of different ages, with cartoons, with videos. We need to explain to children what they are going to do that is not feasible only in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Very valid point. We've covered a lot there, and it's important. There's various different strands here. The need for consent to be understanding, the need for it to be concise, the need for it to be accessible to those who are enrolled in the trial. Indeed, also alternative technologies, getting into more advanced and the role that they play when reconsenting should be required, and so on. A lot more in it too around transparency and so forth. We're coming towards the end of the panel session. One thing which is striking to me is looking at the strand on advanced technologies. It seems great and sounds great. Does any sponsor representative want to input into, do they actually see it happening in practice? Because it seems to be, I know investigators doing consent, but I suspect to help with that consenting process, to help with the alternative technologies, some support might be needed for the investigators too. I don't know if anyone is comfortable to talk about that. Rebecca, I'm looking at you, to be honest.
Yeah, I thought you were looking to me. Yeah, I mean, we know that if people are better informed, they stay in trials longer. So that can only be beneficial. But I do echo what Hilda's said, in that we may need to make sure that, we're not eliminating some certain subpopulations from being in a trial. So, for instance, my mum's got a smartphone, but she gets panicky if she has to update something. But if you ask her to click on a link to say, this link's okay, so she's actually watching this at the moment, you could give her a link to give her some more explanation about the potential trial. So, we want to be able to do that. So some things are perhaps easy or easier to get that information to people. So you provide somebody with links, but then other things are perhaps more difficult or more expensive. So I was very interested to hear Peter say about the virtual reality headset. So I think when we get that more mainstream, there's going to be an economy of scale, and we'll then see, this more take off, these different types of varieties of mechanisms for providing consent.
Thank you. Finally then, I'm just conscious of all the panel. Monique, I haven't actually given you an opportunity to comment. Do you want to add anything? Up to you. Hey, 1 minute.
Just one comment. I think everybody made very valid points, and I think up till now this was already possible, and it's good that it's emphasized in Revision 3. And I think that we are all part of this process: sponsors, investigators, ethics committees, and to think about really a fit for purpose informed consent process. So I think it could already be done. It hasn't been used optimal or appropriate, so we are really open to it. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Great session, great input. We're getting lots of questions still in, and we have a Q&A session at the end of the day, and we will reflect and see what more we can answer there. A round of applause, I think, for the speakers and panelists again. Thank you. Now, we are moving on, and we're going to move to Annex II, something which is in public consultation at the moment, facilitating alternative trial types and designs. And we have Andrew Thompson, who's the regulatory chair for that particular component, coming to us. Andrew, please, you're very welcome. You're welcome to sit or stand. Denise is giving you his space, whichever you want.
If I can control the slides on the podium.
You can just say next slide.
Okay, next slide. I'll take it from here. It's fine. So, thank you for the invitation to speak today. I'm Andrew Thompson. As Peter said, I'm the regulatory chair for Annex II. The EC lead is Gabriela Schwartz for this as well. And I'd also like to thank Rebecca as the FP representative and Kim Peach as well, behind the scenes here at EMA, who've really helped bring this together. Annex II is about decentralized elements, pragmatic elements, and real-world evidence, and I will be talking to all of these this afternoon. Standard disclaimer, and then a quick overview of what's going to be is the official ICH Annex II presentation. This is available on the ICH website, but I'm actually going to give you a little bit of kind of flavour for what actually went into the decisions for what was included in the draft Step 2 document, and some background information as well. And then at the end, I will add some additional EU considerations. This document is out for public consultation until the end of the month, and I'll talk a little bit more about the timelines and next steps during the slide deck. Next slide, please. And again, standard legal notice from ICH for this one on the slide deck. Next slide, please. So this document has been signed off as a Step 2 document, which means it's up for public consultation. It was developed based on a concept paper which was approved on 28th of April 2023 and a business plan in the 18th of November 2019, and this is relevant because you might think, why has this taken quite so long? We started doing this at the very end of 2019 and events have somewhat obviously got in the way since then. So we've now finally got to a version that we're comfortable with the pandemic and everything else that's been happening. The proposal was to align with the principles in Annex I first, and as you've seen, that's now out finally at Step 5. And it's anticipated that this will be finalised for a Step 3, Step 4 document in mid-2025. So how long that takes depends on how many comments we get during the public consultation and how challenging they are to implement as well as part of the group. But the aim is later in this year, in the middle of the year, to have a final document out. Next slide, please. So what is Annex II? Well, it's got the three pillars that I mentioned, but it's not intended to be comprehensive of all clinical trial design elements or data sources you could possibly think of. These are exemplars, these are ideas of how clinical trials that are being run today are different from the clinical trials of 25, 30 years ago, using new modern technologies and other ways of thinking about data and design. It should be read in conjunction with the principles on Annex I, and it addresses the GCP considerations that arise from the increased use of a wider range of design elements and data sources. But the important point is the key foundation of quality by design, fitness for purpose, and risk proportionality, and especially that last one is very important for trials that utilise these aspects. Annex II does not endorse specific design elements or data sources. We're not saying you should go out and do this or you should do that. So if we're not endorsing anything and if we're not being comprehensive, you might ask, well, what's the point then? And the important thing to remember is that we're talking about trials that people want to do, but there might be the doubt in the back of their mind that regulators would consider them to be GCP compliant if they use certain elements, decentralized elements or real-world evidence data sources. So the idea is to give people the confidence that if they do it appropriately with quality design, fitness for purpose approaches and risk proportionality, the data can be considered GCP compliant. And also, from a regulatory point of view, this is a document for regulators and industry, to give us the confidence that we can inspect the data sources, that we can do what we need to do to guarantee that the data are fit for purpose for our decision making as well. Next slide, please. So this is the slide of the E6 house, if you like. The principles are the foundations that everything is built on in the house. It is all under one roof. Annex I is bigger than Annex II and is going to apply. And the considerations for interventional clinical trials. And when you're looking at a trial with additional considerations, because you have things like decentralized elements, real-world data sources, there will be additional considerations that you need to think of on top of the principles and Annex I and apply them appropriately and in a risk proportionate manner. But it's all, if you follow the guidances, you should be able, if it's fit for purpose, to be GCP compliant. Next slide, please. And so what are the principles that support the Annex II elements we're talking about? Well, we picked three. We could have picked all of them to be honest, for the slide deck, but we picked these 3 out specifically for the purpose of the official presentation. And principle 8 is that clinical trials should be described in a clear, concise, and operationally feasible protocol. And in many situations, if you say we want to be operationally feasible, but if things are being proposed that can't actually be implemented in practice, and I'll come back to that in a minute, then that's not something that can be used if the trial can't be implemented. Now, the point being is that it might be different if you've got these decentralized elements or real-world data. And there's more thinking involved. There's not more work involved. You just need to be doing more thinking and planning for making sure that this principle is upheld. The processes, measures, and approaches should be implemented in a way that is proportionate to the risks to participants and the importance of the data collected. And I think it's important to reflect that many of these trials may well be in later trial settings, that phase 4, if you like, and beyond, post-authorization, where there may be more limited safety data collection as per ICH E19, but nevertheless, the data that needs to be collected needs to be proportionate to what's actually being the aim of the trial. And principle 6, quality should be built into the scientific and operational design and conduct of clinical trials. And as we've just touched on now with things like informed consent, or the operational design of that, there should be quality to make sure the consent is appropriate. So the fitness for purpose, the quality and amount of information generated in the trial should be sufficient to support good decision making. And I think that's the same for all of the types of trials we have, but you just need to think more carefully about the quality and the amount you're getting. And the fitness for purpose is a design property and risk proportionality. Next slide, please. So one of the things that we have, I think we know that we're going to be challenged with during the consultation relates to the clarity between these design elements that we talk about. And the specific focuses for decentralized elements to begin with is that's trial-related activities conducted outside the investigator's location, participant's home, healthcare centre, mobile medical unit, or the data acquisition itself is performed remotely using digital health technologies. Now, regardless of when one wants to say is this a decentralized element or not, you can see from that example that's been given that we're talking about where question, like where is this data being acquired? Where is an intervention happening? What is happening where? And that's perhaps what makes it different from the pragmatic elements, because those are the integrate aspects of clinical practice into the design and conduct of the trial. So what are we going to be looking at? How are we going to be looking at it? What's the way that the trial interacts with clinical practice rather than where is the information being gathered? But both of those, you'll see the word elements in there, and with elements refers to protocol elements. So it's the design of the protocol, what's the information in the protocol that's needed. Whereas real-world data, the last of those pillars, is perhaps more for the actual data source itself. It's not related to the elements of the protocol, but the real-world data. And that includes the use of data relating to patient health status collected from a variety of sources outside of clinical trials, electronic health records, registries, claims data. Then he just mentioned, for example, that you can run different a randomized trial, a pragmatic trial, a non-pragmatic trial, all within a real-world data source. And actually in the EU, specifically, we have our registry randomized clinical trial guidance document that's out there, and there's a kind of clear table talking about the implications of prospectively collecting data in there and using it as a regular data source. So we already have quite a lot of EU-specific guidance related to those last points as well as in terms of the decentralized elements, the CTCG paper on DCTs, which has been out for a couple of years now. There's less on pragmatic elements out there currently, but it's on the radar, I think, from a regulatory point of view. Next slide, please. So what's actually in Annex II? Well, the first thing I say is that we want to keep the focus, and we want to keep the structure of the document to mirror Annex I as much as possible, so that when people are thinking about the trial that they're designing and wanting to make sure that it follows E6, that they can read across between the different annexes clearly and consistently, so that they know what the requirements are. So it's the introduction, the IRB, IRC information, and then a section for investigator and a section for sponsors. And we are well aware that in many trials, there investigator and the sponsor may actually be the same person. In academic trials, there may not be such a clear distinction between those groups. But I think it's important that we have this distinction regarding the responsibilities. And I think our concerns could be that we don't want things to fall into a gap, in that people think they're doing something new and someone thinks it's the investigator's responsibility and someone else thinks it's the sponsor's responsibility. And ultimately, because it's new and no one's thought about it before, no one does something that needs to be done. And the kind of one of the guiding principles is that doesn't happen. So we have a section for investigators and a section for sponsors separately, but there is overlap between them as well. And I'll pick out a particular aspect of that during the slide presentation. The most important thing that this is on practical considerations for the use of various design elements and data sources. This isn't a theoretical, this is what will you need to do in practice if you're going to be using these techniques in your trial. Next slide, please. So starting with the investigator, firstly, they need to communicate with the IRB and the IEC and provide the information needed for the evaluation of the appropriateness of various operational approaches and data sources being used. That's also there for the sponsor as well. The informed consent considerations are very important, and the materials and processes should be tailored to reflect the design elements of the clinical trial. So if it's decentralised and the informed consent is being decentralised, you can't just write the informed consent process will be done at the patient's home. That's not sufficient. You need to have more information. It needs to be appropriate because you're doing something outside of what might usually be done. And actually, I should say that we have studiously tried to avoid the words usual or normal in the development of this document, because we are conscious that there might be what we think is like out there new and novel methods might actually be what people routinely do in a few years' time. So we're just trying to future-proof it as well. Trying to find the language to actually do that can be quite challenging sometimes. The characteristics of the trial population and the appropriateness and the methods and the tools used to obtain informed consent should be considered. And there are many more options available about how you would do this if you do it in a decentralised fashion. And that, I think it's clear that the different options are available. But nevertheless, this is an enabling document, and we do say that consent may be obtained remotely where appropriate. We're not saying you can't do this, we're saying you can do this, but do it appropriately, make sure it's fit for purpose. And the informed consent material should describe what data is going to be collected, how the data may be used, and who will have access to the trial participants' personal information as well. So that all needs to be in there. Next slide, please. IP management is something that's incredibly important and something we spent a long time talking about in the group as well. This is a really key aspect, I consider. And IP may be dispensed or supplied to a participant or appropriate designee for administration at the participant's location by appropriate parties. We're saying this is a possibility, it can be done. When shipping the IP direct to a participant, consider the process for protecting the privacy of the IP being received by the intended recipient. And you'd like to think this would never happen, but we do. One of the examples we thought about as a group was, well, the medicinal product has been shipped to a patient and it's gone with a courier company, and in large letters on the outside it says this is for an HIV trial, and the patient isn't in, and it gets delivered to the neighbour who signs for it. That shouldn't happen, and we'd like to think that would never happen, but making sure that the process is written down such that that never happens might be something you really need to think about. The level of investigator oversight will depend on a number of factors accordingly. So what are the characteristics of the IP? And what's its root and complexity of administration, the level of existing knowledge about the IP safety profile and marketing status. So these are more challenging trials to implement in a kind of de novo phase 3 setting than they are in a phase 4 as a general kind of rule. Certain documentation and processes already used in the institution or the healthcare centre may be sufficient for IP management, especially if this is hospital pharmacy for a licensed product and it's very clear how the process already works. It may not be that a whole new process needs to be brought up from scratch. Nevertheless, approaches to IP management should be arranged and conducted in accordance with applicable regulatory requirements. Next slide, please. Investigator oversight is also quite important, especially when trials are being embedded within routine clinical practice. Healthcare professionals may be involved in performing trial-related activities that are part of clinical practice. For such activities, delegations or appropriate arrangements should be in place. And we have used the word delegation very carefully throughout the document so as to not cause confusion. The level of investigator oversight should depend on the nature and activities and be proportionate to the importance of the data being collected and the risks to participants' safety and data reliability. So if, for example, a trial is being conducted where it's embedded within standard patient care and a patient is having their lipid levels measured every 6 months anyway by the doctor, and they go into the doctors and a phlebotomist takes a blood draw from them, and that's part of routine clinical care, the amount of investigator oversight should be proportionate to that regular clinical care activity. It's also important that investigators are up to speed with the requirements with respect to safety assessment and reporting. And one of the challenges with decentralized and digital health technologies is that this safety information may be coming from various sources, such as home nursing, remote trial visits, and use of DHTs. And of course, the investigator is the person who is responsible for reviewing and assessing information on the health status of participants across these sources of safety-related information. So they need to make sure that they review and assess everything that they have in terms of safety. Next slide, please. Moving on from the investigator to the sponsor, this was a slide that we spent quite a lot of time coming up with, and it's about engagement and communication. And I think Gabriella and Rebecca can correct me if I'm wrong, but the purpose of the funnel is to demonstrate that all of these things need to be brought together, and there are multiple perspectives, and they need to be turned into one coherent plan for engagement and communication to make sure everyone understands the protocol. And actually, sometimes because of the elements that are being used, it may be different to usual. And I'll give you a couple of examples of these. So firstly, healthcare professionals, investigators, obviously they need to be engaged in the clinical trial protocol and the operationalization of it. Regulatory authorities approving the trials. But patients and patient advocacy groups and their communities is an incredibly important one. And the rapporteur, Kaya Al-Zarad from FDA, was very keen to remind us of a really good example of the importance of communities. And there's a trial that happened in the US in non-Hispanic black male patients with uncontrolled hypertension. And they're a very difficult group to get engaged in pharmacists' interventions for managing their blood pressure. So actually what they did is they used a barber shop where a lot of non-Hispanic black men would go. It was like a social as well as a barbershop community space, and it was a cluster randomized trials using the barbershop as the unit of randomization. But you have to be able to engage sometimes if you're going to be doing trials that are outside of what is currently the norm. The communities that they're embedded in are incredibly important to engage. It's not just the patients, it's not just the pharmacists who are giving the intervention. Here, the barbershops are really absolutely crucial to the success of this trial. So really think about where the community that these trials are embedded in. You need to be able to have that meaningful implementation. Now, Rebecca just mentioned her mum's ability to use the phone, and we talked about ensuring the suitability of DHTs, and we actually had conversations during the Annex II. My mum couldn't use the phone. I mean, she's got a phone, but she doesn't have a smartphone, and I don't think she would be able to do it. But that just because my mum can't do that doesn't mean that we should say, oh, well, that can't be done by anyone. And just because Rebecca's mum has got a smartphone doesn't mean that everyone can use it. Make sure it's fit for purpose, but also make sure that in the process of doing it, that you don't exclude important people from the trial who otherwise would have taken part, but because the DHT doesn't work for them, it's not going to happen. Other examples would include, for example, if you're measuring activity and you give teenagers a device, a watch that they have to wear, and it's large and it's clunky and it's not fashionable, and they'll wear it around the house when they're watching TV, but they won't wear it when they're out and about with their friends because they don't want to be laughed at. But that's the actual time when they're active, then it's not really fit for purpose, and it's not going to give you the appropriate information you need. So think about the community, the embedding of the actual DHT in practice. If you're going to run a trial in clinical practice, you need to know what that is. You need to know what actually people do. What is the routine workflow? What are the routine of healthcare professionals? And identifying those challenges and the strategies for resolving that. So it's important that we can really understand what clinical practice is in order to embed trials in them. Next slide, please. I'm going to run over these a little bit more quickly. These aren't the official slide deck, but for the purposes of today, I'm not going to talk to all of these points. But I think it's important to say that when trials are conducted in using different data sources in various practice settings, you introduce more variance. And from a statistical point of view, and I'm a statistician by training, that means larger trials, and understanding those sources of variance and what that means for your trial and the size of effect and the number of patients you're going to need is important. And so you may need to think differently and talk to your statisticians differently. We also need to think very carefully about the flow of safety information from the variety of data sources, and I've got an example on the next slide. And as I said, the modalities for informed consent process, which we've already discussed. Next, please. So the communication with the sponsors' responsibilities, what do they need to do? It's still the communication with the IRB, the EC, and the IEC. But also, if you've got a trial that's using real-world data, in situations where this is used, it's the sponsor's responsibility to have appropriate consent or permission for the use of data, to have that obtained. Now, in many EU data sources, for example, this is upfront. You can go to some registry data, and when you enter the registry, you're told this may be used as a comparator arm for a clinical trial or something like that. So sometimes that is obtained up front in registry data sources, sometimes it's not, but it's the sponsor's responsibility to make sure that's the case. Next slide, please. And that special considerations need to be applied by the sponsors for real-world data, depending on the data collection and acquisition process. Are the data being collected for the purposes of this trial using a real-world data source, or is it secondary reuse of data, maybe as an external control arm? And if it's an external control arm, you may have a different level of control over what can be collected and how it can be collected. But that doesn't mean it's not fit for purpose. It just means you need to demonstrate, you need to explain why that is acceptable. Sponsors are required accordingly to have the agreements with the entities that own or control the real-world data that allows access to source records for regulatory inspections. Another very key point about data privacy here is that when data are linked, and that happens quite a lot, especially in US data sources with multiple different EHRs and other data, that the matching should be accurate, so it doesn't introduce noise and bias into the data, but also that you protect the data privacy. It's not acceptable to have a perfectly secure data source in one place, perfectly secure data source in another place, but when you stick them together, you've lost that security. You need to make sure that the data flow is secure. Special attention needs to be paid consequently to cybersecurity and data. But also that might apply to tools that are remotely capturing clinical data and then, for example, uploading it into a site at the end of the day. Next slide, please. IP management, again, incredibly important. And the need for sponsors to stability and specialized storage conditions, knowledge about the safety profile of the IP. And I think the last bullet point is the key one here, to deploy systems and assist investigators to establish the process to ensure the allocated IP was delivered to participants and administered appropriately. The investigator has to ensure that, but the sponsor has to help them make sure that they can ensure that. I think that's the important distinction, and that's one of the examples of why we have separate sponsor and investigator roles and making sure things don't fall between the cracks in the system. Next slide, please. Sponsors responsible for privacy and confidentiality considerations, and also potentially any data breaches that could happen to address the risk of potential disclosure of personal information. And sponsors' oversight is also to have the processes in place. To have the participants' rights, safety and well-being, to ensure the reliability of the results, quality control and assurance measures, and also appropriate oversight of service providers, including maintenance of their essential records, especially if we're using real-world data sources. So that's a key sponsor requirement. Next slide, please. Finally, safety assessment and reporting. Safety information from clinical trials with decentralised and/or pragmatic elements should be appropriately captured, made accessible to the investigator in a timely manner according to the protocol. Once that's been done, the investigator can do the assessment that's required, but it's the sponsor's responsibility that the data is made accessible to the investigator, and then the investigator does the assessment. Obviously, if you have multiple sources, it becomes more challenging, but just more thinking in advance about how that's going to be done is the way forward. Provide it in an actionable manner to allow for medical decision making. You can't just give investigator a large dump saying, here's the output from a DHT that was used to measure a patient's heart rate over the last 24 hours. That's not going to be appropriate information for them to make that decision. The approach to safety management, therefore, should safeguard participant safety and to be described in the protocol or related documents. Next slide, please. So in summary, the intent is to provide considerations for the context of various design elements and data sources to ensure they're fit for purpose. Appropriate and proportionate application of GCP will support these approaches with patients' rights, safety and well-being and help to ensure reliability of trial results. It's out for consultation. So thank you for that. I just want to finish with a quick slide on EU considerations. I want to mention, next slide please. I just want to reiterate, Annex II applies as well as Annex I and the principles. It's not instead of Annex I. It's not I'm doing a decentralised trial, so I forget everything that's written in Annex II in one and only apply Annex I. That's not how it works. More thinking does not mean more doing. And I'll give the example of a trial that is intended to collect less granular safety data as per ICH E19. It's a clinical trial. You're going to be doing less, and you know you're going to be doing less, but you're still going to be applying E6, E8, E9, E10, and on top of that E19, there are more documents for you to think about, but you are doing less. And I think it's important that this is not something new. This is how the reality of research. I wanted to reiterate that definitions are difficult. Within regions, and between regions about what we mean. I think decentralised is probably the easiest one for us to agree on. Pragmatic and real-world evidence is slightly harder. I think everyone can agree an observational study using real-world data source is definitely real-world data, and a traditional RCT with an ECRF is definitely a clinical trial, but sometimes there's a little bit of grey area in the middle. And harmonisation is challenging accordingly. All regions have different health systems in, and these trials are implemented in different health systems, and they're not the same in different regions. And that does make it difficult for us to say things like in usual clinical practice or embedded in traditional clinical care, because that's not constant globally, and this is a harmonisation document. And finally, we have in the EU a very specific context of a low-risk clinical trial, and we have that in the legislation about what that means and the requirements to fulfil that. And although in many situations some of these trials may well be low-risk clinical trials, that doesn't mean they are, and there's not this unique mapping from, oh, well, if you use these protocol elements, it will definitely be a low-risk clinical trial. And so, yes, many of these studies will be low-risk clinical trials, but it's not a one-to-one map, and just to use the EU legislative definition of that independently of Annex II as well. Thank you very much for
that. Andrew, thank you very much. Stay right there for one moment, because I know public consultation is still open until the 28th of February, I understand?
Yes.
And for those of you wondering, search EMA open consultations. It's now dropped to the second page, and it's midway down there. We can't actually extract the link, but open consultations, the second page, and you'll see Annex II. Are there any particular areas you would particularly like to receive comments on? What's troubling you in Annex II, or is it everything you just covered? But is there anything in particular you'd focus the mind on for our colleagues who would be submitting comments?
Well, I think the most important thing is it a document that you can work with? Is this something that makes sense to you? And I don't think there's any one particular area, but when people reading it and saying, well, as worded, I wouldn't know what to do with that, or as worded, I couldn't implement that, I'd never be able to do this particular type of trial ever again, in my opinion. That's really important feedback. Now, we we've tried to make this an enabling document, we won't always get it 100% right. So I think if it's the situations where trialists or sponsors think this is not going to work for us, that's the most important feedback.
Excellent, thank you. Let's move to the next session. You need to bear with us for a couple of moments as we'll need to move a few people about. We are going to be now focusing even deeper on engagement with patients, the role of the community advisory boards, and indeed we're going to have a very interesting interactive session from Francois, Hilda and Sally, who you would have met earlier. We have Spiros Van Bacchus, previous regulatory chair for E6, who's going to moderate the session. Spiros, you're very, very welcome. And when space is cleared for you, you can come up and join us here at the table. And maybe in the interest of time, Spiros, indeed, previous regulatory chair, and he's currently the CHMP scientific lead and scientific advisor to the Human Medicines Division, and has really extensive experience here at the EMA. One moment, and we'll be able to get started again. Oh, great. I think we're all settled now. And if I understood, Francois, you're leading in. Start this.
So, hi again. I will briefly introduce the concept, and then I pass the floor to Spiros, Hilde, and Sally. The SIOMS report, so the report from the International Council of Organizations in Medical Sciences of the Working Group 11 on patient involvement in the development, evaluation, and safe use of medicines, proposes principles for the engagement of patients, one of which is the independence of and the respect of the independence of patients when involved in the design and conduct of clinical trials. And we are presenting today on community advisory boards because, to our opinion, this is one of the best methods to ensure this independence. So if I can have the next slide, please. So my disclaimer. So community advisory boards exist for quite many years already. They were initiated by cancer organizations for large cancers, by HIV groups, hemophilia. And the main aspect of this community advisory board is that they are driven by the communities, by the patient networks. They decide on the composition by calls for volunteers. They drive the organization and the agenda. They co-construct the agenda with the sponsors of clinical research they meet with. Their composition varies depending on how many patients can volunteer for these CABs. And they meet at regular interval over the research to make sure they commit to the research and they can follow the research from the initial steps to the results. And they are invited to meet and discuss with different sponsors in their respective disease areas, not to be linked to one in particular. And they can advise on all aspects, the overall program development, a single clinical trial, but other aspects such as patient-reported outcome measures, compassionate use, safety, pricing, access, etc. As said, the agenda and the secretariat are driven by the patients. There are guidelines on how to create and operate a CAB. There are standing operating procedures. There is a code of practice for CAB members, how to react when a company is contacting you individually after meetings, etc. There are confidentiality arrangements, except on compassionate use. We think that's the only topic which we cannot keep confidential. CAB members are definitely not an elite club of patient advocates who are better informed than others, particularly regarding compassionate use. And the next slide. And so these are the recommendations to developers from the SIOMS report, Working Group 11. And there are also recommendations to community advisory boards, particularly those ones from a conference we organized in Norway back in 1996 with chairs and members of these community advisory boards already by that time. How can we ensure our independence? How can we make sure these CABs are transparent, open, inclusive? What are the best operating procedures? How to ensure the recruitment, the training of members? What are the mechanisms for quality assessment and to measure the impact these community advisory boards might have? The attitude of physicians. Not all clinical investigators agree to see the sponsor interacting with patients as part on a community advisory board. So we need sometimes to challenge these reactions. And on the next slide. So this is the support that umbrella organization can provide to the patient networks. To identify the areas where CABs are missing and where they are needed. So we make call to members, but also feedback from experts. We do our own horizon scanning. We have webinars to patient networks to make them more aware that this tool exists. We also act as matchmakers between industry and patient organizations for companies who don't know where to find the patients, the patient organizations, and that's particularly useful in rare diseases. And then we have the mentoring, where we help to prepare and to run the CABs for whom it is the first time that they meet in person and they organize the meetings with sponsors. We keep the guidelines up to date. We develop policies. We are a kind of a back-end office where we can also provide treatment advocate advice. This is particularly useful in situations of conflicts or difficulties to reach an agreement with a sponsor where the patient advocates, the CABs can come to us and ask for advice. What can be done? For example, a sponsor is proposing a lottery for a gene therapy for a compassionate use. Do we have examples of such discussions in the past from other community advisory boards? Yes, we have, and this is how we solved the case. And the last slide is, I think, a list of some community advisory boards that exist in alphabetical order in rare or non-rare diseases. There are many more out there. There is no systematic catalog of all the CABs. This is why it is important to contact the umbrella organizations if you want to learn more on these CABs. And I thank you for your attention, and I pass you the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Francois. I'm very honored to chair this session. Arguably, the patients are the most important stakeholders for clinical trials, for the GCP, and listening to their wisdom and advice is the A and O, I think, for a good clinical trial. And I have here my colleagues whom you know, because they were also in the previous session, Hilde, Sally, and Francois, who are going to provide their views on some questions which are going to be raised now in the next slides. I don't know if we have to go through this slide, Peter, because the audience knows the.
I think they know the area the colleagues are in.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I think we can. Yeah, please, Hilde.
Yeah, maybe we can just answer the questions very quickly on how we got started. So my name is Hilde, I work for CF Europe, and we started our community advisory board in 2017 already. At the moment, we have members from 15 countries that in those years worked on an approximately of 15 products, including products from non-commercial sponsors, from commercial sponsors, including preclinical trial, discussions on patient needs and preferences, and post-authorization discussions as well. On average, we have 2 meetings per year where we have, 2 sessions per year, we'll say, where we have meetings with 2 to 6 sponsors.
Sally? Mm-hmm.
So I'm Sally from the Duchenne Community Advisory Board. I'm the coordinator. We started up in 2018. We're an autonomous CAB, so we don't rely on Eurordis for backup mentoring. We had the first year, but then we went autonomous and do everything ourselves. We have 12 members from 12 different countries. Sorry. Can everybody hear better now? Okay. So we started with 12 members from 12 different countries, including European countries, of course, several, but also US, Canada, UK, Turkey, Israel. And now we also have 2 alternates who come when the others can't attend meetings for whatever reason. But we only ever have 12 members at one of the meetings. Over the years, we've worked with about 20 different sponsors. The majority come back repeatedly to discuss results, how to present results to the community or also to medical conferences. We talk about language to be used. We talk about conducting further clinical trials and also in different populations, not just in the very young children where the trials usually begin, and also about access and reimbursement and compassionate use as well. We also hold 2 face-to-face meeting sessions a year, same as you, with 4 to 6 different sponsors. The meetings last for 4 hours. And in addition, we also have virtual meetings, either to continue discussions that couldn't be completed or to address further points on the agenda if we hadn't managed to get to them, or when the timing isn't right for a company to attend a face-to-face meeting and they need an in-between meeting, or when ad hoc advice is needed for whatever reason.
Many thanks, really impressive activities. And now we come to the questions. Can you describe how your community board intervenes at the design of the trial and also then during the trial in terms of advising the sponsor and informing the trial participants on, for example, unexpected side effects, substantial amendments, trial interruption, or even trial results? Sally, to start.
Okay, I'll start. So we go through the protocols, discuss the age range to be studied, appropriate endpoints, and important is that they're not only meaningful to the sponsor, but also meaningful to patients. We discuss placebo and randomization ratios, the duration of the study, and an important point is how to reduce the burden on patients, and also to ensure that plans are in place to provide access to the drug after the completion of a study, which Francois also mentioned earlier, in order to bridge the gap until approval and or reimbursement. We discuss a lot about appropriate language for patient-facing materials. And it's very important to us that the language used, it's about managing expectations within the community. It's very important that the language reflects that and doesn't promise things that actually nobody knows whether they're going to come to pass or not. Advising on unexpected side effects. We always request to be informed when unexpected events or side effects occur, and if there are substantial amendments. It doesn't always happen, but we have had a case where there was a SUSAR, very serious side effect, and there had to be an amendment, and we were consulted whether the proposed amendment that the sponsor wanted to introduce would be acceptable to patients. Yeah, I think that was it.
So I'll try not to repeat what Sally said and add to that. So many of the things that the CAP that Sally is leading does, we do as well with the CF CAP. But maybe I can add to that even before the design phase of a clinical trial, it can be useful to have a discussion already. The CAP has been talking to companies and to sponsors, talking about the usefulness of doing a certain clinical trial within the landscape there is at the moment. So the earlier the discussion starts, the more, the earlier you get feedback on what is needed, what patient needs are, what patient preferences are, and how that can be used in the design of a clinical trial. Of course, communication is key, and how you communicate is very important. And then what we do and cannot be overestimated, I think, is somehow a feasibility check in clinical trials design, and that can be on big things, but it can be also on very small, apparently very small things, where a community advisory board can give feedback on whether or not for a certain population the design of the clinical trial is feasible. And I always say that it's common sense is very important there, but in designing a clinical trial that sometimes get lost, and that is what you get when you talk to people with the lived experience. Giving a very stupid example maybe, but that says it all. I was, when I was talking to my colleagues, they said they remembered a case where in a clinical trial, they planned to have inhalations in toddlers for 3 times a day, half an hour each. Well, maybe we should think about having a toddler and then designing a clinical trial. And this is it sounds stupid, but these things make the difference between people dropping out or not dropping out a clinical trial. And if you can avoid that from the start, I think that's a very important win. And then on the communication also during clinical trials, that is very important. And CF Europe worked on a glossary to support that communication for sponsors during and after their clinical trials.
Many thanks. If I may say a couple of words on the highlights which I got from these interventions, very valuable interventions. Reduce burden, patient preferences, feasibility check, access, and bridge the gap after the trial, the very long gap in many cases. These are things which the community advisory boards can do, and others, including us regulators, cannot do. So this is really, this session for me highlighted the uniqueness of the role of the community advisory boards. If we go to the next question. Do you follow up how the changes were implemented? How do you evaluate the overall impact on the product development? And if you have examples, I'm sure you have, of successes or changes you achieved in the design of or practical aspects of the trial.
I'll go first this time. Of course, we follow up. I don't think I need to explain that it's not very easy to follow up on changes and impact, because often this is about long clinical trials, but also change is not something you get overnight. But the CFCAP uses a tracker where it keeps track, as the name says it itself, of what has been discussed, what has been asked, what have been proposed, and then we ask to explain whether or not the proposed changes have been taken on board and why or why not. So we do follow that up. We do that with surveys, follow-up meetings, but we often also just see in, maybe not in the clinical trial that we've been discussing, but we see in next clinical trials that certain points of discussion don't come back, certain things are not repeated, and that is a success in itself, I think. Also on this, the sooner we can talk to a sponsor, the better, because then it is still possible to make changes in clinical trial design or in decisions that still need to be taken.
Yeah, basically, we always do the same. Of course, there's follow-up. What we generally do after a meeting, apart from the minutes, the companies receive a letter of recommendations, and then at the next meeting that that particular sponsor comes to, we ask them to say, what have they implemented? Have they implemented anything? If not, why not? Sometimes they have good reasons for not. Or as Hilda says, sometimes you see it later. Don't always see things straight away. We also send out a survey after the face-to-face meetings to see, to find out whether the sponsors are satisfied with the interaction, whether they've learned anything, what their key learnings are, etc. I think that's quite important. As for successes, the very, very first company we saw in 2018 proposed a clinical trial with, I'm not quite sure, I often say 5, but it might have only been 4 biopsies within the course of 1 year in children. So we said immediately, no go, no way can you do that. And they actually didn't. So they did change that. Sponsors often come to us and want more than 2 biopsies. That's our recommendation, maximum of 2. And we tell them, you could maybe do a 3rd one if it's optional, because some people don't mind. Or you could do the 2nd biopsy at different time points, so you have different data points in sort of half one at one time and half at a later time point. And that has also been taken up. Sometimes we've managed to reduce the randomization ratio by encouraging use of natural history or external controls. It doesn't always work, but it has on occasion been very useful. We've encouraged introduction of the decentralized clinical trial elements, such as home nursing for regular infusions or regular blood draws, mostly to just reduce the burden of the clinical trial so patients don't have to go every week to the trial site, but can do some of the things at home. We've also enabled sibling protocols to be introduced into 2 clinical trials. It's always something we discuss. We have our list of things we always discuss. And twice that has been implemented and used, and that's really important in Duchenne because, there's often families with 2 or even more children with Duchenne at different ages, and it's hard for families to have one in a clinical trial and potentially benefiting and others not. Since we started up, there are a lot more clinical trials in the non-ambulant Duchenne population, which was very important for the community. And we've also had quite a bit of influence on the endpoints that are being used.
Thanks a lot. That was also very telling and highlighted again the uniqueness of the community advisory boards. For example, the tracker during the trial, a very important thing, the influence you can have on the number of interventions. And this is an important aspect we see is not only biopsies, but also other intervention, and MRI every 2 months, which are not feasible and they cannot be put to patients. Yes, we regulators, if I may admit, we give our advice and then we follow up whether the company has followed the advice when they come for marketing authorization. And don't need to explain, that's too late. But this is what we can do. Then the next slide, perhaps. The fourth question. Yes, so you are engaging with different developers and different pharmaceutical companies, and this sets you aside from the single developer, not only, but certainly this engagement with several ones. If you can highlight for us the benefits of these multiple engagements, that you have access to multiple developments.
So I'll start this. Sure. Okay. I think one of the main things is that talking to different sponsors, often about similar treatments or completely different treatments, but generally about clinical trials, patient preferences, patient burden and reducing burden, etc., you develop a sort of list of things that you really want to see in clinical trials where burden can be lessened. And we can also learn from each other. And quite frequently companies will say, well, has any other sponsor had experience with this? Has it been used before? Has it worked? So it's a sort of learning process for us as well as for the companies, and it certainly helps. Yeah, basically.
I think if I may broaden the question a little bit, the benefits of a community advisory board, both for the sponsors and for the patients, organizations that develop and lead these CAPs, is that you gain experience. You're able to centralize and offer a package to a sponsor where the community advisory comes with patients that are informed and protected, know what they're doing, and you indeed gain experience on the content and on how to interact with the different stakeholders. And I think all these things together make the value of a community advisory board very important.
Many thanks both. Then we can go to the next one, which is a difficult issue, but we need to deal with that. How do you deal with the independence from the developers, vis-a-vis developers? Then there are a few other important aspects. Do you exchange views with regulators and the more and more important HTAs? How you do that? We have our policies, which are quite strict, and because CAP members participate in meetings with companies, this is considered as consulting under EMA policy. How do you address this within your organization? I suppose the question is, are CAPs aware of this? I suppose you are aware of this. Does it play a role in your decision on how many members from the same organization you include in a CAP? Many sub-questions, but you can take it as you like.
Maybe we can alternate here, yes. But I'll start with the first question. Well, you know, when we started the Community Advisory Board, we wrote down a protocol where we said the CAP members are nominated by our national patient organizations, are accepted by the CF Europe board, and only then they become part of our community advisory board. So a first way of being independent is that the sponsor has no say whatsoever in who's in the room. That also gives us the possibility to have a group of people that we know are able to represent their community, not just ourselves. A group of people that we support, train, and help in their task as being camp members. We have a contract through the organization, not with the individuals in the community advisory board. That also helps to make it more transparent and less dependent. And as Francois already mentioned at the start of the session, the community advisory board decides on the agenda, obviously in collaboration with the sponsor that they're meeting, but they have an important say in what will be discussed during the meeting. So maybe I'll stop there and pass it on to you.
Basically, that's the same as what we do. We recruit our members from the World Duchenne Organization member organizations, and all the rest was practically the same as what you do. What was the next one? Oh, exchanging views with regulators. That is something we have not yet done, partly because we're not quite sure how to go about it. We have several times been asked by sponsors to influence EMA, which is something that's not what we do. And we told them so. What we have done is provide several companies with specific letters on specific topics. One was about placebo, one was about the feasibility of a clinical trial in babies with Duchenne, I think 0 to 2, that the PEDCO had requested, and we wrote our opinion on that. But we send those to the companies and they can put them in their dossiers or not. And the last one, that was one that's also partly to do with HTA, I suppose. It's on a, let me just get this together properly. I should have written it down. I'm sure it's there somewhere. It was about how to relate outcome measures, specific outcome measures, to activities of daily living, which is something that's not always easy to do. You have an endpoint and it's, I don't know, rise from the floor in so many seconds. But what does that mean in daily life? That kind of thing. So we've done that on several occasions, but not directly to EMA. Okay, shall I do the next one? Handling competing interests?
I think Spiros as well. I was just speaking internally around the interacting with the EMA if you're a member of a CAB. I think the recommendation is for patient organisations to keep at least one member who hasn't interacted with a CAB, so you have then that ability to interact with regulators. This is what I'm hearing internally. Spiros, you may very well know more than I do on that, though. Thank you.
That's exactly what we at the World Duchenne Organization do. We keep it separate, and we make sure our other member organizations are aware, so that if the situation comes up, they can do the same.
Yes,
So,
that is
yeah.
important for us and for the trial and for the patients, that we try to involve patients. I have been the head of scientific advice for more than 15 years. Especially, we started with orphan drugs. Back in 2002, 2003, with Jan Lecam, who was at that time the president of Eurordis. And we involved patients, and we continue involving patients also for frequent diseases. But exactly because of this policy, if we want to have a patient who has basically a black badge, that not company has a red, we need to have a patient who does not interact with a company. And I see that you take care of, but patients are, again, very important also for scientific advice of the regulators. Otherwise, we would be detached from reality, from the reality of the patients. And then you can continue.
Sorry, I think that's important. I think we also need to acknowledge that we are representing a rare disease, and finding people who are willing and able to interact with regulators, with sponsors and others, it's not always easy. So we do understand, we do see the let's say the competing interests, but also the maybe the risk. But we also need to be pragmatic in these things and make sure that we get the views of people. And I am well, we need to somehow have a basic trust in each other. But just like the Duchenne organization, there's people that are in the community advisory boards. There's people that are not, obviously, and we try to make sure to have enough patient representatives to interact with the different stakeholders.
Thank you. Then we can go to the next slide. How do you evaluate the importance of having trained members? Is training a prerequisite?
Training is important, obviously, but it's not necessarily a prerequisite. We like CAB members to have U-Party training or to have gone through the Eurordis winter or summer school or the online courses. But sometimes that doesn't work out. So we request that they are willing to do this subsequently once they are a member. And to be perfectly honest, over the years, learning by doing and learning from CAB members that have been there from the beginning or for a number of years is quite a good option as well. A bit of both. But we also have the Duchenne Patient Academy run by WDO that our CAB members can also attend, and various webinars about different topics. So we do training.
A bit alike, we think the combination is very interesting. We have very knowledgeable, very trained people in the Community Advisory Board, but having had a couple of new people recently, we see that it forces sponsors to re-explain things that people have been in the Community Advisory Board for years don't ask anymore, because they are so expert at the moment that certain discussions don't come on the table anymore. So where it is obviously important that people get the support and the training and the background they need, it's also very interesting to have naive patients, as they call it in the CAB sometimes, to have to be inclusive and to have the voices of the community there.
Thank you. So we went through our questions. I don't know if Francois wants to add anything. No. We have a couple of minutes left. Maybe I can open the floor to the room and to the workshop in general for questions from you. Rebecca, yes.
Thank you very much for the fascinating discussion. It's clear that sponsors can learn a lot from use of cabs. So I'm wondering how, you can promote the use to sponsors so that sponsors, really understand, the value that they can gain.
By doing it, basically. Our experience has been the first time it wasn't so easy. It was what is a cab? What do they do? Why should we come? But over the years, you also gain a reputation, right? Mm-hmm. And when you see sponsors coming back every 6 months, some of them from 6, 7 years, then it must be of value. And we've also had one company wrote a really nice article about cabs. So that was also nice to hear. Or when you go to conference, they say, oh, we went to see the cab and thank you and really good information. So once they have experience of a cab, it's quite easy. Yeah. And really, it's the patients who know about living with their disease, right? And they know what they want, what they need, and how things need to be done. So really, I don't know, it's a self-explaining thing, but if you want patient input, you go to the patients. And if you go to the cab, you get, I'll call us patient experts because I think we are, right? Yeah. Sorry.
Just to add that we have a paper in press where we summarize the benefit of working with cabs, with 6 or 7 cabs who contributed to explain this. So it should be published soon.
There is another question here from the left side, as Peter tells me. Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering on a more general level. So I think it's really worthwhile to have that expert input into clinical trials. We also work a lot, or at least I as an academic, in these public-private partnerships where trial is part of it, but there's actually a larger bulk of work around that where we work on a certain theme. Is that also something that CABs are involved in? Very often we involve patient organizations, right? But do you see a role there specifically for CABs?
Yes, I think there are excellent examples. I can quote, for example, the Remedy for All project on drug repurposing, where there are interactions between different companies, academics, and patients in CABs. Most of the CABs are by disease, but there are CABs that gather people, for example, from different diseases who all have the experience of working on a clinical trial for an advanced therapy. So you have also this type of other expertise that can benefit to public-private partnerships.
I think we covered our time, but also I believe that all of you are very happy with the interventions. At least they exceeded my expectations. I have to tell that. Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Sally. And back to Peter.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's been a great day so far. We've managed to touch on some of the main areas of the changes of E6 and touching on investigator oversight elements, but informed consent, but also now really getting core into patient involvement, which is also important. We're coming towards the end stretch of the day. We now have a half-hour coffee break, and when we come back, we are going to be going through a question and answer session. We have a lot of questions. We have a lot more to get through. We have 45 minutes, and we hope that will be helpful. So we're going to gather some of the questions and come back. So half an hour, we'll be back here at 5 to the hour, 4:55 Amsterdam time. And thank you again, everyone, for this session, and Spiros indeed as well. Thank you. Now, for those of you online, we're just all settling down. We're getting ready back here in the room. And we're going to be moving into the questions and answers session. We have a full 45 minutes dedicated to questions and answers, and we've received a lot of questions. I am joined here by all of the European members of the expert working group, and indeed we'll also be able to go to the broader attendees here should any questions relate to their areas. So to start off, yes, we have so many very dear panelists here that can help us, which we've met already. But let's move in then to the first question that we want to pose. And before I do that as well, please, from the floor, reflect, think if you have any questions. I know I got a few during the coffee break and so forth. Raise your hands and I will endeavour to come to you as well over the next while. So I want to move in to the first question then that we want to pose. And this question was, what changes are the European Medicines Regulatory Network, so all of the regulators, preparing in response for ICH E6 or 3? Are there any updates or amendments to relevant laws or guidelines? And when does your organisation plan to revise them? Well, to start off, it's fair to say that we have really undertaken extensive education initiatives. We've visited the different committees of CHMP, we've visited different groups like CTCG, MedEthics EU to inform them of the changes. We've also undertaken extensive training exercises. In particular, we've had training with inspectors. We had an event in Cyprus in October of last year, which was supported by the GCP Inspectors Working Group, so the network and the EMA. And this talked about the revision of E6 and the application of risk-based and proportionate approaches. That event was also attended by many non-EU regulators. I would regard it as very much a global event. There's a lot more to be done. Of course, we have the event here today. We're also developing the online ICH training. A lot to be done, which would be of relevance to regulators as well as the broader community out there. When it comes to updates or amendments to relevant laws or guidelines, we are conscious that there are a large number of guidelines out there from various different groups on the regulatory network, the GCP IWG, also CTCG, some guidelines which have found their way onto UJRX Volume 10 over the years, and we are planning an impact analysis or assessment against those, and then in a stepwise manner updating them as needed. I would say, though, again, the fundamentals of what is an R2 is mapping over and moving over into R3 as well. So even if you see a reference to R2 in a guideline somewhere, generally speaking, I think you'll be able to find that provision as well in R3. So we are doing an impact analysis. We do want to update those guidelines, but like anything, we're going to take a customised and proportionate approach. I think the big, in relation to updating relevant laws, we're very lucky in Europe that the clinical trial regulation references E6, and we did not need to update that. I know many countries around the world had to update their primary legislation, and that needs to go through Parliament, and that is something which is leading to a level of delay when it comes to implementing. There are perhaps national areas, for example, maybe around consenting, maybe around IMP delivery, which are the door is opened in E6, but there could be national law which maybe is placing levels of restrictions on that. And indeed, we have been discussing earlier, how can we prompt to make sure Europe all walks in the same direction and updates those laws. But as you appreciate, these are national competencies and there's a lot of complex machinery around that. And the final thing I would say is we also have a broader PICS. The PICS is a broad group for inspectors globally, and there is a group there around inspecting in a risk-based manner. So that's currently ongoing, and that will try and develop a guideline for inspecting in a more risk-based approach, and that will be global. That's what I plan to say, but Lisbeth, you want to add anything there, please?
Yeah, maybe just to add that also in the drafting of the document, we've had a look out for our existing guidelines. So for instance, the electronic computerized systems and electronic data guideline, which is very fortunately not so old, and is very much in consistence with R3. So even though the e-guideline has substantial more detail in it, and also in drafting the Annex II, the recommendation paper about decentralized elements. I'm sure that's been very much in the focus as well. And I did see in the chat somewhere something about updating a Q&A about signatures of eCRFs, and I do know we've had that. We had one Q&A updated on that already, so I don't know if we missed one, but that's going to be part of the review that Peter was talking about, going through the Q&A. So all in all, I think we're in good shape, and the European guidelines are close to what is expected. But of course, we'll have a look out for that.
Absolutely, thank you, Lisbeth. And I was looking at you, I was conscious, we also, just for the training of inspectors, we had those 1 hour weekly training events as well. We really tried to hit the ground running, not just these big ticket items, but a lot of lunchtime events and so on. So there's a lot going on. And indeed, with regards to then interactions with assessors and CT assessors, which is also very important, because from an inspection point of view, it's downstream. It's after the protocol has been approved. It's after, when the trial has been conducted. We do also have mechanisms to engage with assessors to get that message out there, and we've been doing that. I'll move to the next question. Now, we had a running order, but I see on screen here a very popular question, and I may take that now from Patricia Henley. How will inspectors assess whether unnecessary burden has been applied to a trial? And Lisbeth, I'm looking at you to take that one. Thank you. It's a great question.
Yeah, obviously that's also a really difficult question, because what is unnecessary burden, and that would need to be judged in the context of the trial. Having said that, I would say it's not actually a new concept for R3. It's already in section 5.0 of the existing R2. About unnecessary complexity and unnecessary data collection, etc. So we're kind of used to that, because nobody wants to. We're seeing it when we inspect. So some of the things we were discussing, that some things may be something the assessors can capture if it's something about the in and exclusion criteria and excessive amounts, etc. But having said that, also the assessors, their primary objective is perhaps more to look at the benefit risk acceptability of the protocol, more than actual whether something downstream can operationally prove difficult for the different parties. So we see it during inspections. Examples could be an extreme amount of data query firing because of inappropriate systems, for instance, or some very complex ePro system or something not really being of use, etc. And in that case, we will comment on it. And whether or not we'll make it an actual deviation is kind of a negotiation, and depends on how much it impacts. So, but as I said, it's already in R2, so not a big change there.
Thank you very much. Another question which had come up was around the GCP inspections process and how R3 will change the approach to inspections. I think we broached on that already. We understand the importance of understanding the spirit of the guideline, risk-based, proportionality, flexibility. We are doing a lot of training in that area, and inspectors will be inspecting accordingly. I want to move to a next question then, which asks about a popular question about protocols. I see it's disappeared from the screen, but the gist of the question anyway was whether R3 requires an update to clinical trial protocols, essentially. And if you look at R3 in an appendix, it outlines a protocol template. It's a template, it's voluntary. Not a lot of change compared to R2. We believe there's input of use of S-demands, for example. But I would say, simply speaking, we wouldn't expect that you are going to do an impact analysis and review of all of your protocols and decide I now need to update them because there's an R3 revision. What we would say is, clearly, if with R3, for example, decentralized elements are an area of focus, and if you amend your trial to include more decentralized elements, then clearly one would then need to update their protocol accordingly within reason, and then that should be updated. But suffice to say, I don't think moving to R3 means there needs to be an impact analysis of protocols and an update accordingly. I hope I've handled that, because as you both my regulatory colleagues would agree, I see nodding. That's good. So I hope that clarifies that. Very popular question. Now, I'd like to move to the next question, and and the poor people who are trying to do my Slido, I apologize, because I'm going to move now to ask about reading E6 in conjunction with E8. E8 document for general considerations for clinical trials. And I'd like Gabriella, please, to take that. And the question is, I would like to see how the E6 works in conjunction with E8, as each may cross-reference to each other. And the recent WHO guidance for best practices and EU CTR. I may just take the WHO bit. The WHO guidance is a broader type of guideline. It helps, I think, facilitate conduct of trials. It talks about facilities and, in particular, low and middle-income countries. I would say it's a different type of guideline. It does reference E6 there, but from a purely legal binding regulatory point of view, E6 is the guideline. But now the interaction between E6 and E8, I'll hand to you, Gabriella.
Yeah, and also the question reads about the interaction with the clinical trial regulation. I mean, the interaction between E6 and E8 was really covered in the presentation this morning about key concepts. It's mainly this quality by design, where we have, let's say, a link between E8 and E6. And I also explained that if for the implementation of E6 and this identification of critical to quality factor, you just go to E8. What's also in E8 and now in E6 was patient engagement, so patient community engagement. But again, absolutely in line. Where it might be a bit more tricky is now E6 and CTR. First of all, from a clear perspective, CTR has preference in comparison to a guideline. Where the CTR is silent and ICH E6 explains something, you have to take it into consideration as defined in the specific article in the CTR. And now you might realize, and that is also a question I have seen that came up for this recommendation paper on decentralized element, the same with CTR. If you feel, well, there is a discrepancy, we have carefully looked at it. And whenever we found that there is a statement in CE6 revision 3 where we anticipated that this might not be completely in line with European regulation, please look for the term in accordance with applicable regulatory requirements. There are a few instances in R3 where this is used in accordance with applicable regulatory requirements, and these were exactly those topics where we realized during the discussion that we are not harmonized across the globe. That there are different rules and regulations or different healthcare settings or whatever who prevent that level of harmonization we would like to reach. So if that is written there, then yeah, you have to follow European rules and regulations. But these are more or less a few instances. And Peter mentioned it already, IMP management in a clinical trial using decentralized element, sorry to say, at the moment, you can't use each and every opportunity named in the ICH E6 revision 3. But overall, we did our very best to align it. And as I said, no conflicts in my personal view between E6 and E8. Some points where I say, well, from European rules and regulations, E6 cannot be used to its utmost extent. That's where you have this in accordance with. And yeah, that's what I would like to contribute to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gabriella. And I think it does set a marker, though, for the direction we want to travel in. And I do hope we live in work in a great European Union of 27 different countries. But we do hope that this will give a level of marker to more comfort in use of new technologies, new approaches, and we hope national laws will move accordingly. Now, I'd like to pause from the floor. Anyone from the floor, please, hand up. There you go. Thank you.
Yeah, Ingrid Klingmann, EFGCP. I would like to follow on this topic. Yes, the CTR talks about certain aspects. Now, this revision 3 goes much more in detail. And I can already now see that ethics committees will say, but that is now the new law or the new guideline, and this is what we want to see. But CITES does not allow to see that. There will be discrepancies and discussions on what will have to provide it to ethics committees to enable them to verify that the patients are now really treated according to the requirements of the revision 3. And there is where I think we will have the conflicts. That's already now to some degree, that there's that discrepancy between what is in the CTR and what is required in CITES or possible in CITES, and the different opinions of ethics committees all over Europe.
Thank you very much. Good question. And look, CITES is a very important database, and we know it's a database which has required considerable work. Monique, if you feel comfortable, would you feel comfortable to respond to that from an ethics point of view?
No, I don't feel comfortable at all. No, but
I'm making you feel uncomfortable.
but that is okay. I of course I don't have a simple answer on what you are now bringing forward. But that's the reason why we have set up MedEthics EU. So, because I think we should try to harmonize where we can. And I not have the illusion that we will be harmonized at some point in time in the future, but at least that we are also transparent, predictable, and managing also expectations. So, but this is not easily, it's easily said than done. And with respect to CITES, we are excellent in having workarounds, of course, with CTIS. And that's, of course, also on the topic on within CTCG and within MedEthics EU that we don't like workarounds. But I think, I'm still having the hope that CTIS will develop to a system which is also fit for purpose. Maybe I should use that word. So, on our agenda, relevant point, and work on it.
Yeah, just a quick follow-up, because we also had some of these discussions during the drafting of the guideline, and people from the EU commenting that we cannot provide the list of members of the ethics committee, for instance, and the other regions, rightly so, looked at us and say, but that doesn't kind of remove the common sense of why this is a good idea to have. So we cannot make this guideline based on CITES functionality and what is available and what is not available. As Monique said, then there has to be workarounds. And also I think that was due to publication rules in the CITES, which may have changed afterwards.
Yeah.
So there may be, I don't know, a solution to that. But that's not the way we draft the international guideline, that we adjusted to EU computerized systems.
And in relation to that, I mean, you gave an example about the ethics committee composition. And the need to verify that. Look, this is something we had discussions with colleagues developing CITES, and this is a large system, an ambitious system. It will get there. I'm confident in that. And I believe that particular example, a workaround was found, which will become a permanent solution. So those things have been taken on board, and I think it's moving in the right direction. There'll be a few more hands in a moment, I know, and I'll come back in a second. I wanted to maybe come back to one of the questions we'd received earlier, and this was around proportionality, and I think it was something along the lines of, what do you do when an auditor, and I heard inspector, isn't applying a proportionate approach? And I'd actually like Rebecca and Suzanne perhaps to answer that. Please, Rebecca first, maybe.
Yeah, it's a very good question, isn't it? And thank you for that. Thanks for passing this on over. So you've got an auditor who's not being proportionate. So it's about trying to explain where you've come from with your understanding of the product and your patient population, to explain where you're coming from. So I think really you've got to make sure that you are very clear with what you're putting down as the proportionate and risk-based approach, so that you can then clearly demonstrate your thought processes to an inspector, to an auditor, so that if you've written it down and explained how you've got to where you have in terms of your risk assessment, looking at the critical to quality factors, how you've done your proportionality, I think it's really a question of thinking about it, how it works with your investigational product, how it works with that patient population, and how you are, with what you're doing, still keeping your participants safe and you're ensuring the reliability of the trial results. What do you think, Suzanne?
Yeah, I'm completely in alignment with you. It's difficult to say how proportionality should be measured, because that is in the word, embedded in the word proportionality. Hopefully, with the big effort has been made by the inspectors and all the training, because audits should actually mirror the way that an inspection on audits is conducted. So mirroring each other, I think we can help each other there. So to include that proportionality in the thinking.
Excellent answer. Thank you very much. I want to take one question we just see here online from Sebastian Rao. Hello, Sebastian. Hope you're doing well. And this is around sponsor oversight activities regarding subcontractors. And you specifically reference two subpoints, and you asked the question if the oversight of service providers is the same, or would be expected as being the same as those for which activities are subcontracted. I think I made a mess of that. Essentially, is the sponsor expected to have the same oversight of those they delegate duties to as those activities are further subcontracted by their service providers? Now, I'd like to draw attention to a further provision in the guideline, which is 3.6.9, which states the sponsor should ensure appropriate oversight of important trial-related activities that are transferred to service providers, including activities further subcontracted by the service provider. So it's quite clear here that if you're transferring something, and if that's further subcontracted, then you need to have appropriate oversight. Now, this is all about the type of activity being subcontracted, how important it is, the level of oversight which should be required, and all the machinery which will go around that, and it needs to be a proportionate approach accordingly. Anyone want to complement anything else? Yes, let's go Gabrielle first, or
very short. This is also a discussion we had for years. I recall from my time as member of the GCP Inspectors Working Group that we had issued a Q&A on this, because there were specifically complaints that a sponsor was not allowed to perform an audit at a subcontractor, and we discussed it in detail in the GCP Inspectors Working Group. We can now look it up, but there is a Q&A clearly saying, well, this is a right of a sponsor, and the sponsor needs to be able to have this oversight to perform these activities in terms of sponsor responsibility.
Thank you. And Rebecca, please.
Which is a great segue into what I was going to say about contracts. So I think one of the issues that we'd seen in the past was that some service providers were subcontracting to somebody else, but the sponsor had no idea about it. And it actually wasn't written down in the contract between the sponsor and the service provider. So I think a lot of sponsors have plugged that gap. Now we're just saying, make sure you've got the appropriate oversight.
Great. I think it's time to come back to the room here now. I had seen hands out of Fatima, I believe. Go ahead.
My question goes back to what Rebecca just shared, and I know we raised this in the ACT-EU DCT session as well, and it was around a proportionality of oversight from a PI perspective, especially, let's say, if they use home nurses and the sponsors used a home nurse provider or another key provider to help the site. And I think the struggle that I've experienced is that the PI would not want to take that oversight responsibility if, let's say, X amount of visits are being seen by that home nurse, but then it's a pool of nurses, so that it keeps rotating. And how will they oversee all of those nurses seeing the patients in his study? So I think that the volume increases, and I think the practical application of that is that the PI will say, well, actually, no, I've never met those nurses. I don't know who they are. I'm not going to review all their CVs and JDs. And for that matter, I'm out. And I think this was a real life scenario of what we used to experience. And then I raised this question with the FDA as well during the recent RQA meeting. And they use the same word, risk proportionality, and depends what they do. But I do think taking it back, it will be a struggle to sell the service to a PI and say, well, actually, you are responsible. I don't know. I don't know if we ever landed on a solution, but it was a real issue.
And I mean, I think we've worked quite hard in the guideline about the level of oversight, or oversight that's expected from the investigator, from the PI. I mean, even changing the terminology in itself. But we understand it needs to be proportionate. It's in relation to the activities being delegated, and if there's 100 nurses providing a service, do they need to really review every CV? I mean, there's a proportionate way to approach this. Elizabeth, go ahead.
Yeah, maybe just a comment to that in relation also to contracts, because what we quite often see during inspections is that the sponsor has some central agreement with the company, and they even forget to give even a copy of that agreement to the investigator, and then how can the investigator take any responsibility for that? So what we're also saying is that you really need to make sure that the communication lines are right, and that the investigator is in the loop of contract also, because if it's clear from the contract, the clinical trial agreement, for instance, between the sponsor and the investigator, that for this part you actually have you can have your oversight by these and that measure, then the investigator should not be able to go back then and say, well, I don't take responsibility for that, because then they should say upfront in the contract work, I would say.
I just want to make sure I heard that. I'm sorry, I'm going to be cheeky and say, am I hearing right that you may need to define the level of oversight? Is that why? Yeah.
Yeah, because it would depend on the tasks performed and the individual trial, I would say. So it needs to be somewhere in the clinical trial agreement. I don't know. The Annex II guys may also have additional things.
I think what you said makes perfect sense, because you can't, it's not one size fits all, and that's the beauty of E6R3. It isn't one size fits all. It's all about thinking. So what makes sense, and how can you support your investigators?
Yeah, Susanne already explained it in this morning, the approach. I mean, exactly what you are now saying. If a sponsor performs a pre-qualification of a vendor performing home trial services and defines in detail first the task to be overtaken, at the same time the qualification needed for the personnel in relation to that specific task, which may be low, because let's say the example might be just blood drawing, but if it's blood drawing in toddlers, it's already something different. Or if it's a blood drawing in a population, let's say patients suffering from dementia, it's also something more special. So again, what we expect is a sponsor clearly defining then the qualification, performing in this pre-qualification, making sure that this service provider has the number and qualified personnel available for that clinical trial. Then the reliance of the investigator in that this works might be much higher than if the investigator just doesn't get that information. You see, it's a both sides. So putting an investigator in the position to maintain oversight. And again, I mean, this explanation, it's not feasible, doesn't work, because if it's not feasible, it can't be done. So make it feasible. That is our recommendation. And what's absolutely not feasible is not quality by design, I'm sorry to say. So that's my position. Thank you.
Perko, please go ahead.
Yeah, just a quick add, because this is exactly related for the insurance thing. So defining more precisely what are the responsibilities per each party, and then if the sponsor arranges a separate insurance, then it's clear it's not under the control of the PI as such, because he cannot have the responsibility of certain activities if the insurance is not covering his activities. I mean, the patient insurance, it's for the healthcare professionals, but if it's taken separately and some other healthcare professional is doing some injury, so it's under that injury coverage.
Gabriela, please.
I would like to react on this because, in my view, we have to distinguish liability. Well, I'm completely with you. Liability has to be covered by insurance, and definitely an investigator should not be made liable, so for compensation for any damage caused, by example given a home service trial. But from a clinical trial perspective, the responsibility to oversee, has this patient been visited? Were the blood drawings done? Did I get information, now depending on, let's say, the task, did I get information on any adverse events that occurred in the meantime and so on? That is what we keep under oversight, has nothing to do with liability. And here we really expect an investigator to maintain that overview, because in the end, this implementation of decentralized element should not result in a gap if it comes to medical monitoring and oversight about the well-being of the participants, and that can't be now splitted in different responsibilities, because whenever responsibilities are splitted, it most often doesn't work. It's about delegation of duties and function, and the oversight and responsibility stays with the investigator. Thank you.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah, and just to supplement that, that's also one of the reasons why we've now inserted wording that the sponsor should make sure that the investigator has available all data that they need to oversee the participants, because it is their responsibility, and that includes external data, so precisely also for this situation.
Ernesto, your hand is up. Please introduce yourself and ask your question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Ernesto Vera, the Vice President of GXP Strategy at the Lucent. I would like to make a little bit more complicated what we have discussed. Do you consider, or do you expect the home nursing being in the delegation log of authorities, if they're doing blood draw, that they are qualified for that? It's a routine practice, but they are not site staff member. They are going home and taking the blood draw. What's the expectation from the inspector working group?
We spent long hours one evening with great tension. We diffused the tension, and look, we acknowledge that what you put on the delegation log, you can have a lot of staff involved, and indeed, when you're going out to home nurses and so on, you need to consider, does that need to be on a delegation log? What level of oversight is expected? We came up with the term appropriate arrangements need to be put in place. So that could be on a delegation log, it could be a contract, it could be a mere email, it could be anything really that's appropriate to the situation. And that's how we have to approach it. But I hand over to my two colleagues here to supplement. Thank you, Gabriela.
Exactly, because this is Annex II. If you look at Annex II, Annex I says that in specific cases, delegation documentation may not be required. And this is now expanded in Annex II by defining those cases where delegation documentation is not being required. And we considered there specifically, let's say, in one institution, let's say a large hospital, you have maybe, private clinic parts, a ward, and so on. If this is routine care, then these routine care activities do not require a delegation documentation. Nevertheless, if it comes now to external parties where it's just routine care, and now we have to come back, what is routine care? Then appropriate arrangements might cover that scenarios, and then come back to this explanation. We made a distinction between, for us, routine care means you don't need to know anything about the IP because it's maybe already on the market and it's used anyway. Because the activities do not require specific provisions, knowledge of provisions in the protocol. Let's say a normal blood pressure measurement doesn't require provisions. If it's the endpoint in a clinical trial, hypertension trial, it requires following a protocol procedure. Or let's say, give this other example, radiology. If it's done as in routine care, a delegation documentation may not be required. If it's RECIST, an endpoint in cancer, solid cancer clinical trial protocols, it has to follow exactly the protocol procedure. It requires a delegated documentation. So again, routine care versus specific knowledge is needed. If specific knowledge is needed, it requires delegation. I hope that's where we were coming from.
Very, very clear. Rebecca, please.
Thank you, Gabriella. That is really clear. It seems clear to us, but if it's not clear to you in Annex 2, then please do put a comment in about that. You've got time.
I will. Thank you.
Now, on the screen here, we have a question around the emphasis on data governance and proactive oversight. What is your position on the direct integration of source data, hospital systems, with the ECRF? This approach has the potential to significantly enhance efficiency, I agree, automating data capture and reducing percentage of errors. Now, we're going to go into this in quite detail tomorrow, but we thought we'd cover it now. Elizabeth, please.
Yeah, so this I'll cover now. There's so many exciting things about data governance tomorrow and responsibilities over computerized systems. So I hope you're looking forward to that. I definitely am. But this one I would like to take. So first of all, integrations like this is quite clearly covered by the new overarching term of data acquisition tools. So there it clearly states, and it even uses this example, it says that a data originator may be a computerized system from which the electronic transfer of data from one system to another has been undertaken, e.g. extraction of data from an electronic health record or laboratory system. Having said that, I like the focus that, it has the potential to significantly enhance efficiency and reducing % of errors. It also has the potential to introduce bias, to pick the wrong data, etc. So it's all back to the general requirements for data acquisition tools. So here, of course, this needs to be a validated process. So you really need to make sure which data, where do they come from? Do we get them transferred appropriately to ensure the data integrity and the person, the confidentiality, etc.? Do we include the relevant metadata that are needed? And also, what is the system where it comes from? Do we have like structured field, or are we talking about an AI algorithm doing natural language processing, pulling a lot of different information? So of course, we need to make sure that the data that are pulled are actually of sufficient quality. So that's the short answer to, shortish answer to that it's covered and it needs to fulfill the requirements that are in there. And then also maybe just to point your attention to a qualification opinion that we gave some years ago about other important things, because we'll come back to, as I said, tomorrow, about who has then the responsibility for such a system. And in this case, it's probably some kind of cooperation between IT persons at the hospital and some sponsors. So we can come back to how that is then generated. But the point is, as a sponsor, you need to make sure that the system is fit for purpose. And what are the data you're pulling? How important are they? And what are the things we need to put in place? And also in the set qualification opinion, another thing is, are we sure we're not depleting the medical record of important information if we are putting it in a specific place? Because can that specific information then be found by the people who usually use the medical record and who needs this information for patient treatment? So there are really a lot of things in there that needs to be taken into account. Thank you.
Excellent, fantastic. Now, 5 minutes left, and hand in the back, please.
Thank you. Werner Engelbrecht from Viva Systems. I have a question related to the shift from the definition of documents to records in the guideline. And that relates to inspections in particular. Currently, an inspector is typically going first to the TMF or electronic trial master file, see the documents and also associated metadata. Now, records can mean a lot of other data, operational data, which resides outside the TMF. Let's say a clinical trial management system or so. Is there also an intention from an inspection perspective to look into this data in the future in terms as part of an inspection?
So first off, I understood, great question. I understood the reason for moving from documents to records was just really moving away from the pure paper documents, and that there's all different forms of electronic records. I will ask Lisbeth to comment on the inspection piece and the TMF. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think it also goes together with our general requirement that, a TMF is, I would say 90% of the TMFs we see are hybrid systems. So they have, we have the records sitting in many systems, quite frequently up to between 20 and 30 systems or even more. So for us, it's really important to have an overview of where the data are then sitting. So in kind of indexing is really important, and if it is of relevance to the way that the trial was conducted and important enough that we would need it to, we moved away from the term reconstruct the trial, but to be able to assess whether the trial was adequately performed, then we would need to be able to access those. And then it's important to kind of put in your index, where are these data sitting, and that you, as a sponsor, says, okay, we consider this as part of our trial master file, and this part of our trial master file sits in this repository.
Gabriella, please comment.
Yeah, just also to draw your attention that there is a definition in the glossary of essential records which reads documents and data and relevant metadata in any format associated with a clinical trial and so on and so on. So there is a definition which just means we wanted to be media neutral, and therefore said data and documents are now called records. So it's just terminology, but no intention to change, let's say, materially what is in a TMF.
Great question, and also I think it's a good point to remind ourselves that tomorrow we will have a session on essential records. Suzanne will be presenting, and many of these points will come up again. We've come to the end of the Q&A, and I think we've tried to cover a lot. There'll be more opportunities again tomorrow to cover questions, and indeed, please keep them coming in via the Slido. We've come to the end of the day. I've 20 minutes for wrap-up remarks. I'm going to take a proportionate approach here. It's been a fantastic day so far. We've covered an awful lot, and I'd like to sincerely thank all of our speakers, all of our panelists, all of our colleagues helping throughout the day, all of you online, and it's been a great event. We've covered a lot, and we have more tomorrow, and we'll be back tomorrow morning at 9:30. So 9:30 tomorrow, we will be moving into sponsor oversight and data governance, and then we will have the usual panelists, but after the break, we'll talk about essential records, safety management, before we hope to wrap up around 2 o'clock, so half a day tomorrow. It's been brilliant. Thank you, everyone. For those online, I hope you have a nice evening. We'll see you again tomorrow at 9:30. I'm sure I'm missing a logistic point, which Kim is going to tell me. Okay, so there's a post-work, tomorrow they should do it. Anyway, there's a post-workshop survey for today Okay, fine. Survey today you should complete as well, please, and let us know how it's going. And I think that's on the next slide. I saw something as well on the Slido link, I believe. Here we are. All right, thank you everyone. Have a nice evening. For those in the room, we'll have a reception, I believe, downstairs, I think. So we look forward to that. If not, see you all tomorrow morning at 9:30, and thank you again.